Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the very first episode of the Cochlear Discharge Podcast. Do you enjoy the sensation of your eardrums spraying hot pus and other bodily fluids all over your neck and shoulders? Well, you're in luck, because right here, live on the mic, but not really, we are popping our podcast cherries.
Yeah, we wanted to start a podcast for a while, but this recent game that's very popular with a lot of people spurred us into action. That was Levi. I'm Drew, and this is Chasen.
Now, we know what you're thinking, beautiful audience member. Guys, aren't there way too many podcasts in the world already? So, after playing this latest God of War game, we had quite a lot to say as fans of the original trilogy.
Yeah, a heck of a lot.
Yes, a whole hell of a lot, even.
So basically, for the sake of convenience, we've broken the game up into the different realms as you encounter them. And hold on, you're going to have to give us a second. That took like 1,000 tries to get that introduction right. Oh my god.
Yeah, so we do have it split up in such a way where it's like Midgard 1, Midgard 2, just for like our sake, so we remember how this fucking goes.
Yeah, and so, take your finger off that mouse. Before you click away, we do enjoy the game. We don't. This is a review. We have our criticisms, but we do actually enjoy the game. So we're going to talk a lot of crap, but, bear with us. So,
we're big fans of the series.
Yeah, we're big fans of the series, but there's a lot of problems in this game that weren't present in the rest of the series, and
my favorite game is God of War 3. What was yours? It was 2.
I really liked when I was younger. I used to play the God of War franchise on loop because I got all the games as a hand-me-down from my brother. So I'd play God of War 3 the most, but God of War 2 was But then again, I always played New Game Plus on loop, so I'd walk around with all the cheats active. Yeah. So,
and don't judge me. Your favorite game was Ghost of Sparta, right?
Yes, I was going to say, I didn't have a PS2 or a PS3 growing up, so I kind of just watched Let's Plays of the games on loop, which is way more pathetic.
Poor peasant loser.
But I did have a PSP, and I played the absolute heck out of those PSP games.
I realized for YouTube's sake, I actually swore very early on.
Yes,
but
whatever.
Maybe it won't pick it up. Maybe the algorithm will spare us on that.
Hopefully. No. Otherwise, we'll have to censor it, and that sounds like a pain in the tuchus.
I hate this.
So anyways. We're gonna do we want to talk more about the old games, or are we gonna get straight into Midgard? So, honestly, the beginning of the game just goes hard. I have basically no complaints.
Yeah.
Because Kratos just sitting on a log, fletching arrows in a fireplace is so sick. And then the sled after that, where Freya's running you down and impales Kratos through the shoulder.
Cool.
So sick.
Yeah.
I want to say more. We're not at the 5-minute mark. So, and
YouTube,
everything, all the way through, the Thor showing up on the front doorstep,
Thor and that
Thor was
his old man.
Fat Thor is so scary. He's so cool.
He's actually he's quite giant, dude.
Yeah, he cuts quite an imposing figure even next to Kratos.
Oh, even
Kratos is 6.5 feet
even before that, though, I was surprised that they had a boss fight that early on with the bear.
Oh yeah, with wait, was that? No, that comes later. Bjorn comes later.
No, Bjorn comes first because Atreus comes back to the house, remember?
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bjorn was a pretty decent boss fight, actually.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that early on. Honestly.
Yeah, and tracking Atreus through the woods like that was pretty tense and pretty cool.
I think it was well earned. Everything in the beginning of the game was well earned from the previous game and everything. It just worked.
It builds well on their relationship. You catch pretty early on that he's not calling him boy anymore, as much as that was memed on in the last few years.
Yeah.
He calls him that to scold him. Atreus clearly does not like being called that anymore, but it's cool to catch those little glimpses of their relationship is building. He's growing to respect Kratos as a warrior, or Atreus.
It was funny.
Kratos is growing to respect Atreus as a warrior and as a man.
Don't worry, man. It was funny early on in the game where Kratos was getting like really close to Atreus. I kept expecting him to like kiss him or something like that.
Wait, you kiss your dad on the mouth? All right, so like,
let's organize our thoughts a bit here.
What?
I like the idea, on the point of Kratos just calling Atreus boy when he's mad. The scene in like Sindri's house where Atreus runs off and he's like, boy! I peed a little bit, I'm gonna be honest.
That part was cool, but we're jumping ahead of ourselves a little here.
With like the scene immediately after the Bjorn fight, like this one's a little bit of a nitpick in my opinion, but there's a few more instances throughout the game.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
We were talking about this just earlier today. Essentially, like they have these weird instances of like physical acting that like really take me out of scenes. Like, so Kratos and Atreus have like a serious fight. Like Kratos is trying to kill. Yeah, Kratos fights Bjorn, and then Bjorn turns into Atreus, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's a good thing he didn't just bury his axe in Bjorn's skull.
He didn't just snap its neck or something like that.
Yeah, like he would have with any other animal that's trying to fight him.
Yeah, I actually thought he was gonna go and snap its neck.
He was
just
trying
a
to.
regular bear at first.
He's just a badass bear.
Especially when we searched it up and it was like Bjorn just means bear. It's like, oh, okay.
You also have to consider like how strong must Atreus be in Bjorn form to be able to like contend with Kratos to the point where he can't just like one-shot him. That wouldn't make for a good boss fight or anything, but like it's still it's still something.
I thought we were just fighting a super badass bear.
Yeah.
because he like took down an entire encampment of like all the Viking psychos that are still living in Midgard.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
What were
That's
those guys called again? Raiders.
They're just called Midgardians.
I thought they were like.
I thought they were called Raiders.
No, they had.
They were Raiders and they were Midgardians.
They had like special encampments though later on.
Yeah, they were just Raiders, I think.
Core, right? Or
Core?
K something.
Probably, I don't know.
I don't remember, but whatever. That's beside the point.
But the physical acting, like you'd expect after Kratos like almost accidentally kills his son, they'd like sit there and like think about the implications of that for like a second, and like take a breather and be like, Jesus, I almost killed you. But instead, Atreus just like stands up and starts like pacing around, recounting what he can recall, and it's like
he's not wounded from that at all. Either.
Like you could say it's kind of a nitpick, but it like watching that happen, it just kind of takes me out of it because like he just had a full serious fight with Kratos, and now he's like pacing around. Like, breathe for a second, please, calm down.
Yeah, the game start. That is the only weird thing about it is the game start is super fast.
Yeah,
I think that was in direct response to the previous game though, in some way where they were like, "Oh, people said it was a bit too slow to start," because it is really slow if you go back.
I mean,
he just hops on a sled and he's immediately getting chased by some crazy woman.
Yeah. That scene was super super sick though.
That scene did go hard.
Yeah, that was pretty badass. Having like
and
Freya like swoop in and impale him.
Also, later on, that Thor fight really brought my expectations like way too high because I kept expecting like boss fights of that caliber throughout the whole game.
Yeah,
and I mean the final boss fight is like that, but like the Thor fight is pretty much the only one that's like that.
Yeah, they really. It's so weird how they did this game because it's not like they have like problems all the way through. Like it's not like sort of okay the whole time. It's like great in sections and then just like soggy doo-doo farts like a huge section.
Nice description, man.
Thank you.
All right, so what happens? We go straight from the Bjorn fight, and then we just walk to his house,
and then
we
the
pass
fight starts.
And we pass like a dead bear and her cubs. It feels very Revenant. And then
Revenant.
Yeah. After the dead bear, we walk to our house, and Fat Thor is there, pulls a fucking bottle of mead out of his belly button, and
Yeah, actually.
One thing I liked about that part was this. I didn't even catch this until I was thinking on it, like, afterwards, was that Thor, in this game, they kind of go with him being, like, a drunk dad. Yeah, drinking problems, Fat Thor. And if you notice in that scene, he doesn't actually drink the mead. He, like, smells it,
and then
even sets it back down.
He even has a line, like, he brings the 2 mugs, or Atreus brings the 2 mugs over, and he pours 2 glasses, or he pours for 2 people, and, like, like you said, it's a major plot point for Thor that he's, like, trying to quit drinking and be, like, a better dad. And so, like, he pours the 2 drinks and hands one to Kratos, and then tries to hand one to Atreus, which was confusing, like, upon first playing the game, because it's like, is Kratos not going to drink? Is that what you're trying to imply there? But then, like, going back and playing it again, it's like, oh, he doesn't drink. He has a drink for Atreus and for Kratos.
Yeah.
And, like, right after that, he even says, like, you could have told me.
I poured.
Yeah. And the like, that scene of him, like, rubbing mead on Mjolnir is so fucking intimidating. I don't know what's so intimidating about rubbing
Oh,
mead.
hey, look, we're past the 10-minute mark. We can swear now.
Yeah, that's why he said fuck.
Well,
YouTube is great.
yes, this is a baby platform for babies. You're a baby watching us.
All right,
now.
let's not get on it.
All right. Thus, all right. So that scene with Thor also introduces Odin, who I gotta say was actually a pretty good villain.
Yeah, but the way he speaks is kind of weird.
This is going to be a main complaint for pretty much all the Norse characters.
Actually, yeah, this is not even just Odin, although it's mostly Odin, because his talking was the most, like, modern.
Characters talk like people you'd run into in, like, a parking lot
Or in like,
game.
Walmart or something.
How about this?
None of them, I'm cool with them not speaking Norse, but the fact that they don't have, like, Nordic accents pisses me off so much.
At least Thor, he didn't even need an accent. He just sounded, like, right.
Thor sounded good, and he actually talks well, but the way dialogue is written as well. Like, in this scene, you have Odin making a bunch of deals, which, by the way, this deal that Odin sets for them is such a sweet fucking deal. I'm surprised he didn't spread his butt cheeks at the end for them as well. Like, listen, you just don't follow us, and I'll ignore you. I'll let you keep Mimir. I won't hunt you down, and I'll settle your debt with my ex. Classic line.
That line was actually like a direct quote.
That line is just... like, it's not good.
That is,
yeah, it's like,
that's a line we meme on a lot, specifically because it's such a shining example of how the dialogue is written. Can you imagine any of the gods in the previous games telling Kratos, "I'll settle your debt with my ex, and here's my anus, Kratos. stick your big Spartan shaft right in there."
Yeah, like,
and I'm not talking about your spear, or am I? Come on, fuck me.
we always talk about, like, specific examples from the older games, like God of War 3 when Kratos is being harassed by Hermes, right?
Yeah.
I always forget if it's Hermes or
It's
like,
Hermes.
Yeah.
yeah, Hermes was probably, like, the closest to that, but, like, he was still a far cry.
He was actually, like, a poet in that scene, though.
I thought he was a rapper. He just drops a rap verse on you.
But then even Kratos responds with, like a
very
well thought out response.
To
like,
snatch a fly from the ass of Zeus
is not worth much. Remember when he shuts up Athena's bitch ass when she first comes back in that game? Tells her, she tries to make him feel bad for killing her, like, remember, it was your blade that struck me down, and he turns to her. Instantly, my blade was meant for Zeus. Be quick with your words.
Yeah, like even
shutting a bitch down with that poetic of language.
The simple way he talked, like, it's actually not that simple when you think about it, but, like, the dialogue worked better for the era they're going for, which is ancient Greece. And then when you get to this, like, these 2 games, God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, I almost forgot its name for some reason.
Did 2018 have that problem? I don't remember
not
anyone.
really, but there's only like 3 gods in that whole fucking
there's
game.
not that
Yeah.
many characters to actually like think about
You
it
get
with.
Baldur and Magni and Modi.
Well, they all
And
talk
Freya.
normal. The only person
I don't count Freya. Who counts Freya?
the only person that really deviated from like that regal speech type thing is like Brock and Sindri, especially Brock.
Yeah, but Brock.
I don't bother you when you're twirling your short and curlies.
I figured the dwarves just had their own accents since they're from like. Are the realms separate lands or separate planets in Midgard?
Well,
They might be like separate dimensions.
if we're going by like actual Norse mythology, they're like different. Like the way it's structured is like a tree, and you go up the tree basically to get to the different lands. So they're like up above each other or below each other, like literally.
But like calling back to the weird speech thing with Thor, I think Thor did have that weird speech, but Thor was so fucking scary that it didn't matter.
Listen,
Yeah.
when Thor talked, I didn't like recede into my own like lower back like a snail.
I don't even think it's
listening
bad.
to it.
I don't even think it's bad if they have like more modern talking. It's just the fact that the older games actually took the time to think about how the characters would talk. Like instead of just like, you have no idea what you're doing.
We haven't gotten to that part yet.
No, but what I
Slow
mean
it
is
down
like
there.
that's an example, right? Mm-hmm. Like.
Just to settle your... We've been on this for like 4 minutes. We should move on. But I do want to say just the fact that a character would call their ex-wife their ex in this sort of setting and makes it sound super goofy. And we memed on it the entire time. Every time Odin comes up, he's settling debts with people's exes.
Yeah.
I'll settle your debt with my ex. But that's just like a further... That's just like one of many examples of how like this game is not as smartly written as the previous games are. Like it doesn't take itself as seriously, and that ends up hurting it.
It was
Yes.
very odd. Like that the fact that it did that in the beginning of the game so fast was very odd to me. Like it just gave me like a weird whiplash. Like what?
Yeah,
Why-
I was like,
we
who
all
is this
commented
dude?
on that when we heard it. Did he just call her his ex?
Yes.
The fuck is that?
What a
Who
weird
is
way
this
to put
dude?
it.
What a divorced dad energy that Odin's carrying right now. All right.
And then there's
So-
hold on. There was a scene. There's a scene like in the Thor fight, like when Kratos punches Thor like seriously when he like activates his rage and knocks his tooth out. And I have like there's two gripes I have about that scene. Which one is another one of those like physical acting scenes, because after that like serious impact punch, Kratos just like turns towards the ground and just starts screaming a couple times. And
Yeah.
I was like, that seems like oddly WWE, man. Like,
Yeah, Kratos, relax a little. Your enemy's still alive and he's right behind you.
yeah, he's like, he's right there.
Yeah.
We should...
And then like what?
I just want to say we should back up a little to where, like... Because, like... So, Odin goes there, spreads his butthole for them, right? And then...
Yeah.
Yeah, Thor
And then
fights
what
him right
happened?
afterwards.
Kratos is like... I saw some people who were confused as to why, like, Kratos just told him no. And I gotta say, like, Kratos has been hearing for an entire game at this point what a piece of shit Odin is and how you just can't trust him. And Mimir even says in the scene... if he tells you Snow is white, he's lying. Wow, Mimir's a good voice actor, and he has an accent. Weird, suspicious.
It's like he actually like cared about that.
But yeah, that's obviously Kratos would tell him no. I wouldn't believe fucking Odin's bitch ass either if he came up to me spreading his butt cheeks and scooting towards me either.
Get out of here! I don't know what.
I don't want that.
Probably got a moray eel stuck up there.
Why do you have a tattoo of a mask on your fucking lower back? That's a bit too far forward. I'm sorry to spoil that. I don't think we gave a spoiler warning at the beginning of this.
It's a review on God of War Ragnarok. Why would it not? If you're currently listening to this podcast, this episode of this podcast, and you didn't know that there would be spoilers,
I don't feel bad for you either. That's a good point.
That's kind of on you, man.
All right.
Well, I mean,
let's see.
Hold on.
I used to do this sort of thing with some games where I would be like, I can't afford that game, so I'll just watch like a review of it, and then later I'd play it. But
Yeah,
we're
it's
reviewing
perfectly
it badly, though. No one's gonna play the game after we review this.
No,
I don't know,
like
because there's good parts
good
to it.
points, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the beginning was good, but then it gets like these little bits, like
Yeah,
But then those little bits start piling on top of each other.
And
I
some
think
of
at a
them are
certain
like
Too
point,
far
it's
to be
not
making
little.
that clear.
and some of them are like 9 hours long. But back to the like tooth knockout thing. There was like this fun fact that was like there's like this video I saw that was like details you may have missed in God of War. If you go back to the crater with the frozen lightning bolt, you can actually find Thor's tooth on the ground. And like that's a cool detail and all, but like in the Heimdall fight later on in the game, you blow Heimdall's entire arm off and you don't find any of it. I looked.
There's a few weird things about that, like when you cut that troll's head off after the cart section in Svartalfheim. The troll's head is on the ground, but its body isn't under the cart. Like, how'd they fuck that up?
hey man,
Hey man, game
just don't
development
think
is
about
hard.
it, all right?
They had half of the little details, which is like, why'd you even add half of them if you weren't going to add the rest of them? So
We pay very close attention to detail, except in our basic writing where it falls apart at the very end. Again, getting too far ahead of ourselves.
Well, either way, after the Thor fight, Brock and Sindri come over.
The gods, Brock and Sindri.
Like the coolest characters in these two games.
yeah. The coin.
Best, the writing around them is definitely the best.
Yeah, after Thor like demolishes Kratos' house, Odin tries to like pay for it, and Kratos picks up the coin and flicks it into the distance. If you go back in that game, like post game, you can find the blonde kid from Asgard trying to fish it out of a wall, which is cool. But like again, you're
is
focusing
such a
on some
minor
details,
thing.
but yeah, it's cool that they
I
add
don't know
those
why we're covering
details.
this now.
It's cool that they add those details, but they don't add all of them. You know, it's well. Anyways,
I guess that is a segue from our previous.
yeah,
what we were talking about
But then,
previously.
Yeah.
so the dwarven gods Brock and Sindri come and save the day, rescue Kratos and Atreus, and bring him back to Sindri's house, which is fucking
I didn't know
beautiful.
Sindri
And then
had
they
a house.
He never mentioned
never
it. in the
yeah, he
first
never
game.
mentioned it.
Cross
I don't know
that.
if he had it the whole time, or if that was. I don't know if he made that like during Fimbulwinter, or if he's always had that.
But
But
I'm pretty
it's
sure he's always had it because he has like the Draupnir ring
That's
underneath
true.
in
Yeah,
the basement,
that's
and
right.
it's like full to the brim with other rings.
which it is beautiful.
Yes,
Dude,
And
They did some-
and you get the
I
Pro
want
ZD
it.
squirrel.
Oh, the Pro ZD scroll! Whoa!
No, please, I don't even want to talk about it. I completely
We have to
forgot
get
about his
we have to
character.
get to him at some point.
With the biggest forearms you've ever fucking seen.
Yeah, you ever see a fursona with bodybuilder forearms?
Was he voiced by Pro ZD in the last game?
He wasn't
No,
in
he
the
wa-
last game. What are you talking about?
No,
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Ratatoskr.
The,
Ratatoskr
Bitter-
was just like that was one of his spectral doubles that was in the
So
last
he wasn't
game.
voiced by Pro ZD though, right?
No, that was
Bitter.
Bitter. That was in the last game.
Why did they get him to voice this character in this game?
Because it was funny.
It added nothing.
Also,
It was
it's kind
funny.
of weird that Bitter Squirrel has a different voice actor, or I think he does.
He does, even
than
in this
all the
game,
other
he's-
all the other squirrels have
Are just-
Pro ZD, but Bitter Squirrel doesn't.
It's actually weird because the Bitter Squirrel actually had a sort of accent to him.
Yeah.
Fuck
fit
off!
more.
I'm busy.
That fit his fucking character more. And then they just give it to Pro ZD, who's like, yeah, just don't mind me. Like, what?
Visit the Cloud District often.
What did they even? I don't even remember this part of the game all that well. It's one of those walking, talking sections where my eyes kind of just glaze over.
What, Svartalfheim?
No, Sindri's
Sindri's
house.
Oh, yeah,
We're
Sindri's-
still on Sindri's house. That's why we were talking about Ratatoskr.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, does Ratatoskr come in
Well, no, but like,
after or before Svartalfheim?
I can't even remember, honestly.
I think it was
We
before.
might have needed to get a summary of this game out before.
Well,
Well, it doesn't
We're
matter
still
when he
generally
comes
following
out.
the formula, but
But like, Sindri's house is just sort of a hub area, and I do like it's beautiful, and I really appreciate that the like the collectibles you get throughout the game actually still show up in Sindri's house.
yeah.
Kind of annoys me that they like are on a wall that's hard to look at, so you can't get a good look at your collectibles, as opposed to the previous game where they're all around Brock's shop and you could just go to each one and look at it. But whatever. And I really like that the like around Sindri's house, you like progressively see like you see it change, but not just in the collectibles, but also with the like you collect the stags of the seasons, and you like you kill the Neathhog, which seemed a little unnecessary, if I'm being honest.
Certain characters go up there later on. Although,
Yeah.
honestly, they don't talk much, but
Yeah,
it's still kind of neat.
They at least mention, like, yeah, I'm in Sindri's house now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I can see that.
Wow, Sindri's house is nice. Yes.
I'm
Yes,
standing
it is.
next to you. I wish they did have more dialogue for certain characters, because
Well,
it is...
That's going to be a lot more apparent later on, too. Like, once we get to that, that is... Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
because the house will be, like, packed, and there will be, like... The house will be packed with people, and you'll be, like walking past them every single time you return.
There you go.
And they just won't say anything. They'll just sit there stirring a pot silently or staring at a plant silently. It's weird. It's uncomfortable.
And then...
And then you go over to Brock and he's like, buttholes, or something like that.
I can smell your taint.
yeah, I guess really quick, because this is not in any like specific part of the story, but characters definitely needed more than one line of dialogue per area.
Yeah.
Because like when, for instance, when you're in Muspelheim, which is just mostly a side area when you unlock it, or
My sack
completely-
sweat.
Yeah, he
Every
says that
single
every
time.
single time. And then on top of that, it's also like during the combat when you get set on fire, Mimir always says the same fucking thing.
You're on fire, brother.
You're the shield brother. How would that help me not be on fire anymore?
But like he always says that. Whereas I felt like with God of War 2018, there was variation.
The characters
right?
were
or
not.
they just didn't talk as much or something.
What? Yeah, they wouldn't like repeat the lines at the very least.
It's like, what happened? Why are they all
I don't
saying
know.
the same line over and over and over?
It's another instance of this game really feeling like it was supposed to have more in it, and then they just like sort of like
Grabs
add
hand, shoves into mouth.
Yeah.
Use your shield, brother.
God damn it.
So they
Break its guard!
Let's go back to where we were at Sindri's house, though.
I just had to mention that because that was annoying me all throughout.
It was very distracting.
But
Wait, what happens after we get to Sindri's house? They just decide, like, we're going to find Tyr. I think he's in Svartalfheim.
Well, I mean...
actually-
Wait, no, they went to that, what is it? That, like, glyph thing. The Groa's, shrine.
did they?
And... Yeah, and Atreus showed Kratos how he could
enter
them.
They went back to Midgard, that's right. And then they went to Groa's shrine, and then they go back to Sindri's house.
Might have been good to read a summary of this game before. Just for word of reference, we have played this game, much as it doesn't sound like it. Drew and I played it on Give Me God of War, so that took like 3 weeks.
Yeah, we shared like
So
a profile on
we're
that.
a bit short on.
That
we're
took
a bit
longer than
sparse on
3
the
weeks.
details.
That took like 6 weeks.
I played it
Just because
twice.
of work, though.
I played it twice. I just have dementia. Well, speaking of playing it twice, they don't have New Game Plus. All the old games came
that's
with
just
New Game
modern
Plus.
gaming, all right?
I hate
Modern
that.
games don't have New Game Plus because that's hard.
Like,
Because the
for
New
some
Game
reason.
no,
God of War 2018, it took like 2 or 3 months for them to actually add New Game Plus as an update to the game.
and it was so good. But they should have just come with the game. I don't know why they don't just make it a part of the game. It's not even that much to add.
That'd be too hard, man.
Just add new items.
We can't have finished games right out the gate.
Just add new items and play the game again. It's literally not. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
All right, so they go to Groa's shrine. What did they learn there? Where they learned like, oh, Tyr's in a fucking cave in the dwarf land somewhere.
Yeah, and then they go to Dwarfland. That's literally it. They're just like,
They go there right from the Groa's shrine, or did they go to? Did they go there from Sindri's house?
Well, they go to Sindri's house, and then Sindri like repurposes, or Brock and Sindri repurpose.
Oh, that's
Mimir
right.
to open it.
They
Open
like
the
burned
gateways.
Mimir's eyes out, which was pretty funny.
That scene was actually
Brock
pretty
whipped
gold.
his cock out and started jerking off all over Mimir's head.
God damn it.
It was pretty cool.
That was pretty fucking
And
gold,
then
though.
They enter
Because of
Svartalfheim, which is just Farty from Fimbulwinter. That was a weird thing this game did, where
Farty?
it's like,
Yeah.
well, Fimbulwinter doesn't make everywhere snowier. Some places it makes more humid.
Oh yeah, weren't they having
makes-
like little earthquakes though? Because
They were having like little earthquakes or something.
yeah.
Yeah, because the gas kept leaking out. They were having earthquakes because like Fimbulwinter was just like releasing a bunch of gas. And on the topic of Fimbulwinter doing weird shit to different realms, they make a big thing about how
Wait.
the realms what?
I just thought about something. What causes Fimbulwinter?
I don't know.
Baldur's death.
I don't know why that causes
But why?
Fimbulwinter.
Because
That's
like,
just part
no-
of it in the
no-
Ragnarok prophecy.
In God of War like 3, you killed a god, there was an actual consequence to the world. Why is Baldur's death the only one that causes a consequence?
Well, in Ragnarok, I think this is even in the mythical prophecy, but Ragnarok is started when Baldur dies.
I think it
And
has to do...
and they killed Baldur in the last game, and if you notice the
I don't know.
like snowflake that fell on his cheek as he goes snow. That's what started Fimbulwinter.
I think it has to do with the curse that Freya put on him to make him immortal. Once he dies, I think it lifts that curse, and whatever built-up energy it had or something like that might cause Fimbulwinter.
See, because I might not have been paying attention enough for that, but like it just didn't feel like it was really explained that well. Like,
Yeah, they really didn't go into it, which is... I mean, that's not necessarily a problem, but like...
but it feels like Fimbulwinter is an actual force that denotes when Ragnarok's coming, but it doesn't explain why it's a thing that does that.
Yeah, I wish they did just have sort of like a passing line of just like, oh, wonder why that happened, or like
Because
something.
they have a line about how Fimbulwinter affects their magic and how they don't have the magic anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like, but why?
Yeah, like it creates like a whole new like genre of enemy because of Fimbulwinter, and it's like, why the fuck did that happen?
Oh yeah, the magic. I think it's because what they said was Fimbulwinter was like
it's
killing off the magic, and so the magic like but the magic's like a living force or something, so it materializes.
I mean, that's how they
into
explain
like
those whites.
It
later
was
on.
it was that the magic of the realm was like fighting back against people. So I think like whatever Freya did to Baldur was like so devastating to magic that magic was just like, all right, fuck you guys.
Listen.
I don't know.
Midgard is easily the worst off like location in all these.
Yeah.
Like fucking Svartalfheim gets a more like Svartalfheim because
so
it gets gassier.
I get why
That
they
was
didn't
funny,
make all
wasn't
the realms just like a winter wonderland or whatever.
that would
because
have
of
been very
Fimbulwinter.
boring.
I mean, it would have been boring in some way, but like that probably would have been more mythologically accurate.
It doesn't look
Right.
like it's devastating those realms, though, is the thing.
No,
Like,
well,
Midgard
it
being
should've
snowier is straight up killing everything.
All right, well that's
Svartalfheim. I keep saying it wrong.
Svartal.
all right. Well,
Fine.
that's something I was trying to bring up. It was Midgard is pretty much the only realm that suffers any significant change due to Fimbulwinter. Like it's completely
Maybe it's because
frozen
that's
over.
where Baldur dies.
I mean, probably, but like that.
But they
the other
said it
realms
affected-
still get
Yeah.
an effect. Like Svartalfheim gets real gassy, and it
And
causes
earthquakey.
earthquakes, and then Alfheim, the fucking light of Alfheim, just starts like spazzing out a little bit, and that's it.
It doesn't
And then-
do anything really to them.
Yeah, and then nothing else. No realm
Well,
other than
Vanaheim gets like more humid, they said, which is a pretty lame.
Well, like,
Who
how
cares?
do you see that? Though?
I don't know.
What was
I
the-
know for a fact they
Actually,
commented.
That's a good point. What was the point of having Fimbulwinter if it barely does anything outside of Midgard?
yeah.
Like
there wasn't.
There should have been like in Svartalfheim like little gaseous traps or something that you have to avoid in combat.
I mean,
or
you
something
use
like
gas.
Yeah.
If anything, the gas helps because you use it to solve all the puzzles, which that's all. Svartalfheim is like an hour of puzzles until you get to the fucking dwarf
Well,
settlement.
there's a couple of bits of combat, like little bits.
A lot of the puzzles are also optional. Like
And you fight the battle toads throughout all of them. Snot, mucus, and cum puddle, or whatever their name is.
God damn it!
I really liked the whale quest. The whale quest was really cool.
What's that in? Yeah, that was Svartalfheim.
Okay, so like side quests like that are cool, but like at the same time, it's like it was a bit annoying hearing like the dialogue is different, but it feels samey to me. That was my ultimate issue with a lot of side quests in this game. Is like when you do something, it just feels like, oh yeah, we have to do this. Oh yeah, we have to do this. Oh yeah, we have to do this. Please help me do this. Please help me do this. It felt like it kept repeating in some way. Like Mimir just non-stop drags on himself for that whale quest and the oil towers and everything.
Well, I mean, I can understand.
And I get why, but like...
I thought it was cool that they were able to incorporate Mimir in like a very Kratos way in this, as like someone who did a lot of bad shit in his an old man and
it's like the last
did bad shit in his youth and is trying to atone for them.
Svartalfheim's side quests are like the last time where Mimir is actually like a genuine character, because like after
the rest of this game he's just like a fucking like used condom like that everyone steps on.
He's like
and goes ew afterwards.
Yeah.
Why did they make him so comedic in this game, like a foil almost?
They made him like comic relief. He was like the kicking boy, which was annoying.
I think we'll discuss that during Vanaheim, because the Vanaheim section I think is where he's like really being used as like a fleshlight.
Well, I mean, once you start hanging out with Freya,
and he's got an open throat hole.
Don't write that down like that.
It's
Mimir
not
fleshlight. That's how I'll remember.
It's not necessarily just the Vanaheim part or the Vanaheim section where that really begins. It's just when Freya starts hanging out. She like really digs into him, and it's like Mimir's responsible for you getting married to Odin and like some bad stuff, but like really he's. Like, just because he's a severed head doesn't mean you have to, like, treat him like the kicking boy. Like, Kratos is way more responsible. Yeah, Kratos is more responsible for your suffering than Mimir is. And you have to realize that Mimir is...
No, she's responsible for her own suffering. She did that dumb shit to Baldur. She like everyone else. I'm sick of that bullshit.
True.
But what you did to my son... You fucking put the curse on him. He hated you because of that.
Guys, we're jumping into a lot of topics here.
Guys,
well,
settle
that's
down.
That's mainly the previous game, though.
Yes, it was.
We can talk about the previous game.
Where were we on the Svartalfheim thing?
I was talking...
there was one thing I wanted to bring up.
You were talking about the puzzles before the town. But...
First of all,
I was talking about the fucking whale.
We get the puzzles in this game are another thing I want to critique, because like half the puzzles are just busy work of you like finding a fucking switch and throwing the axe at it. The whole puzzle is that the switch is hard to find because we hit it, and it's also like not very well like it's not very like distinct from the rest of the environment.
Also, it's not even that well hidden once you find it.
And then you throw an axe at it, and that's the whole puzzle.
Yeah, that and everyone around you will, as soon as you set foot in the puzzle area, they'll just be like, "That's how you solve it."
Yeah,
unless it's a difficult puzzle in which they'll keep their fucking mouths shut for whatever reason.
They give you like 10 seconds to solve it yourself, and then all of a sudden they're just like, "I think you have to do this, brother." It's like, thanks, man.
Shut up, Mimir.
You would literally have
I'm using you as a flashlight now because you won't shut the fuck up while I'm trying to solve the puzzles.
Like, goddamn, like, is this modern gaming for people? Like, we
were playing easy puzzles, people talking a lot.
Dude, we were playing on the highest difficulty, and we didn't even get an ounce of breathing room before we could solve a puzzle on our own. And the puzzles weren't hard to begin with. Like, if you get stuck on those, I can't imagine.
The fact that the puzzles are mostly like, oh, find this really hard to find thing, and then it doesn't give you time to find it before the other characters start talking to you, and then the hint they give you is also not useful for solving the puzzle. It's the fucking audacity of these fucking developers.
Also,
find the lever to open
throw it at the lever, brother. Where's the lever? Oh, you're not going to tell me that. Cool.
Weren't there like 2 puzzles, though, that were like genuinely difficult, but then your characters don't talk at all to help?
No.
There's instances like that. Like, there's this one in Alfheim. It's an optional one, so I guess I understand why they don't talk about it. But it is very, like, you have to, like, I don't even remember how you do it. Never mind. But anyways, the fucking whale. I was talking about the whale.
But we had to bring up the puzzles really fast. In
the puzzles are annoying, specifically the characters revolving around them.
Well, I also wanted to bring up how when you go into that elf town, like how shit this
dwarf town.
Shut up. How this dwarf town. When you step into this dwarf town, first of all, I think a bunch of those dwarves are Odin.
At least,
which is kind of cool.
One of them.
Yeah.
I think 1 or 2 of them is Odin.
There's one that spits at you that is most likely Odin.
I could see that.
Is that just a theory or is that like legit?
It's legit.
All right,
because
so to you guys at home, they haven't done a certain quest. They like it's complicated, but there's
it's
a
like
post game
endgame
there's a
stuff.
post game
Yes.
quest that explains some of the stuff that they haven't played. So they're in the dark on that a little bit, but I know what they're talking
yes,
about.
we're like 98% of the way through the game. I think that qualifies us to fucking discuss it.
Look, we're
Yeah,
on Give Me God of War difficulty, and we're just stuck on a Valkyrie boss.
We're just trying to beat Gná right now.
It's just stupid.
Yeah.
It's just badly designed.
They literally just
bunch of
have
the bosses in
Gná
this
left,
game are.
and
Well,
then,
no,
No, I actually think most of the bosses are fine. But
they literally just have Gná left, and then a little special something in Niflheim.
What happens after you go through the town? You like walk through it for like an hour to get up. Okay, no, you collect the sounding arrows. You sound Atreus.
sounding arrows.
Wait, let me talk about the fucking whale.
We're getting
To the whale, man. It's right after the Durlin part.
We're leaving the whale.
No, it's
no. The whale.
no, it's in between the sounding arrows.
Let me just talk about the
Atreus,
whale.
present me
goddammit.
your cock.
No, we're
The
in the
whale-
town. We're about
the
to
whale-
leave the town.
The whale part is a really cool part. I really like that they like are able to address the like they do the
You know what?
the
Just
like
because he's doing
saddled
this, I don't
man
like the whale anymore.
the saddled man thing with Mimir and the whale. But it's weird how they like treat that like his biggest crime. And Kratos is on his case about it. It's like, Kratos, you've killed way more and
killed
way
millions
better.
of people,
I don't
man.
know why
Yeah.
they did this throughout the game. This is like another weird little thing, and this has to do with the whale too. But every time it's animal related, it's way more like ham-fisted with what it wants to say, and I don't get it. Like
ease off the gas a little bit.
Kratos questions him about getting oil from this whale for lamp
It was like lamp oil for the Aesir.
yeah, lamp oil from a whale, and it's like, yeah, that's how that works back in the day. Like, big shock. They had to use animals for like products they were trying to use.
Kratos
Like,
says as
wouldn't
he's
question
walking
that.
around wearing leather pants.
Kratos while he's doing the
While
Wolver
he's
execution.
Kratos and exists.
Kratos while doing the Wolver execution.
Kratos after he has genocided like an entire part of the planet.
Yeah,
I fucked up my own part of the planet. This is rough.
Yeah, an extinction level event, and he's like, "You bullied a whale? Shut the fuck
Oil.
up!"
4 letters.
That is a bit of weird.
a whale
writing.
that's like a mile long, apparently, and living in a lake.
Yeah,
I
the
think
fact
it's
that
all right,
already in a
Kratos.
lake. It's like
That thing's not leaving, man.
Yeah. Also, how deep is that lake? That is.
I have to
That is
believe
a
that
big
lake
ass
is
lake.
like 1,000 feet deep.
That is so fucking.
Maybe there's just like a
creepy.
giant tunnel that goes down and leads to the ocean or
That
something.
is scarier than even Fat Thor. That's horrifying.
That's your thalassophobia talking, man. What happens after... So you get the optional whale quest, you go to Durlin, and Durlin is like showing off his fucking...
Octopus.
His pet octopus, really cute.
Yeah.
Diener, get it?
Alright, so when I first saw Durlin, I got really excited because like I don't know who
Looks like
does
Meat
the
Canyon.
he does look like Meat Canyon.
Good mocap.
Yeah, really good mocap.
The way he walks he like moves his ass to like walk. He just like flexes a butt cheek and it lifts his leg off the ground.
Whoever does the mocap for Durlin, and so good, dude. Like the way he like how twitchy he is.
His voice and voice actor were great.
I was so disappointed at the end of the game when I found out that like that was the only scene of him that you see mocapped. It's so he's so good.
Also-
He's like in the rest of the game, but he barely talks.
And
he's a major player.
That's one of 2 scenes where he actually talks to the player. Because the third scene, he doesn't talk to you at all. He's just there.
He's just a lampshade
Yeah,
next
think
to
about- think
Odin.
about that. So
Maybe no. I feel like there's more. They're brief. Well, I'm also thinking of side quests.
Wasn't Durlin supposed to be like a former resistance leader? He like worked with Kratos'
Yeah,
wife.
that's
he's not even former. He still is a resistance leader.
yeah. One of the side quests is to bring like the hammer. That's the symbol for the resistance. But not only
yeah.
that, but
yeah.
guarded
That's right.
by Ormstunga the god.
That
We'll
should
get
have
to
been the
him at
final
some
boss.
point.
So there was Another thing about Durlin that's like overlooked is he built all the like heavy weaponry for Asgard and intentionally built a flaw into them that was pivotal during Ragnarok, and nobody fucking talks about it. He's a huge part of the story, and nobody talks about him.
He's extremely vital, and yet he's barely in the story.
And his acting is so fucking good. I wanted more of him. They did Durlin dirty. It was
Dirtly.
that was
That was did.
Say that 4 times
They
fast.
did Durlin dirty.
They dirtled Dean Durlin.
Yeah,
Let's move on past Durlin now.
I can't. He's such a Chad.
I love Durlin. I want to like bite a chunk out of his butt like an apple.
I did feel like it was a bit...
As he waddles away from me. Damn, I hate to see him go, but I love to watch him leave, you know?
I will say, I did think it was like nice and heartwarming when you did the like the mining rig quests for Mimir, and Kratos is trying to comfort Mimir. But imagine if you do that in between the whale quest at the same time, and he scolds Mimir, and then he goes to the rig, and he's like, "Don't feel bad," and then he scolds Mimir, and like,
there is some parts where I'm like, did they write this dialogue like side by side? Because I don't feel like they would have done this.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
I definitely think that's a product of the fact that they had so many side writers. Like, a lot of those people must have handled side content or like little conversations.
I will give them this: these games at least do make an argument in favor of Kratos' position. Like, even in the first game, when Mimir realizes he's the ghost of Sparta, even Mimir's like, don't get me wrong, brother, the Pantheon had it coming. Like, it's treated like Kratos, the Pantheon of gods, of Greek gods, definitely needed to die. Kratos just, like, went a little too hard with it and killed everything else in doing so. But
you can't be an extinction level event and have it, like, everyone be comfortable around you.
This is a classic case of too many dicks in a fleshlight. Where
why do you keep... Okay. I'm just going to stop you and try to reset your brain, all right?
No, I'm talking about the writing, what you're talking about. That was my segue.
But why do you... Stop talking about penises and stop talking about fleshlights.
No, it's funny. It is funny!
No, it's not funny.
I will fight you on this, all right?
Oh,
try to stop me from talking about dicks on my own podcast.
Before we move on past the rigs, that's another like positive note.
Yeah, we've been on Spotify for like 20 minutes
because there's a lot of fucking. Well, I mean,
okay, this is where the side content starts coming.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think we've been keeping it pretty good.
So, like, I really like that the side quests you do in Svartalfheim, and even in some of the other realms, actually have a physical change to the realm as a whole.
Like the whale is just there for the rest after you free it.
Yeah, and then also, once you shut down the rigs, the fish return. You can see the fish jumping out of the water and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was super cool.
Is that the only realm that does that, though?
No.
One disappointing thing to me,
that's right.
that I do remember, was there was that giant dragon corpse. That nothing ever came of that. Like, I thought there were going to be giant dragons later on.
That dragon statue, if you go back there with the
the thing that awakens the trolls.
Yeah, the dragon statue wakes up and it'll fight you.
The dragon? No, I'm talking about the giant dragon.
It's right next to the big dragon. The big dragon does nothing.
I know, but I was expecting something that large in the game.
That's true.
Something on that scale, because in the previous game there was a big ass dragon.
There were 4 big-ass dragons.
Well, but
I thought they would take part in Ragnarok.
No, 5.
I think we'll hold off on that until we get to the Asgard section at the end.
I almost forgot about that. Don't let me forget.
Yes. Let me write that down, actually.
But yeah, so... I don't know. That was a little disappointing to me, seeing those giant bones, and then nothing... You never see anything like that.
I wish we learned who that was. Like, I wish we learned some lore.
Some lore about the dragon. Did you know you can find Baldur's dragon in Asgard?
Yeah, if you go there,
just like its mummified corpse hanging off of a fucking mountain.
It's not mummified.
I think it's behind Tyr's temple. Actually,
no, I had to find that for what was it like?
There's also a buried treasure there.
Buried treasure.
It's underneath the dragon.
Who buried that there? I thought all the people were gone in Midgard.
It was a dwarf.
Whatever.
A dwarf showed up there to
either way.
Or I think it was. It was next to a dwarf. So the map was next to a dwarf.
After
corpse.
Durlin, though, you go up the mountain on like that minecart thing.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
And
the fucking wretches and grims And all those things need to calm the fuck down. There are way too many. Like, I get it.
I like being
Svartalfheim's-
overwhelmed by fodder, kind of,
I
but
know,
they're,
but they're-
like, really annoying to fight.
They're like the only enemy, and they're so fucking, like, butt-fucky.
I think the way those wretches work should just be a little different. Like, there should be more of them, but they shouldn't do as much damage. And then you should just be able to one-shot any of them, like, automatically.
You should really be able to clear
Yeah,
those
on
things
Give
out.
Me God of War difficulty, those things kind of, like, just soak up blade
Dude, they
hits.
fucking...
Yeah, and they like, take a chunk out of you every time they hit
Every
you.
time they jump at you, like, they're getting fired out of a fucking Nerf gun or something, they do, like, half your health and damage, though. Just like...
Like, it's one thing if we had, like, some runic attacks to use against them that could, like, clear
yeah.
the area, but that's one thing I wanted to discuss about this
Dude, the
game.
runic attacks take
Fucking-
so long
The
to get.
pacing on picking up the runic attacks
Oh
is
my
so fucking bad in this game. Don't you collect, like, 4 light runic attacks for the axe before you get a single heavy attack for it?
Yes, it takes so
Yes.
fucking long.
4 out of 5 fucking attacks.
And the blades get shafted for a long time.
You don't
Yes.
pick up a single runic attack for them for, like, half of the main story,
It's
dude.
so annoying. And it's even worse for Atreus, because you get, like... So, in the previous game, Atreus has, like, so many
Options.
of those runic attacks. And then,
Or runic
in this
summons.
game, you would think
He
that
has, like, 3 in this game.
he has
he has 4.
Whoa!
3 of them... He has 4. 3 of them are from the previous game. They added a single one back. And if they were going to just port some from the previous game, they should have ported all of them and then just added more. But they didn't.
I know, I missed that AoE elk.
Yeah, how hard would it have been to just have, like...
Well, now you ride an ibex. It's like the only one that
Also-
that you, like, ride or anything
Also,
like that.
ibexes are not Nordic.
Shut up.
I like the other.
That is a cool attack, but, like, it would have been cool if it was just the reindeer one.
Why can't- I don't know. Like I don't know what animal they could have replaced it with, but like
A different kind of
the pacing
ram?
on runic summons and runic attacks in general was horrible in this game.
Yeah, it was really god-awful.
Like, even if they just gave us 1 or 2 here and there, rather than like all of them at the mid game and then end game.
The audacity of this game as well to put a bunch of those gold runic chests everywhere, and then you open it and it's like a fucking like used condom inside of it, or whatever other bullshit things they put inside of those. It's like, fuck you! Stop doing that! Just put runic attacks in these chests.
You got a fistful of belly button lint.
It's, neat. This belly button lint belongs to Odin. I'm like, okay.
I don't care.
Give me a fucking runic attack game. Wait a minute. We were just bitching about the enemies in Svartalfheim, and that's what brought us to the runic attacks.
yeah,
But
yeah.
So we
we make our way
we're
through
up
the
on
caves.
the mountain, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and Grimm's and their family
This
are
is
booty
where-
cheeks. I
This
don't
is
like
where
them.
the cart section with that fucking... That part was really funny, where you just, like, cartel video the fucking troll's head off. That's one of the
damn
only
it.
brutal sections of this game.
Yeah, that was actually kind of fucked up. That troll was like, ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch, guys, you landed on top of me.
I made the joke.
Let me help
of,
you
like,
out.
Yeah, I made that joke.
That
of,
guy
like,
wasn't even gonna kill us.
What if he was just friendly? Like, hey, are you all right?
Are you guys okay? Ah!
That would be so
Kratos
funny.
was just like, not another fucking troll fight!
Imagine if in the lore of that troll, like in the codex, it was just like, oh, we found out after the fact that this was the only friendly troll.
He just lived up here and he used to help the dwarves mine things.
It's funny because
He stood up there waiting for his friends for a long time.
That'd be so sad.
I feel bad.
if they had given us a troll fight right there, it wouldn't have even been that bad because like it would have been a long time since we got there. That was like 8 or 9 hours into the game for you and I anyway.
Well, we kept having...
We kept dying to like
Our fucking playthrough lasted, what, like 60 hours by the end? Like 70?
Dude, your guys
68, I think.
I had to like do something else while you guys were playing because like the length of time it takes you guys to get through a fight is unbearable.
It depends on
dude.
the fight.
That's
but-
because the fights were fucking hard on that difficulty,
Dude,
man.
I know, I understand why it's like that, but like from the perspective of somebody who's not playing it, it's like brushing your teeth with a belt sander, dude. It's awful.
It's hard, man.
It was fucking fun to me, but like
I like it when we
little
finally beat
things
those
where I was like,
fuckers.
God damn it, why would they do this? But
Holy shit, we are still in Spartalfheim. Let's get out. Let's get out of this fucking land before we go on any more tangents.
before.
Okay, well, you rescue Tyr, and it's like...
Yeah, you go through all those caves. Does anything of
That's
note
like a
happen
mine
in
or
those
something?
caves?
Not really. I mean,
just
like, you
run
find
in-
out that Tyr's a pacifist, and, like, I don't really have any complaints
You
about
walk
that
up to the
section.
fucking college drug dealer. He's very tall.
I don't have any complaints for that
He
section.
does look like that.
And actually, it made more sense, later on with a little revelation, right? I don't want to like talk about
I
it
don't want to
yet.
spoil anything before we get to it, really.
I don't want to talk about it yet, but like the pacifist shit was like bothering me for a while because the way he was talking about it was really annoying. And
He
I'll
was
just
like
say it
fart
made sense
sniffing
after a
about
while.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense in
It
hindsight.
is pretty annoying.
With the power of hindsight, it makes sense.
But, like, so I don't have anything that's,
Beta
like...
male tier.
For that whole section, I
Goddamn.
don't have anything that's, like, particular... Like, I don't have anything to, like, really shit on it for, and I don't really have anything to, like, commemorate it for. But, or, like... I don't know.
Spartalfheim was a long section of the game.
Well,
Yeah,
not
that part lasted a
Spartalfheim as
long time. It got boring after a while. Like, oh, cool, more brown rocks.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
But
It wasn't too bad though.
I like
It was.
Svartalfheim.
It was a well-designed area.
Post game. There's like a section in the mines, of like where you'll have to like backtrack to get a bunch of stuff like late game, in those mines that Tyr is imprisoned in, and when you're not like actively progressing through the mines and like making like visible progress, so you know where you have and haven't been, that shit is labyrinthian. It is so annoying to traverse.
It is hard to tell where you're supposed to go.
think-
That's how a lot of this game is, kind of, where like you kind of just get lost walking around, and then you look up it, and then you look, and there's just like a traversal point for the blades. It's like, oh, couldn't have made that a little brighter?
Yeah, or in
It's
literally
just faded fucking paint on rocks.
in those
I don't know.
mines.
I didn't have much of a problem with that.
Listen,
I don't
it depends
know,
on
I don't
the
know if
area.
you guys went back into that area, but in those mines, in order to
We
get
did.
like out to one side, you have to like slip through a crack in the ground and then like grapple up a hole. It's a lot. It's a lot to get to like through that area. It's a bit unnecessary.
All right.
And
After
then
we rescued Tyr
Tyr.
from there, we get outside.
you basically
That was the weird part. Was that
There's-
was the introduction of the Einherjar. You find a bunch of them in the cave, and then you go outside, and the Einherjar are like crashing around you like fucking meteors, and you fight one guy, and you're out of there. Like, what was the point of all that epic shit then?
Yeah, that was
Like,
weird.
All right, so once the revelation is revealed, I'm just gonna say it now because like there's no point in like pussyfooting around it. Tyr turns out to be Odin in disguise, which is like the reveal is actually pretty good. Like it's like, oh shit, that was damn.
Yeah.
So looking back on scenes like that, having only one Einherjar try to actually stop you, kind of makes sense because it's like he wanted you to take him back to your lair so that he could spy on you, which makes perfect sense, honestly. It was a really good plan. Too bad it didn't fucking go anywhere.
What do you mean it didn't go anywhere? Like,
Well, I mean, like, Odin spends that whole game, like, spying on you, and then, like, his plan doesn't change, like, at all.
They're actually. Go on. I just remembered something.
He doesn't get a leg up in any way for spying on you all that time.
Yeah, he goes there to take the mask from you, and Kratos just gets the mask back before he
he
leaves.
wasn't even
Yeah.
there for the mask to begin with.
Well, no, he was just there to
yeah.
spy, but then he realized that, like, Atreus could, like, unlock mask pieces, and then he went to get the
There-
mask, and Atreus lost both, left, didn't gain any advantage during Ragnarok, kind of didn't
Yeah,
pay
he
off
did.
at
That
all.
kind of didn't. He's actually right about that. I guess we can
We'll get
discuss
back
that
to
more after once we get to that twist.
Yeah,
But
well,
that is a good
Other
point.
than that, other than like the single Einherjar at that
No.
point, there wasn't anything else about that section. They just talked and like went back to Sindri's house.
Yeah, and after that, what was it? No. All right, so after or during that, Atreus and
Sindri.
like sneak off to go. Atreus wants to go talk to Freya, and Sindri's like, "How about we talk to the World Serpent, and then I don't take you to Freya." And that scene, that whole section was actually pretty good. Getting to play as Atreus, he's actually like surprisingly quick. We keep talking about how he should have gotten like a sword or something, and I know he gets Ingrid later, but like Ingrid's more of like a turret than a sword. Like Atreus could be like a legitimately fearsome fighter if he had anything but a fucking stick to hit people with.
Yeah, that is the most frustrating shit about playing as Atreus. He moves so nimbly and his bow controls well.
It feels...
But holy shit, going from Kratos, where you're just ripping motherfuckers apart with your bare hands, to Atreus, where he's fucking hitting people with like a stick the entire time.
It feels
is
a bit
so
like,
jarring.
It feels like a bit of modern writing where they were just like,
bow and arrow, bow and arrow, bow and arrow.
Atreus is a bit more passive, even though they're constantly showing him stab shit
and killing things.
He also turns into fucking Bjorn.
Well, no,
How's
but
that
like,
passive?
I feel like his style of combat in general, when he's not transformed, of course, it feels more like passive, like no rage whatsoever. And I get that's the point, but like,
I didn't get that.
He could still.
I felt he was just more graceful.
He could be graceful with a sword, though.
Yeah, he could.
So
and
like,
I don't know why he doesn't have one.
Yeah, you find when you finally get a
think,
sword with the fucker, it's just like, oh, it floats around and attacks things for you. Like
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think they purposefully made it so he doesn't use a sword. Like, use it himself.
We got enough people who are like sword wielders in this franchise, and we don't need another one. Why not? This is the main character.
They only have one.
Give him a different melee weapon then. Like, why does that?
Give him like a little axe or something. Like,
or
like two hatchets or something.
Or just like dueling knives or something like that.
Or a handgun.
Glock. Give Atreus a fucking Glock.
No.
That would still look lame.
But there that whole section. Huh?
No, there was something about this section that did bug me, though.
Really?
In hindsight.
Wait,
like
Svartalfheim or Atreus' section?
Atreus' section.
Oh,
because you talk to the World Serpent, and then he just fucks off for the rest of the game.
I wanted to mention that.
He does.
He didn't.
They did not know what to do with the World Serpent in this game, dude.
Dude,
he's just napping on the mountains in the background the entire time.
The plot with all the giants is so frustrating to me because like it felt like they were edging the giants for the past 2 games, or like for this game and the previous game, and then they just do nothing with it. Which
the giants are really dead.
We'll really booty clap that once we get to Jotunheim.
The best section.
Is it fucking soon? Oh yeah, it is soon.
It's very soon,
dude. But that whole section, I didn't really have any complaints aside from the World Serpent being useless. And
that's
you
like
know,
a whole
weird
game complaint.
Yeah, and like I think this is supposed to be like a personality trait for Atreus, but it rather than coming off as like quirky and fun, it just comes off as sort of like deranged. Like he talks to himself all the time, but not in like a healthy way. He like pretends that he's other people, and it's like that's kind of weird.
He's talking to himself like a schizophrenic. It's not like we all talk to ourselves in here. It's a good way to organize your thoughts, but holy shit, if I was having full conversations in other people's place by myself in my kitchen, I would get a little worried.
You can talk to yourself in such a way where it's just like you're imagining talking to another person, but you don't usually talk as the other person.
Yeah, that's odd. That's real strange.
Let's see what happens after. So he's talking to himself on his way to Freya. He gets there.
The scene with Freya is actually pretty like sick. To see her like
Hildisvíni is in her tent for some reason.
Yeah, that
as his pig form.
Yeah, weird.
We'll get to more of that later.
I do want to mention the whole Hildisvíni thing, like how they mentioned that. I don't think they even planned for that in this game. There's no way they did in the 2018 game, but in this game, he's in the tent as the pig to, like, call back to that pig from the first game, and then later he just waltzes in, hey, I'm Hildisvíni, I was her pig.
Yes,
who?
I'm a human now.
Also, what... I don't want to say it, but you know, like he's an animal.
You're gonna make a racist joke, aren't you?
No, it's not a joke. It's
racist joke of the podcast. Drew, wow us.
It's legitimately concerning that they made the only black dude. Well, I mean, there's Angrboda, she's black.
There's Angrboda's grandma gorilla.
Shut up.
Yeah, if it was just Hildisvíni, it would have been like, okay, I guess not. But making alright. Again, this is
wait until Hildisvíni actually gets introduced.
We should also wait to talk about Gorilla for Jotunheim because, oh my god, It's weird. It's weird. I'll definitely admit that it's weird.
That's what I was trying to say when we were playing the game, but like we'll get to that. Whatever.
Yeah, we'll wrap back around to that, but it is certainly strange.
The scene with Freya though was good.
Yeah, that seeing her like all like regaining her warrior spirit and stuff like that.
Can I just say she looks like a meth head throughout the rest of the game anyway?
Yeah, she doesn't seem to wipe off her mascara ever.
Yeah,
which is
It
strange.
doesn't
Weird.
look like a warrior look to me. It looks like a meth head.
She looks
maybe they
insane.
did that, but
Yeah, it like see like when she's doing that when she's all like
the
sharpening
extreme
her
eyeshadow and everything.
Yeah, she's like staring into a fire, sharpening a sword with like the crazy mascara. It's like yeah, she might hurt
This
you.
is serious meth head energy
like-
you're conveying right now.
Yeah,
Freya.
like,
Which is cool, but like when she becomes your friend, it's just like, why do you wash your face? When was
Hey
the last
Atreus,
time
why
took a
didn't you
shower?
leave the fucking
shower.
arrowhead that killed her son with Sindri?
Yeah,
That was an odd thing you did. What happens after their little talk where she's just like, get out of here, I'm gonna sound you with your sounding arrows?
what?
If you don't know what sounding is, go to
Sound.
sounding
no,
on
don't do
Reddit.
Go visit the sounding subreddit. I'm one of the moderators there.
God damn it. That could be
so
legit too.
He just goes
I could be telling the truth. You don't know.
God damn it.
after that. They go back to Sindri's house, and then
After
like
Atreus'
they give
really
such a
long
weak-
pee.
They give such a weak answer. They come back after like this like several hour long trip, and Kratos is like, "Where have you been?" And Atreus is like peeing, and then they don't bring it up again.
You couldn't have just lied and said you were visiting your like dead dog Fenrir. I don't think we covered that guy at all, but it's not that important.
Well, Kratos didn't want him to go anywhere at all. Like,
Yeah,
oh, I guess that's true.
I mean, like,
he could
Yeah,
have just
but-
said, "I was talking to Sindri outside" or something.
yeah, he could have said literally
Sindri
anything
also
more
left.
believable.
Or I went with Sindri somewhere.
Well, no, he didn't want.
I
to
guess,
believe
yeah,
that.
Kratos was still pissed at Sindri after he discovered that he was helping him.
Yeah, he might have just like squashed Sindri like a soda can. If that
Walked up to Sindri.
Sindri would have been like, "Did you wash your hands?"
That was pretty much the whole segment, though. At least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they go back to Sindri. Yeah, you're right. They went back to Sindri's house. There was a little hint that I wrote down here regarding like Tyr's real identity in this part that you won't really catch. But when they ate Brock's mystery sausages, I hope to God that those were actually sausages.
What if those were,
Brock
like,
was
what if those were other Hild's beanies?
No.
what?
The scene is like, "Hey, are these sausages?" Sure,
sure.
why not?
It's like, what the
What
fuck
the
are
fuck
these,
are
Brock?
those, Brock?
I would have stopped eating immediately. I don't trust Brock to procure food at all.
Are these dicks, Brock? Did you feed me dicks?
Yes.
Like animal dicks or something.
Not gonna let them go to waste.
But no,
am
an
I?
interesting
Well,
hint
that's
about
what I
that.
mean. Like, what if those were like Hild's beanies in the past and he just killed them?
Hildsvini's weenies.
I don't think Brock would be hesitant to eat, like, be a cannibal whatsoever if he were hungry
No,
enough.
but they don't have to be in human form. What if they were in animal form and they were murdered?
What if
Then
they
we
were in
wouldn't even
human
know.
form and they were murdered?
Also, they're
They
different.
kept going.
Also, they're different species, so it wouldn't matter.
That's true.
Hey, shut up.
All right.
Got
Wait,
it.
you guys keep interrupting me, you dinguses.
sorry.
So the sausage hint there was that when Tyr eats it and he's like disgusted by them, why would he be disgusted by them if he were a prisoner? He'd eat anything at that point.
That's true.
And the-
Yeah, and he's like a really good cook. Where would he have like learned how to? Well, I mean, I guess he's been alive for a long time, but like, yeah, that is a good point. Like, why would he know that?
If I were eating nothing but hardtack and water, I would eat any source of protein I could get at that point.
Yeah, he'd be severely malnourished. He'd be eating fucking fried cock if it was presented.
Gladly eating fried cock. The foreskin gets extra crispy.
I mean,
Peel it like a banana.
you know.
That sheath of skin fries up in the oil real nice. All right, my mouth's starting to water. I'm getting a bit hungry. So, what happens here? He's like, I will start making us food. Let's go to Alfheim.
I don't remember how they transitioned to going to Alfheim.
I know Tyr is the one who broached going to Alfheim. I don't know what Odin would have gotten out of that.
Yeah, honestly have no
Maybe
clue.
getting them killed or something. I don't know. Like,
What was the point? I can't even. I really don't understand what the point of that was.
Yeah, I maybe
If you know, leave it in the comments or something. We won't really read them, but we'll delete them if you're hateful towards us.
God damn it.
And block you. We'll never read a goddamn word in your comments.
That's not true. I'll moderate this.
we'll mail
We
you.
will delete them and block you if you're mean to us, though. That was true.
Yeah.
We'll mail you an envelope full of pee.
I don't know if that works. That poor mailman.
I was going to make a joke, but it would have been taken as a terroristic threat. Let's just move on. So they get to Alfheim, and
Alfheim was actually badass.
yes, I loved fighting the Light Elves. They were a really cool enemy.
Yeah.
I loved the incorporation
the
of the
only
shield
problem
into
was,
combat.
They were so
combat.
badass.
The only problem was we had to play before the patch came out, so like the sound
Oh, that's
was
one
broken.
thing we did forget to mention
yeah.
that how
The sound
busted
was-
the sound files were.
Sound was
Yeah, when the game
fucked
first
up.
came out, the fucking sound was just broken.
That was very remember every time Atreus would use his grappling arrow,
It'd be the loudest thing in the
the
universe.
worst mixed shit ever,
And
and
then
then
on
a
top
bunch
of
of
that, I think-
story elements would just cut out.
I'm pretty sure all the audio for like rocks and stones and then explosions were they were all fucked up because they were
Yeah,
all
they were.
completely silent.
Also, can we stop accepting when game studios just release a game unfinished?
No, we
like
can't
why are we just like, yeah, that's standard.
To be fair, I could see something like that being like, oh, it didn't malfunction on our end before we released it.
Well, no, because they playtest
No,
that
'cause-
shit like millions of times.
Yeah,
and they're
there's
just
no
like,
way.
oh, we don't need to fix this before it goes.
Yeah, there's no way.
That's fucking lame. Whatever.
Yeah, that's really unexcusable, and like, yeah, it's unexcusable. There's no reason that it should be.
Inexcusable, you fucking child.
Shut the fuck up! I'll say what I want.
Wow,
But
how
Alfheim,
childish.
Alfheim was actually one of my favorite sections because like the
You
war
were
scenes-
revisiting like an old area from the previous game, which this
little
game
bit.
did not do
A
nearly
little
enough.
bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also like
Mostly the temple.
revisiting it and seeing all the like the new shit in it was really cool for one, but also like and the light elf fights, but it was also like beautiful. I don't know why. I
Don't
it
go
was
on about
so-
the deserts, man.
Okay, the deserts were actually. I really like the deserts, but
No
like
one
the
likes deserts, man. They're boring.
sand's coarse and irritating.
No, shut
But
up.
anyways, the
This is now a prequel memes podcast.
So
No,
I
stop.
played the game all the way through, and then while I was playing it, I watched them play it, and then I played it again while they were still playing it. So I was watching them go through areas, so I got like a non-gameplay perspective of just watching it, and watching them go through the war parts of Alfheim was like breathtaking, honestly, to watch like a full-scale war between the light elves and the dark elves and just like trying to like traverse it without getting killed
it was-
so
It was really cool.
awesome.
I really wish the game had more segments like that.
I know,
Like
it's
full-on
it would've been
battle?
Because
cool.
those were the parts where I was like the most excited and having so much fun. Even if I got like just murked immediately, I was like, oh, this is still so cool.
Yeah,
I don't understand why this game had so much trouble doing set pieces like that.
Yeah.
It's just because I honestly think developers are getting like more and more like lazy in terms of programming, because that takes a lot to program like all these things going on in the background and like working
They're
with the
just on like a
foreground and-
fucking animation loop. They don't get to use.
in some cases-
it's hard.
Sometimes they legitimately program battles in the background that do play out, but like that's very rare too. Like
they with how much money they had from the previous game, and like there's not really a reason why they shouldn't have if they're going to have that level of like great like, I don't even know you call it, cinematography. In order to have that level of cinematography in one section and then just not have it anywhere else, like have that level of like high quality and then chop it up with just like dog shit, is so
I
like
do think
it frustrating. Like
These-
Well,
finish the
this is
game,
not
dude.
like this is not a Pokemon level of like incompetence where Pokemon is like,
very true.
if it were that, goddamn, I'd be on a list somewhere.
the way you
Dude,
say
I-
Pokemon reminds me of Hillary
Pokemon.
Clinton. I'm just gonna put that
Pokemon
out
go to the polls.
No.
What? How am I saying it?
Pokemon.
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 Whatever. I'm not a fan of that dumb shit anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, that is insulting.
anyways.
Like that level of low quality.
Like-
but that we're not talking about
What
that.
I was gonna say which I completely forgot now because
Why did we go to Alfheim anyway? Was it literally just for Tierden to be like, war bad. Guys shouldn't go to war. Don't go to war. Guys, seriously, don't go to war. And then he leaves.
Very possibly. I do not remember any other reason. And then, like, after that,
You do that. Pretty much everyone does the Hafgafa after that, right?
I would assume so.
I mean, that was really cool.
The game kind of pushes you towards that. I did see, like, someone else playing it where they waited until the end of the game to do it with Freya. And Freya's like, it's a shame you didn't do this sooner. Atreus would have loved to save an animal. And it's like, that's cool that they added that little line of dialogue, because when you do it with Atreus, it's like
is really meaningful.
Yeah, Atreus comments how meaningful it was to him, and even Kratos is like, I just want to spend time with you.
Yeah, that scene was so
sounding.
Yeah. God damn it.
I should stop making sounding jokes.
That whole side quest was, like, fucking awesome. Like,
that was a neat side quest.
Yeah, releasing the Hafgafas and, like, watching them fly around the sky was, like, beautiful, for one. Having it clear the deserts in Alfheim, like having all the sandstorms settle, was a really cool detail to have tied to the Hafgafas. My only complaint about it was that the second Hafgafa, like when you rescue the second one, it's just not as impactful. Like in my second
die immediately after.
Well, no, I mean like the it doesn't mean as much to Kratos and Atreus, because I played it through. That was like the main difference between my two playthroughs is the first time I went with Freya, the second time, like the second Hafgafa, because that's just who's with you when you gain access to Alfheim again.
Yeah.
And then the next playthrough I waited until I had Atreus again, and then went back to do that Hafgafa quest. And if you do it with Atreus, it's just really not that impactful. Like there's like the end scene where they mate and release all the baby Hafgafas into the sky.
They made them really fast.
They do. And then
they just combine into a cloud.
They fucking explode.
What if those things like destroyed the ecosystem? Actually, that's what they did in Vanaheim. They just destroyed the local ecosystem, and they were like, "Now the dragons are gone! Yay!"
Yeah.
We'll discuss that when we get to the Vanaheim thing, though.
The crater is some real something special, but
it's a cool area. But we'll get to that later.
But it's just the second Hafgafa isn't as impactful. I wish they had like split it into two separate stories, or like to have, I don't know, having the first Hafgafa be so meaningful, and then to conclude the Hafgafa story and just not have it be as impactful was kind of disappointing.
Why wasn't it as impactful? What was the issue?
Well, once, like, the whole quest leading up to it, there's, like, they don't really go over any new territory. Like, Atreus and Kratos don't really talk about anything else that's, like, really significant until, like, the Hafgafa is finally released. And then, like, they both die, and Atreus is like, damn, that's a lot to do for your kid. And Kratos is like, every parent would do that for their child.
No, they wouldn't. Lots of parents would, like, throw their child to, like, a rabid dog to get away from it.
He says that he would do that for Atreus. But, yeah, that was the meaningful part of that second thing, if you go through a second run of
What
that.
happens here, when you go right back to Sindri's house,
Wait.
is... What?
There was something else I need to mention before we move on.
Go on.
That was the library where you find that, like document. Right?
Library. Are you talking about the one that those two elves
I totally forgot about that.
No, not the two elves. Or, yeah, I guess
the two elves.
Too.
There's a side...
Oh, the one where you fight that, like, mini-boss?
Which is just the same boss that was in the Light Elf Tower?
Yes.
She did hit, like, a fucking truck this time.
That was cool to see Kratos... Imagine being the first thing that Kratos has spared in a fight. I'd brag about that a ton.
Another woman.
Oh!
Again.
But,
what does that mean, Drew?
Yeah, Drew, what are you trying to say?
We'll get to that. But, no, so that document they found, I'm just gonna say it doesn't come up again later.
Oh my god!
What was the point of finding that?
That quest is so fuck. No,
it should have been
Now's the time for it.
No, but that was part of our fix. Remember, that was the idea we had.
We'll do the fix later, but like we're talking about the problem with that right now.
Oh yeah.
Like so basically, You get a quest from two of the members of Freyr's camp is a light elf and dark elf couple.
We're getting to that soon.
We'll talk about them.
Light elf and dark elf couple.
Yeah.
I don't
that's
remember.
fucking hot.
I don't remember their names at all.
Not they.
Who cares?
Yeah. Who fucking cares?
But yeah, you get a side quest from them.
You go to the
to
library.
come back to Alfheim.
Yeah, go to the library. Get.
I know
a
Linda
book.
and Berger and fucking Helga. Helga Pataki is there. Arnold.
I thought you were.
What?
Helga Pataki, dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fucking Hey Arnold. The tsundere from Hey Arnold.
No,
Okay,
don't say tsundere.
But you get the book and then you sell it to Sindri and then it never comes up again. It is the most anticlimactic
you
shit.
fucking sell it to him.
Yeah, and it's literally
I think you were supposed to bring that book back to the light and dark elf.
No, you can't.
Oh.
You can't bring it back to them. Literally,
What's
the quest.
the point of them giving it to you then?
You give it to Sindri so he can sell it to other people, but like, it doesn't contribute to the light elves and dark elves like reuniting. Like, it literally has no effect. It's literally just like, hey, here's this item you can now sell, and then you sell it, and
good,
that's
man.
it.
It's so,
stupid.
It like we're gonna say later, it should have been useful.
It should have been. We'll go over like what we think we like should have been done in place of it, but like, it is so dumb. It is so dumb.
Either way, like Alfheim like ends right after that, right? Like,
yeah, there's
a
nothing
couple,
left to do
There's
there.
a couple
Well,
little
there's-
things, but there's not like a side quest anymore.
Yeah, no.
When
There's Gravel Belly, but
He's
that's-
not there yet.
whatever.
We don't fight him yet.
No, Gravel Belly's in Alfheim.
Yeah, he is. But
It's just a Drake.
No,
it's
the
not like,
library's in the second part of Alfheim too.
oh,
But,
you were still on.
yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen till after Vanaheim,
But
though.
we're not really going to touch on Alfheim ever.
We're not
going to
come back to it.
Oh yeah,
So
that's true. There's no reason to go back there.
it.
No, what happened after Alfheim? The game is clearly dependent on you doing a lot of the story sections for the sake, or the side quests for the sake of the story to work. Because otherwise, the pacing would be totally fucked on some. Because
be
imagine
way too fast.
if right after Tyr leaves, Atreus and Kratos, instead of doing the Hafkafa quest, just follow him, and they go into Sindri's house, and he's already got the stew ready, and he's.
That would be strange. That
Yes.
would be very strange.
Because you can just skip that part.
yeah, that would be like odd.
Yes, you go there and it's already done. And he's like, "I'm sorry about before." You mean like 30 seconds before? Where'd you get all this stew from?
I literally followed you through the portal. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
But
How
now
did
you
you
get
do
there
that?
and you eat some of Tyrion's pea soup because he peed in it. Definitely.
Okay. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he did some petty shit like that.
Careful moving the mic; it picks up a lot of noise.
what to do.
Let me readjust that.
What happens from here? Atreus is eating his food, talking with his mouth open, rude little shit. So what's happening now? Boy, sit down.
He's just
No,
really
it was-
unhappy that he can't like
Oh yeah, this
look
is
into it anymore.
This is the part where it's like you are Atreus, my son. It's like, that was weird dialogue. Why'd you talk like that?
Yeah.
That is one thing I want to criticize about this game is the way characters will just have incredibly private conversations with each other like that.
Right in front of others.
Right in front of other people. It's like, hey, Dad, can we go pick up my hemorrhoid cream? Hold on, come right in front of Sindri and Brock real quick. All right, pick up your what, son? Your what? Say that one more time.
I can at least understand that for Kratos, because like he has never been considerate of anyone.
Like,
Oh yeah.
he's considerate of Brock and Sindri. He considers them friends.
No, but like he's
Why
not
would he-
considerate of boundaries.
He's
yeah?
He's
Oh,
definitely.
He didn't
Like
say,
he wouldn't like
was
stick his
considerate.
finger in your mouth or anything, but
He was
like
considerate to Faye. He didn't say more than like half a sentence to her.
Faye was the most important part of this story, and you know it.
Oh yeah, like when do we mention her flashbacks?
I don't remember when they. Okay, he like has a dream about her, right? Like,
Yeah, there's
right
like a
before-
bunch.
He has like two flashbacks. To
There's
her, right?
there's a bunch of scenes like chopped up throughout this entire game of.
it's like when Atreus
flashbacks.
goes to
I don't know
Asgard
if
and he like goes to sleep. It cuts to Kratos.
I don't know if people are gonna agree with this, but Faye sucked.
Yeah, she did. I really preferred her just being a fucking. I don't remember when Faye comes in. To be honest,
not knowing who she was before,
where she was literally just a plot device.
Yeah, just having her with the context that she was with Kratos and they had this son and that was it, and she was leading you on this journey. That was fine enough.
Yeah, her as a character worked fine there.
Making her a character that legitimately talks and then says the same shit every time you're in a flashback, and then never says anything else or talks or anything. There was no touching moments I felt between Kratos and her.
Yeah, Kratos doesn't act any differently around. Like, I would believe Kratos was in love with this woman if he was like smiley and like joking around with her, like just acting in no way like he does around other people. But he's still just a stoic asshole around her, and it's like, what are you with this woman for, man?
Yeah, or anything. Literally a single like difference in his personality while he's around here would have given any sign.
Also,
I would have thought that was really cute if Kratos was like joking around with her the way she was. Yeah, because she was talking to him like he was a big fucking oaf.
She was another one of those like semi-girl bosses, like.
Yeah, you hear her afterwards in the game, like, oh my god, she fought Thor, they destroyed an entire town, created this crater in their fury.
She's on the level of Thor, but, like, Kratos...
Drunk Thor, for one.
Yeah, she's on the level of drunk Thor, but she can't... Like, Kratos can't keep up with Thor as well, like...
Alright, well...
I don't know.
I don't want to get into like any power scaling or anything like that, but we're gonna take a step back.
I really don't think that's power scaling.
No, because I'll get into it, and I don't want. I know nobody wants me to get into it, so I'm not gonna get into it. But I'm just gonna say like
ridiculous.
I don't necessarily. She wasn't present enough to really have any like egregious like stereotypical like girl bossetry.
There was no indication that she was like this aside from. I think in the first game they mentioned that she was like a fighter at one point, and that the Leviathan axe was hers. Which, by the way, why is it called the Leviathan axe?
Yeah, what does that have?
What does that have to do with Leviathan?
The Leviathan?
Leviathan is a Christian thing.
Yeah, it's also
what Leviathan has it slayed?
It's also a sea creature. Like what the fuck?
I never got that.
It's because it uses frost powers.
The Leviathan doesn't have frost powers. The Leviathan has fire powers.
Yeah, but it's close to water. That's why we made it a Leviathan.
Call it the frost axe or something.
Yeah, or literally anything that made sense.
The blades of chaos, the axe of chili. It's cold.
But I actually mentioned this when I first played the previous God of War game, is that I thought it was a really smart choice that they didn't show Faye. They only ever had her mentioned by Atreus and Kratos, so we got to know her by the way.
They've never even mentioned
just
how
people talking about her.
Yeah, because
they never even mentioned how she died, which is smart.
Yeah, until they started like showing her all the time, and it's like, wait,
who is this bitch?
Is she a character or is she not?
The other big problem I had was that they played the same music every single time.
We gotta save the music talk for like after we get through the story. But holy shit, I hate the music in this fucking game, man. I hate the songs in this fucking game.
It's not like they're bad. It's bad music. It just doesn't fit most of the time. It doesn't feel great. Nice, man.
Yeah,
I took up way too much room doing that.
It's just kind of all right. Well, we'll get to the music at the end.
We gotta get through the second Atreus section,
especially since we're coming up on the most important part of this whole entire franchise.
The part where it falls apart.
Yeah, the
what
part
do you
where
mean?
It completely.
It introduced the first named colored woman. Don't you care about that milestone?
What this is where it takes its first like post-mortem shit.
Is it post-mortem? It seems like it's just shitting itself. And it's like running down its leg, and it's like, oh no.
It's shitting itself.
Why that tickle your funny bone so much?
Because you went, no.
Okay, running out while like holding the load in his pants.
I could see it so clearly.
It's
that's
shitting itself while a ton of people are like,
yeah! People are cheering it on. That's fucking awesome, man. That's like... Oh my god,
no,
I can't like talk about Baki here, but there was a scene like that in Baki.
Oh my fucking god, dude! Shut up about
literally
Baki.
Okay, but wait. That is how the tuber reactions are going. The tuber reactions are like, wow, that's so meaningful and deep. And then we just get to that part and we're like,
What the fuck
happen?
does this add to the story?
Yeah, like, wow, this music
Wait a minute.
is so great. Did people fucking jam the music all the way up when they played?
I couldn't even hear the music half the time in this game. Wait, no, music bad comes last. It's right there on the form.
We're looking at you, Bear.
What happens at this Atreus section? They're eating Tyrion's piss soup. Atreus is talking with his mouth full, like a disrespectful little shit.
And then he has a tantrum.
Yeah, he has a fucking temper tantrum and dreams his way into
he goes to his
Jotunheim.
room first.
He naps himself into another fucking reality.
They did not know how to get him there.
Yeah, it really
Actually,
shows.
Wait, why? How did that work?
They never explained it. There's a lot of shit in this game that they don't explain.
I straight up didn't think about that.
Yeah, they literally did nothing. They could have saved that until they had Garm, so they could just tear a realm tear. Which again, how fucking use?
But how would he get to? Oh wait, he would just have to go to Asgard earlier then.
Not. Yeah, well,
they should have.
But anyways,
he probably should have gone to Asgard before he went to Jotunheim. Honestly,
Jotunheim. So
he dreams that he's in
The
Jotunheim.
flow wouldn't even be off. Technically,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It would be better. So he dreams himself to
It
Jotunheim.
would introduce all those characters earlier. The actually story important characters.
At least those characters had more to them.
So also, they get to Jotunheim. They meet Angerboda. They have like a weird prophecy moment. It's quirky and silly and fun, and like.
No, wait. Let's discuss the fucking sand dream that he has first, because that part was really, really funny.
Forgot about that. That was so fucking
that was
weird.
Actually,
We
that
were
was
cracking
actually
up
cool,
during
though.
that. We have been memeing Atreus saying whatever since 2018, and just to hear that go, whatever.
That was actually awesome.
That was really
Whoever
funny. They
thought
were
of that,
clearly self-aware.
You'd need a raise for that.
Because
that was
clearly
pretty
that part was clearly like making fun of how just like a lot of people just didn't like the bratty Atreus section of that game just because it drags on for like five fucking hours.
You know what's great? They made up for it by making the next section drag on too long as well.
Yeah, that's true.
They made it way worse.
They're just foreshadowing. We're gonna do this again. You're not gonna like this part either.
Fuck you guys. Also, what's with the gold dust? Like, why?
It looks supposed to be sand or something. I guess.
But like, what does that mean?
It looks
I don't
cool,
know.
That's all.
Oh,
I don't know what the reason is.
I wish they,
Doesn't Groa have something to do with sand?
No.
No.
What is the point of the gold sand then?
I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I figured it was going to come up, and it didn't. Like, the giant magic doesn't even use sand. I literally have no idea where it comes from.
That's wonderful, man.
But they have that section, which the flashbacks were cool. It felt very surreal. The whatever part was kind of funny. And then they get to Jotunheim, and he talks to some wolves and meets Angerboda, which, like, everything up to that point was pretty decent. And then, like, after he meets Angerboda, they start bonding and walking around Jotunheim. But then that goes on for, like, another, 2 hours. If you're doing everything, like, if you're not, like, speed running through it, it's, 2 hours. So
let's get to the best part, man.
Wait. I also have to mention something very specific here. Because, who was Angerboda's mother supposed to be?
It's Groa.
It was Groa, right?
Yeah. Groa's shrines.
That's another fucking thing they changed specifically for their own mythology. Because Groa is not the mother of Angerboda.
Grilla's not related to any of them either, man.
Yeah,
We're
Grilla's
gonna get to. Hold on, we're gonna get to Grilla.
It's
What
Grilla.
were you gonna say?
I was going to mention the best part of the game is when do they get in a race before they get to Angerboda's camp? Where she cheats?
Yeah.
Cheating ass bitch.
Oh my god, they do
She
that
cheats
twice.
in both.
They do that twice. You can race her, but there are certain points in the race where you come to a dead stop if you beat her, because there's something she has to break. Specifically in the first race,
She has to break through the wall before you're allowed to finish the race.
Well,
and
no.
the game won't let you beat her because they want to... I don't know why they won't let her do it.
In the first race, it's on foot, and you take different paths. But there's a swing point you get to halfway through the race where you have to wait for her to get to a certain point in order for the swing point to activate. And then you can still beat her by Like, I did it the first time.
Like
I beat
beelining
her, and she was behind me. And then you take separate paths, and it activates a cutscene in which she beats you no matter how much of a lead you had on her. And it does that twice. And it's like...
Oliver Boda's writing is...
Really
What's the point?
obnoxious.
It's another bit of, like, clearly modern, like...
Is that what we're calling it?
I'm calling it modern Western writing, honestly. Because, like, this happens with a lot of characters, especially female ones, where they just will not show them losing anything.
Yeah.
Like,
There was something I wanted to mention. Okay, so you have the race with Angerboda, you get to her camp. What do you even do in Jotunheim before that? Between getting there, being woken up by Angerboda, and getting to her camp? Because my eyes just glazed over for this whole section. I can't remember.
nothing.
Literally
There's
nothing.
literally nothing.
Are you
You're
literally
walking the
just
whole way.
You're walking there and you get in the race with her?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes. It's
Yeah, she
literally
just-
You get in the
walking and
race-
She
talking.
just proposes a race. And
Okay,
then-
let's get in a race, cheats. I win.
Yeah.
All right, bitch. So you get to her
and
camp.
it's funny because Atreus proposes the second race, right? To cheer her up or something.
Yeah, which was like a sweet moment. But again...
Cheating ass bitch.
If all right,
No,
so
wait, they-
if you hadn't if the game hadn't like forced her to win in the first one, and you actually had a chance of beating her, you could have had like a real genuine moment where in the second race where you're trying to cheer her up, you start the race and then it activates the cutscene which it auto loses you. But if the first race was not an auto lose, then it would have meant that Atreus intentionally lost so that she would win and have, like, it would cheer her up. And it wouldn't necessarily mean that she wasn't able to beat Atreus. It would mean that Atreus cares about her. To have it be, like, ambiguous who would have won, or, like, to have the first race actually be up to whoever's the better racer.
Oh yeah.
We forgot to
to have-
cover how they did the second race, though, which is Atreus's wolf form.
No.
Wait,
we'll-
we're not.
we'll
We're
get to
just
that,
about there.
actually.
We're
Yes.
right there.
I do want to mention one more thing about this entire section, all of Jotunheim as Atreus. I don't like the conversations and writing they have. It is
very try-hard,
I get-
awkward teenager.
I know it's
It
supposed to be
is.
awkward teenager, but it's just annoying.
It
like,
is.
It's boring.
It's
and
laid on
annoying.
thick to the point where it's annoying.
I remember
yeah, and it's
I
like
stayed
at
up
2 hours.
I stayed up extra late, like skipping sleep I could get for work because I was like, I really want to play more of this game because I still wasn't like too disappointed with the writing at any point. And then I got this section, and I was like,
I'm going to sleep.
bed.
And you had to just butt chug that hot sauce.
It was so fucking like,
It's so bad.
it's so like stupid.
This is by far the worst section of the game for just how much it drags on.
Yes,
and
most
on
definitely.
and on.
Those plants that you help her get, once you get to like where she is living or whatever.
Wait,
they
you get
sh-
go? No, go ahead. You had something to say.
They should have been. Well, was it just plants or it was just
You
plants?
you
right?
collect the fruits.
You collect like apples for her or
fruits
something.
and roots.
Yeah, fruits and roots.
Wow, you had
And
to
they-
kill a plant.
You
Yeah, like
We'll cover that in a sec.
but no, like that whole thing should have just been side content. Like
yeah,
she
exactly.
should have gone
They
to
should
her
or
camp.
introduced her later. Why is Angerboda introduced before the Aesir gods?
That doesn't make any.
What
Isn't it here?
Well, that was specifically to sow division between Atreus, like in his, like story wise.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get why they would do it now.
He sees the shrine that shows him turning to Odin.
That's
Right.
That
yeah.
would have been just as impactful.
That's
or-
also where he saw the shrine of like Kratos dying. What'd
Yeah,
that mean in
that
the
would've
end?
been-
By the way,
if that would have been just as impactful if like when he found that, like if he had gone to the Aesir first and then found that shrine and realized that he just played into the prophecy that leads to his father dying, that would have been
Actually, that probably
why
would have
did-
been more impactful.
that would have
Can you
been
turn the table off, by the way?
so why
That's
did
such a weird sentence to say.
We're not going to explain that sentence.
Okay.
Why did
I was
Angerboda
about to.
just have copies of the prophecy shrine there?
I have no idea.
What was the reason
Because she
there?
likes painting.
Wait
Yeah,
a
I have
minute.
no idea.
Atreus sees the shrine of his dad dying and is so distraught by the news that he becomes a big, gay-looking wolf out of anger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he turns
A
into
blonde fucking wolf.
Yeah.
I was laughing immediately when we saw that. I
And
think
then-
that's the part where you went to bed, actually.
and then he attacks
He attacks the piece of wood?
It's not wood, it's stone. Not only does he attack it, he doesn't leave a fucking scratch.
It's a really
pitiful.
impotent, pathetic fucking
And
display.
then, then she has, and then Angrboda walks up with like a fucking like not Scarlet Witch. I was gonna say Scarlet Witch because it's Scarlett Johansson. Black Widow and the Hulk moment where she's like, "The sun's getting real low, cowboy."
What?
That's a thing in the Marvel movies. Like she starts to like starting a relationship with Hulk, and in order to calm him down, she does this weird hand touch thing where she's like, "The sun's getting real low."
Well, too bad this discussion isn't about Hulk, is it?
Every discussion is about Hulk, motherfucker.
Well, like, look, blonde wolf.
Pretty gay.
Hey, did you guys notice the mic is muted? Fucking God.
Yeah, no, I've been looking at that over and over
Blonde
again.
wolf.
You're not gonna get me with that.
Look, why does he have to be blonde?
I don't know. It's so weird.
Because he's blonde in real life, man.
But Bjorn-
Why didn't he take the fucking color palette of Fenrir?
That would have been cool. Or
That
just
would have
look-
actually been cool.
Or just look like a regular wolf.
Why
Would have
didn't
been
his
cool
wolf
too.
form have like a mohawk like
Why
he does?
doesn't
And cargo shorts.
I was gonna say cargo.
Furry, stop putting cargo
Why
shorts
doesn't
on
he
your
put,
personas
like, a
already.
pacifier in his mouth or something?
Why does he have like a dirty diaper on?
Oh my
And he has
God.
like a collection of
Jason,
dirty
it's getting
diapers.
too real. Stop.
Okay.
All right, enough about what happens after the wolf. She like calms him down and she's just like, "Let's go get apples.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I wanted to bring up because
Help me with my chores."
I don't remember
Yeah.
if it was you and I talking about this or me and Levi talking about this, but we came up immediately with like a way better like way for Atreus and Angrboda to like actually bond, because remember they're both artists. I was like, dude, the part of the scene should have been Atreus pulling out his like notebook and showing her his sketches and like them talking about their art or whatever.
Yeah,
like very simple. They're both already artists. Why didn't they do that instead of the awkward, stupid shit they have in there?
What if Atreus just has like a thing of like Sonic the Hedgehog spreading his butt cheeks in there?
Dude, shut up.
You keep derailing our actual conversations.
All right.
With weird shit.
I fucking
the fun
lost
part.
I had something in my head. I was ready to say you fucked it up with your fucking Sonic.
Listen,
shitting
I'm
his
saying
pants.
that's why they didn't do that, because every artist has a drawing of that in their sketchbook, man.
Jason, I am deeply concerned that you said that to me.
By the way, I draw.
Okay, so what do you think of Angrboda's art, by the way?
Oh wait. So
Angrboda, I think it
these
sucks.
lines are
Nice.
so
Whoa,
alive.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I only use 3 colors and I mix the rest. Like I could tell you only use 3 colors.
Because it looks like dog shit.
Your use of color is so amazing. It's like relax, not that
hate,
great.
I hate
Yeah,
when
it's
games
kind of-
have little segments like that where they have an artist and they're like, "Wow, you really know how to you know draw this and do that," and it's like, dude, like it doesn't look that good.
Kratos
It doesn't look
commented
good.
that his son draws to her, which
Yeah.
was pretty neat.
But like,
He should have mentioned that himself.
yeah, I wish Atreus was less of a cuck. It was kind of embarrassing.
A soy.
Yeah.
Wait, so they start
just kinda-
collecting apples. They keister every apple they find.
Well, it's
Their
like some weird
lower
fruit.
intestine is filled with apples by the end because they spend like 3 fucking hours collecting these fucking apples and skipping rocks for some reason.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
And she
Collecting
was,
apples.
And she
so
was
stupid.
She was so fucking good at skipping rocks. She blew him out of the water too.
Well, you can keep practicing until you do it well. But
Yeah,
like,
and your reward is more belly button lint. It's literally useless. So after that stupid fucking arc in which you're wandering around some
No,
bog.
don't skip the flower.
I haven't.
we didn't
haven't
get
even
to that
gotten to
part
it
yet. That's
That's
after
after you go up.
Yeah, that's after the apple collecting.
This part of the game is so weirdly paced. I forgot like how it goes.
It's literally.
Oh man, we gotta collect these apples. Let's skip some rocks. That's my grandma Groa. Let's skip some more rocks. Hey, here's some apples. Gorilla.
So
God damn it.
she takes you up the mountain after that to give you the marbles, which is the whole reason that she even.
The only
She
reason
even-
Atreus needs. Or
Wait,
she needs
I
to do
thought
that-
it goes like
No.
the
No,
gorilla.
she gives you the marbles before Gorilla because
It's
This
not.
part is such shit paced, man.
It's 9 hours of chores. She gives you the
Why don't you help me with
one
my
thing.
chores? This is a great character intro.
She gives you the one thing she needs to give you. Throws a tantrum that, like, she's no
No, I'm
longer.
not gonna be remembered
I'm not
in the
your
story."
damn mural. And it's like, okay, man, how's that my fault? Calm the fuck down.
Also,
It ain't my fault that you're too much of a loser to have a big part in this story.
Yeah,
she's so enthralled by fate that like she just follows it verbatim and doesn't give herself.
And her
any,
answer to not
like-
to not being like sequestered by fate any longer is, I'm gonna ride a wolf during this battle in this one like set sequence.
like wailing
Yeah,
around.
she fucking she has like this weird fixation on not being forgotten by history.
But the
and
game
it's like,
doesn't really like
it's like,
address
why do you
that
care?
at all.
Like, why is that so significant to you? That's really
I want
weird.
everyone
Yeah,
to
that's-
remember me. Wow, what a fucking narcissist.
that's-
Anyway,
That's not an endearing trait.
That's
like,
pretty
why?
much how like 99.99% of humans are gonna be anyway. Like
yeah, get over
it's
it.
Not, it's not.
You're not
it's
special.
not,
just
it's
relax.
not something bad to be
Don't
forgotten.
stress over it.
Yeah, it's also not like something you should base a character around. It's kind of like
Especially if you're not going to do anything with that.
yes, which they never fucking do.
What
With
happens?
so many other things too.
You do her fucking chores for her. She
Yeah.
gives. What happens?
You get the marbles.
No, don't you go back to the camp and then you get the marbles?
No,
And
you
it's-
get the marbles, and then there's another chore after that where you go into that sinkhole thing.
Oh, that's right. And
Yeah.
then you meet Grilla
No,
at some point.
No, it's pronounced Gryla, but it's
It's funnier
we'll
if you
get-
say
we'll get to
Grilla
Well,
for various reasons.
It's not pronounced Gryla.
How's it pronounced?
It's pronounced Grilla.
Grilla?
Yeah.
Oh,
Grilla.
okay. So they pronounced
It's-
it Gryla because they're like, look, guys, we're not saying Grilla.
Did they
We're not
pronounce it
saying
Gryla?
I thought they
They
did.
in God of War they pronounce it Gryla.
Okay, well, if it's pronounced that way in God of War, I'll go with that. But
we'll get to
you know,
Gryla.
okay.
All right, so you go down into the wretch hole to fight more fucking wretches that somehow got to Jotunheim.
That's never really explained. Like, the game goes through so much effort to explain various things, but not why the, like, same exact, like, monsters are in a bunch of different realms.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Wretches.
Especially the fucking Battletoads. They're everywhere
Yeah,
in this universe.
It's so annoying. Oh, and the whole reason you went down into that hole was to get more paint. Wow, isn't this fucking? Oh,
Don't
and
you?
no,
That is
but-
also where
but-
Atreus like collected a flower
Yeah.
for her, and he goes to give it to her, and she's like, "Wow, you had to kill a flower for me?
like-
You thought that would impress me?"
No, he's
It's
like, I got you this, and or I. What the hell did he say?
he's
That
just like, here, I this is for you or something like that. It's literally he
a
just
dead
picks her
flower.
Yeah, you killed a flower. It's like
It's,
okay,
it's
man.
like okay.
we were just picking apples before we came here.
You cut
Yeah.
you cut roots off of trees.
Yeah, it's
to
like,
make-
And you're killing animals on the way.
yeah, it's like who cares? It was a weird detail. Like
If the whole section was filled with Draugr, I would almost understand. But like immediately after, you kill a bunch of like wretches and grims and stuff.
yeah, you like
Those
you
are
like
those are just animals.
Yeah, they're also the only ones in all of Jotunheim. You find the mother afterwards too. You like kill all the babies and then go murder the mother. It's dark. It's dark when you think about
Also,
it.
on
And they
this
even-
paint shit, just like her
It's
paint
so
attacks.
boring, dude.
Fuck off.
Oh my god, I totally
I
forgot
feel like
to
I've
talk
seen
about
that a bunch of different times now.
It's like
Or
wow,
Angerboda
it's so
uses
quirky.
paint to fight.
I think
She
in
throws-
Rage 2 I saw that.
she throws
Rage
like
2 sucks
handfuls
too,
of
though.
paint at
Yes, it
people,
does.
and it's like, it's so dumb. Why do you throw paint? That's so stupid.
Ooh, it's an artist, so she uses paint as a weapon.
Modern
That's dumb,
millennial
dude.
writing, man.
It's so stupid.
Even though it's not written by millennials, it's written by like old people.
It's written by like 30-year-old men trying to be millennials.
and it's
30-something-year-old
embarrassing.
men.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
What happens to end the Jotunheim section?
Well, they go to see Gryla.
They go into Gryla's house. They put a soul, like some poor random schmuck soul, into a
one of the
fucking
giant
snake.
souls. They take one of the few remaining giant souls, put it into a snake, and then that snake fucks off. And you never see it until the very end of the game. And it turns out that snake is Jormungandr. You know how many other times they do that throughout this game?
0.
Never. So they have a giant. The souls shapeshift the animals into giant monsters.
They do it
we
one
see
time.
We see multiple other giant monsters, like Charlie, Freya's giant turtle.
I think he's just an animal.
We see the giant weird bird in hell.
Racefelger?
Yeah, Racefelger. We see Garm, giant weird half-soulless demons that were previously unexplained. And then we get an explanation. Oh, Atreus made Jormungandr. He put a giant soul into a snake's body. We're in a room full of soulless animals. Jotunheim is full of soulless animals. So how did all those giant animals come to exist around all the 9 realms? I don't know.
Just Jormungandr.
Yeah, literally only Jormungandr.
That was he also was weird after he put the soul into the snake, because he puts it in, it slithers off, and he's just like, I'm not ready for any more of this, and then he just like fucks off with the mission and gives up.
Yeah,
it was a really weird reaction.
And that's the only time they do that. Or, I mean, there's one other time where they do the marble soul thing. But, like, after that, it's
well,
like...
they put, like, Fenrir's soul into Garm, but...
Yeah, but...
That was it.
Yeah, it literally... It was... They have a sack full of giant souls, and they didn't use it for anything. It's like, that seems like it could be useful.
Which is
especially
funny.
Since the giants are supposed to show up during Ragnarok, and they fucking don't.
Which is funny, because in Norse mythology, Loki gives birth to quite a few, like, animals and different things.
Would you really have wanted to see this game take that literally, though?
No, not literally. They didn't take it literally to begin with. What I'm saying is, why didn't they have more of those things created by
I don't know. They like really pick and choose what they wanted to represent,
like
with
the
this
fact
game's
that they have
mythology.
Racefelger in Helheim, and they just chose not to, have like hell or anything like that.
They didn't
like hell,
it
the
was
person from Norse mythology.
Yeah, it was strange.
Or Sleipnir or anything like that.
So what happens after they do that? They like go upstairs into Gryla's kitchen.
Yeah,
and have a really fucking terrible... That's probably the worst boss fight in the game, to be honest.
Definitely. It feels like it's from a different game.
Oh,
Literally,
it,
all right,
like,
so...
it functioned, but it was weird.
All right, so Gryla...
Well, it's a Lost Planet-style boss with a big glowing weak point. Shoot it.
No,
and the
Lost
boss...
Planet's way
Essentially-
cooler than that.
Lost Planet is way cooler. I'm just
Essentially-
saying it's like a very generic, like, hit the weak point kind of boss that doesn't belong in this game.
I don't get why
Yeah.
we had to shoot her pot, like...
Yeah, all right, so
I know we weren't
essentially...
trying to
Shoot
hurt
the
her.
needle out of the
Hold
crackhead's
Hold on.
hand.
yeah,
It's the same thing.
essentially, the whole Gryla boss fight, or Gryla's character in general, is... She's just turning animals into, like, crack. That's it. She has a big
Forms
pot.
of crack.
Yeah, she just has a big pot, sucks the animal's souls out, and mixes it in a pot for some reason, and then, like... experiences what the animals experience, but she's like weirdly addicted to it, and it's like it feels very drug addicty, and it's like, and then there's a bunch of other weird shit like
The way Gryla just like fucking went... I almost used an improper term there, but just went completely batshit there, and was like freaking out after they like broke her precious pot, like, you fucking bitch!
Beyond that, it is still just like these characters are not like that deep or even interesting. Like, Grilla doesn't show up for more than one segment of the game, one single small segment, and then Angrboda is just, she's kind of annoying, and she doesn't do much for the plot, so it's like...
Yeah, she's literally just there as a love interest for Atreus, and they try to like make her way more than that, and they just don't.
Yeah,
Again, they should have had more bonding moments that were legit.
And made them side quests.
So Jotunheim ends on that boss fight. What happens afterwards? They go back. No, wait, they have the fucking race where Angrboda cheats yet again.
Yeah,
by
she
bringing
gets a head start, and she gets an animal immediately.
And-
without telling Atreus that first.
Yeah, and then he shapeshifts into his super dumb fucking lame blonde wolf form.
Furiosi.
Then races Angrboda back down the hill, and then
The shit that-
ends in another cutscene where you can't win.
Oh, there was also a weird segment in this final moment before Atreus leaves Jotunheim where the mocap I don't know if it was part of the mocap or if they just like fucked up the animation or something. It was weird, but when they're laying side by side with each other, there's a moment where she looks over at him and she just stares at him for like a minute straight, and she doesn't blink. And it's fucking... It gave me, like, a weird feeling, like, oh, stop.
That was very...
Why does she have to be so weird? Why can't she just be a good character?
That part was super awkward, them, like, laying down, fucking talking. It's
that's
like...
not bonding.
A 30-something-year-old man wrote, like, this scene of, like, two fucking teenagers
or
laying
like,
down
one of
together.
the female
talking.
writers or something. But it's just bad.
Yeah. But back, like
part of it
before
was
we
okay.
before we leave Gryla, there's the scene after you break her pot, and she's like picking up the little pieces.
Roasting Angrboda.
Yeah, she roasts Angrboda, but
And
like
just screeching like a fucking golem in the background.
but Angrboda like starts walking away like with like this dramatic like pan in on her face, like every word Gryla's saying is like stabbing her through the soul, but like 90% of what she's saying is like, when Loki's dad dies, he'll be sad and won't have time to think about you and your weird obsession with not being remembered.
What if they're dating each other by then? He's just gonna forget he has a girlfriend.
But, like,
or a
why?
wife.
Part of the prophecy is literally them getting together, though.
Hold on. Like, there's that. She screams about that for like 90%, and then the last line or two, like the last line was, I should have thrown you to the wolves as soon as I pulled you out of your mother. Holy shit. That is such a hardcore line. And they treat it no different than like, hey, Loki's probably going to be focused on his dad when his dad dies. It's like, this is like, I don't get why those are not on the same level. It's weird that you think that it is.
We were going to mention something about how the giants, like, they were introduced here, but they were like a major wet fart.
Yeah,
I think that can just be mentioned.
I was going to wait for Asgard.
It was also kind of weird, I will say, like, throughout all of the previous games, you didn't see a single giant except for Atreus, and then in this game, you meet fucking 3 of them.
3?
2 of them.
2,
I guess
I was
three
like,
I was
if
thinking
you
of
count
Faye
Faye.
for some reason.
yeah, I mean, yeah,
But, like,
kinda.
you meet 2 still alive giants, so
all this.
they're not all dead. They're not all dead.
Yeah, at the end it says that there's like more giants elsewhere.
Also, is Angrboda gonna get that tall? Like, that seems like a bit of a problem.
No, I'm pretty sure
they just said that giants
their
aren't all
size
big,
varies.
which is kind of weird how their society would work if
Their
they're
society
all...
would be an absolute nightmare if you could go between Thamur and fucking Angrboda.
I feel like they didn't use
Yeah.
enough scale in this game compared to the last game because, like, we were shown giants.
Yeah,
and
Thamur was huge.
It was like a throwaway line from Atreus that was like, well, technically not throwaway, where he was like, no, they don't all get that big in the previous game. But in this game, it's like, okay,
They
that's
take way
definitely
too
more
much
true.
advantage of that.
Yeah, like, they clearly just didn't want to explain why Atreus was so small in the
Yeah,
last game.
Like,
Which in the
Ryla's
previous
house
games-
is like the only place that has like the scaling that you would expect in that world.
She actually seems
Yeah.
like a much more traditional giant in Norse mythology.
But
speaking.
also they could have just had them able to change size. Like in the older in the old in the old games, Zeus and the other gods could change size.
I think that was like just a characteristic of the Greek gods though,
Well,
because the
it is, but,
Norse
like, they could've
gods
done
never
that.
change size in this game.
Yeah, it is, but like they could have just added that onto the giants.
Well-
like as giants get older, they get bigger, but they can like maintain a small size or something like that. Like they could like shrink down after they reach a certain size.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Too bad this game didn't think that through.
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Let's
so
move on from
Yeah,
Jotunheim.
let's get out of-
That was just the worst segment in the entire game.
that discussion dragged on just like the in-game section did, but it was actually entertaining. So
Yeah,
that was
I hope
nice.
so. So now we're gonna move. We're gonna move on to Vanaheim, which
So-
is like the best. Oh wait, no.
So what happens here? Fucking
I mean,
like right after you get back from Jotunheim, Atreus
Dreams
passes
himself.
out.
He dreams himself back into
How
like,
again? Who the fuck knows?
into his house in Midgard.
How does he do that?
No,
Why does this game just not explain crucial shit like that?
no.
Why
Anyways,
do you need that explained to you, huh?
Huh? Yeah.
It's not the game's job to explain it to you.
epic foreshadowing, bro. No, what happens here, after he fights those Hellwalkers, he tries to walk through the fucking, he tries to walk through the gate, and Kratos just, like, walks
Steps out.
That is, I jumped so hard on that part.
What's the name of this? That walk is like
Dr. Livesy walk.
Yeah.
Just Livesy
Kratos.
walks out of the fucking portal.
chest bumps him onto the ground.
And then immediately more Hellwalkers come out.
Yeah, and you
And
have to
then
fight them
Freya.
all.
Where have you been? Yeah, what was she called there? Vanadis? Yeah, she was
yeah.
Vanadis. Why was she called that? You're fighting Hellwalkers, and then all of a sudden a fucking Valkyrie just lands on top of you. I don't know why I wasn't expecting it to be Freya at all.
Yeah.
For Valhalla! For Asgard! For Asgard! God, imagine if
Stomps
she
out
was
your
doing
throat.
that. They just, like, forgot to take those voice lines out for her. But no, she gets...
Oh, I just searched it up. Vanadis is also just another name for Freya. Like that's a alias. Basically.
Oh, well, that's lame.
I guess if you
I don't know, I
knew
thought-
Norse mythology,
That
that'd
is
be kind of
pretty
cool.
cool.
I mean, at this section, it like for that part, for this part where like Atreus and Kratos have that talk, and Freya shows up to try to fight them, and stuff like that. It feels pretty decent.
This
Like,
is where Kratos unlocks Valor, the best power-up in any game ever.
yes, you can spend your hard-earned fury to do.
I think this
So
is
then
the
you
one that
find-
upgrades your
yeah.
health.
It heals you a
It
little
heals
bit
you.
and gives you a buff, but like,
But
meh.
you only get that buff if you time it right, though.
Yeah, it's only if you time it right, and if you just use like, what is it, Wrath instead. Like you can use it as a counter if you're using Wrath, just like you can with anything else. If you time it right, you just counter whatever it is, and then just go clobber someone.
Whatever. Everyone immediately switched back to Fury afterwards.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck happened to my Fury? Like she kind of fucked me up in that fight because I was specifically trying to activate Spartan Rage, and it kept shutting off, and I'm like, what is happening? Because they didn't tell me that they switched to Valor,
fun
so I was
quirk
like,
of
what
the
is
game
this?
that we really got used to on like the highest difficulty. But if you're ever shield broken or you are getting slapped and you can't get out of it, you just go into Fury, like your Spartan Rage Fury, and just break out of it instantly.
That's
Yeah.
literally the point of the Wrath one, but the Wrath one also does like a powerful attack where he just like rushes forward with the axe. It looks really funny.
Or the
But that
blades.
one's also pointless
Or
because
the spear, yeah. Whichever.
as soon as you activate it, you use an entire bar. So it's like, why wouldn't I stick with Spartan Rage and just like use up a little blip of the bar to like
Yeah,
block unblockable attacks?
it's pretty useless, honestly.
All right, wait. So what happens during their fight exactly?
they're just
They're
fighting.
just fighting, and then she pulls out her sword, and Kratos recognizes it and calls her out, and then that like,
Atreus becomes Bjorn at one point.
which was fucking cool, and then Kratos like grabs him, and he's like, "No,
Chokes
she's
him
our
out.
friend."
She's our friend. She's like stabbing him. You can't do it, Atreus. He's like breaking his neck. We don't hurt our friends, Atreus. And then
Over execution.
the gods, Brock and Sindri, just come into the scene and they're like, we'll take the kid. Or Sindri's like, we'll take the kid. And Freya's just like, let's go to Vanaheim. It's like, wow, great segue. And Brock goes with them. And how long into this section does Freya realize, like, oh, if I turn into a bird, that will, like, hack the magic or something, and it won't pull me back into
It was like
Asgard?
5 minutes in or so.
Yeah, pretty much. She spent like presumably hundreds of years locked in Midgard without realizing that little loophole. Kind of lame, dude.
That was pretty stupid. It
Yeah.
was like a really clever choice to bring Brock along, though, because it ties in his family squabbles with the family squabbles that that Freya is going to be resolving in this mission. But it's really grating trying to listen to them talk to her, because not only is she just like shutting them down at every opportunity for no reason too. They're providing her good info.
It's because a certain someone murked her son.
Yeah,
Okay,
but,
well,
like, at a certain point,
why
it
she
just
being-
gets annoying for the
Yeah,
the
but
player.
like this
Why
was like
she
an
being-
hour after
this
she
is what-
begrudgingly started like.
There was
hanging out
way
with him.
less than an hour.
Yeah,
They're
it was
still
like-
walking to Freyr's
But
camp at
to
this
me,
point.
regardless of what the intent was to me, it was still fucking annoying after a certain bit. Because it was like, you are literally denying everything they're saying, regardless of what. Even after she has dialogue where she's like, oh, I didn't realize.
The more grating
then
thing...
immediately after, she'll be like, you don't know what I've been through. It's like...
Well, all right.
They're
so,
literally discussing with you how they know what you've been through. Like, quit shutting them down.
all right. So for this section, I actually did enjoy the conversations that the four of them had, because like I liked hearing Kratos try to provide wisdom and like hearing the old stories.
Support.
Yeah, and support and hearing the old stories from Kratos'
I
perspective.
was just fucking glad he finally mentioned Calliope.
Yeah, right.
He mentioned anything about his old life. Like, I'd rather just pretend they didn't exist, even though I'm wearing them.
Yeah, that's deeply concerning, Kratos.
It really bugs me. He never told Atreus.
Yeah,
at all.
That still
Was that
bothers
implied
me.
that he never told Atreus, or does
They
Atreus
never
just...
address it.
They never
addre-
mention it.
They never
they
mention
never
it at
address
all. So I can just assume he never told Atreus.
Yeah,
He
which
tells
is weird.
fucking Freya, though, after like an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, what was it? I think it was... No, I don't remember.
What really bothered me about this section was how, like, this is a bit nitpicky, but Freya's delivery in this section was very weird. Like, her voice actress's delivery, when she's, like, scolding them for trying to talk to her about these issues.
Yeah.
She's like, you are just interjecting your opinions into a subject matter you know nothing about. It's like, you want to,
Yeah,
like, do another
I
take
think-
on that,
I
Mrs.
think her voice
Roboto?
actor-
Because that's really weird.
I think her voice actor is good, but like some of the direction throughout the game for her is just weird. Like,
Also,
Like,
that
they got
whole time-
lazy on that part and didn't, like, do a second take.
Someone got lazy.
Also, that whole time you were talking to a bird, and it was really hard to take seriously.
Yeah, this game,
well, to a certain
very heavy
extent.
on the animal shit, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like a furry was on the writing staff or something. I'm very
Maybe it was Anthony Birch.
Anthony Birch is not the reason for every problem in this game.
I can
Disagree.
just blame it all on him.
What?
Like,
So,
when he brings up all his own shit, like on his own, whatever. It's like,
I don't know enough about the guy, honestly.
they're just walking for a while, right? And then Brock gets snared by a trap. I assume we were fighting another huntress.
Yeah.
But instead, it's like,
you know,
you run into
to be
the
honest-
best character in the game, Freyr.
No, I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. In his introduction, he didn't even seem that bad.
No.
No,
It's
he was
just
fine.
Freyr got worse
But
as the rest
yeah.
of the game went.
because he's a fucking loser.
Yeah, Freyr's a fucking loser. He sucks. His writing is bad. The game doesn't take him seriously. He's treated like a fucking joke. And it sucks because the guy's been through a lot.
Yeah.
I figure the game
There's
would
actually-
respect their own character enough to, like, address all that.
Yeah, but what's weird is they treat even the noble decisions that he makes as like some sort of bad thing. Like when he is being confronted about going back to Vanaheim to liberate it, it's like he fucking comes from Vanaheim. He had to leave Alfheim because his homeland was being attacked and invaded.
Yeah, and they treat him like he's a fucking idiot for it, and it's like, he does not deserve that. They really did him dirty. And it was like...
Throughout the whole rest
Also,
of the game.
This Freyr-
he treats himself like that. He's really hard on himself, and it like... If it was just him being hard on himself and other people being like, slow down there.
There was not a single moment of redemption, and I
know.
don't count the ending part either,
No,
because that was
'cause-
stupid.
Yeah, it
We'll
was
get to that
unnecessary.
part during the
But,
Asgard
like,
section.
if
That
it
part
wa-
was stupid, though.
If it was just him being hard on himself, then I could understand it. But it's not just him. Everyone reaffirms it, and it's like, isn't this dude your friend? Jesus
Man,
Christ.
Freyr sure is a fucking worthless
The
layabout
only thing-
loser.
Yeah, the
like,
only
didn't
thing
he-
they
He's
ever
bad at
say,
planning things and is bad at heading a war and is
the
bad
only
at
thing
heading
they
a
ever say nice about him
revolution.
is that he's nice.
Yeah, also, he accomplished more, like, in his life than Freya did. Like, Freya was like, I married Odin to establish peace between Vanaheim and Asgard.
didn't
and
work,
it's like,
though.
you didn't establish peace, though. And it's like, my son died. You don't know. You were responsible for that.
Yeah.
And it was like, what else did you do? And then Freyr was like, I nearly established peace in.
He did establish peace.
Yeah, he did establish
had to
peace.
leave.
Yeah, he established peace in Alfheim, and then he had to leave to clean up your mess, and then he still fucking did. Vanaheim is
Also-
like not
Wow,
well.
white man
Also-
savior complex, I see.
In Ragnarok, he actually was like a god there because he was flying around and actually doing shit.
Yeah,
You didn't see any of it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, you didn't see
unfortunately.
anything.
Because why would you?
But
But like, he could have been cooler.
You get introduced to the interracial elf couple. You get introduced to Lunda and the fat pig. And
that was
Lunda,
a dog. That was a dog.
the fat pig dog monster thing.
It was
and
a
you
dog.
get
It just looked like a pig.
And Beard-
Okay, thanks for the clarification, man. And
You're welcome,
Burger.
Chase.
and
And Burger. Dude, Burger. It was actually.
Do they
I was-
do anything?
No. I was actually
No.
really.
I mean, do they do anything before you get their side quests, or are they just like lampposts
No,
in that
they
camp?
I
literally
will
do not
repeat,
do
no.
anything. They don't help you at all.
No,
You
they're
leave-
literally useless.
You get to that camp.
You can walk
Why
up to
is
them and-
Lunda just like
A Southern
keeping
Belle?
Brock? No. Why is Lunda just keeping Brock like tied up? She knows him.
Yeah, good question. Lunda, maybe say something so Freyr doesn't stab someone.
Also,
and
why is Hildsvini not introduced here?
They just plopped him into the game, dude. They did not
they-
have any plans
They
with him.
straight up probably saw that people were like, actually, no. You know what? That's a stupid theory that I was about to have, but like, it's
A game theory.
shut up, shut up. But no, it is legitimately like they just didn't plan to have him in the game at all, and they just plopped him right in last second.
he is very not like he doesn't fit at all.
He didn't. Yeah.
But with Burger, I know it's pronounced Beerger, but it's Burger.
No, we're pronouncing it Burger because he
yeah.
doesn't deserve respect.
Seeing a traveler in this game, like seeing a friendly traveler, I was so hyped because I love the travelers. They're really
cool.
fun to fight,
do
and they're just fucking cool enemies. And to encounter one that was friendly, I was like, oh shit, fuck yeah, let's talk to him. Go up to him, doesn't say anything. Doesn't participate in anything throughout the rest of the game, is literally fucking useless.
The jokes I make
time.
about Hildisvini being a lamppost are actually true with Burger right up until his sacrifice, which we'll get into later.
Yeah,
but-
the lamppost
beautiful
falls
scene.
over, and then you go pick it up, and then it's broken and doesn't do anything. It's more of a lamppost from then on.
Anyways, like, I think that was it for Freyr's Camp, though. Like, character-wise,
You're able to just go around talking to them, but their introductions all suck. Like, you go up to Burger, and it's like...
Dude,
what does he even say there? I don't remember.
I don't think
hate
he
the
says
fact-
anything.
I hate the fact that that dark elf bitch was just instantly...
Immediately hostile with you.
Yeah, like, why is that? Is
What
that
is this
another
bitch's
strong female
problem?
character writing?
Yeah,
like,
like
the light elf dude was like, no,
Hello!
all I need is help. Like, maybe we should
both
help him.
both of them were stereotypes for like the cuck and the dom. It was like I immediately didn't want to. I immediately wanted to avoid them because like if they had done nothing, I would have liked them more.
Yeah.
But like instead
They
it was
did do
just like-
nothing.
instead it was
God
just
damn it.
like careful with your horns, love. They hurt my prostate.
Yeah, it's like, why did they have to write like that? They're just side characters. Why did they have to write one as so standoffish all throughout the game?
Yeah, you
She's
cannot-
cool with you at one point. She's just like
Yeah.
awkward and autistic about
She's
it
cool
when
with
she
you at
is.
the very end, even though she should know who you are at a certain point.
Yeah, also, she should not be hostile towards Kratos. He's the fucking ghost of Sparta. He extincted a place.
All right.
Extincted.
Once
At least
you
nearly.
fucking introduce yourselves to all those wonderful people in camp, you go up to Freyr and it's like, Kratos, leave me with Freyr. And it's like, okay, I don't know why I'm doing this. And you hand him off, and then you fuck off with Freya back to the rest of her side quest. They have some
Oh
heartfelt
yeah, you leave
conversation.
Mimir with Freyr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do a bunch of, like,
You have
Why
some,
though?
nonsense rebellion stuff for a little while, and at one point, I honestly can't remember what story
don't
points
think-
were where.
I don't think you even do any rebellion stuff yet.
I don't
You
know.
don't.
I really don't
You just
remember.
travel
oh,
with
wait,
Freya
wait. Yeah,
to-
you go with Freya still in her bird form to fight the Nidhogg.
Well, like to cut the roots and then.
Well, like
leave
on
all
their
that
way
stuff.
there, they were having like their conversations about like Calliope and Deimos and stuff.
And I really liked that.
There
And
was
then-
a couple of moments where it was really good, but then like, I still think that wore out its welcome with like 3 extra like dialogue, like lines or whatever. But
Well, I like that part. It was nice seeing Kratos
was nice.
actually open up about his old family for
Yeah.
once.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see that.
I just don't like the Freya side of it. That's
I
all.
honestly didn't mind it. I understand why she would be mad and sort of like an asshole during
you
that.
know what? I completely forgot that in the Jotunheim section, one of the things I didn't like about the dialogue was Atreus asking so many questions and none of them got answered. And that still happens at a certain point in this game. Like, it keeps happening, and it's just like, answer the fucking question.
Characters ask questions, and it just never, especially Atreus, in like every section he's in.
It's
He gets some bitchy,
it's-
like, passive-aggressive response, or just, like, a cryptic, like, you'll see.
But
You'll see.
it's also pretty much always the strong female character that does that. Pretty
Yeah.
much every time.
It's
It's
deserved.
like, dude, why can't characters just answer questions anymore?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to know the answer.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, like when
If you write that, if you write someone asking a question and you don't give a legitimate answer, that bugs the player too, because the player wants to know.
Yeah, like there's a scene there's some dialogue you can get if you're traveling with Freya, where Mimir will ask Freya about the flora on in Vanaheim, and she just says like, "It's not my responsibility to answer all your questions, Mimir."
She does. To be fair, she doesn't even say it like that. She's just like, "You should find out yourself. It's not not my job to teach you everything, Mimir." It's like, cool, bitch. He didn't fucking say.
It's like
he didn't imply that was your job.
One, there's 2 things that bug me about that. One, she could have just answered his question. Like, she could have just told him something.
Like, he was just trying to make small talk. Why'd she answer him like
and
that?
2, Mimir should know everything. He's supposed to know everything.
He was probably just trying to refresh his memory or something.
Well, also the thing that bothered me, like the second thing that bothered me about that is that Kratos like fucking backed her up on it. He was like, "I was just asking," and Kratos is like, "And you have been told," and I was like, "Kratos,
And you
why-
have-
I
why are
haven't
you-"
been told. That's the fucking issue here, Kratos.
Yeah.
You should tell me a goddamn thing, man.
That's the sort of writing that I really hate. It's like, for
This
no
game
reason.
seems
It
to
is
think
very
that
annoying.
feminine strength is just being like
A
bitchy
fucking
and
asshole.
snide and passive
Well,
aggressive.
That's a lot of writing,
Yeah,
though.
and I
Yes.
feel like that's a reaction to characters.
Because that's how
like,
a lot of these writers get treated when they talk to women.
I
they
feel-
just assume.
Yeah.
all right, seriously though, I think it's I think that might be a reaction to characters like Kratos, where they're just fucking assholes and people act like they're super cool. And the
I don't
reason,
think being an asshole makes a character cool. Kratos is cool because he's like badass, but when he's an asshole, people criticize him for that.
yeah, and then they die.
God damn it.
The reason why, like, Kratos isn't a good dude for that. Nobody's like, damn, Kratos, I respect that. People are like,
Yeah.
Kratos, calm the fuck down. And then Kratos is like, what'd you say? And they're like, nothing, sir.
God damn it.
People misunderstand what people think is cool about Kratos. Like, him being a sadistic asshole was a flaw to people.
Yes.
Him being a badass that could kill anything, people just thought was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And him being
Freya could do
Part of the
that.
cool point
She's
to me-
already a badass warrior.
Part of
Yeah.
the cool thing about Kratos to me was that he actually had that deep, like, he wanted to help his fucking family, man.
Yeah. And
He's a family guy.
Shut the fuck up.
I want you to know that I almost hate you.
What?
Oh my god.
All right. But,
What happens after?
Well, hold on. On the note of Freya could have just been like that, she was like that. In the first game, when she was just the Witch of the Woods, she was, like, stoic. She had the same, like, regal way of speaking. She was just a fucking badass.
She never
And then-
reverted to that.
And then in this game, when you encounter her again, she is her ideal. Like, you encounter her again, and she's a psycho. She's fucking crazy, but it's badass. You encounter her, and she's just, like, staring into flames, sharpening a sword. It's like, she looks crazy.
Or
and
screaming while fucking knocking a whole forest down onto you.
Yeah, it's like, holy shit. That's fucking cool, but
That part
calm
was
down.
cool. Why can't you just stand on, like, the outskirts of their protection stave and just, like, shoot arrows at them?
Yeah. That would also be
I don't know
scary.
how those protection staves work. I'm gonna
Imagine
Neither
if
do
you
I.
could walk through the woods behind, like, Kratos' house and see Freya just, like, staring at you from the edge of the woods. That'd be so fucking scary.
Let's see.
But no, they decided to make her an asshole instead.
They get to the end of the bird section where she finds like all the roots tangled up around that like MacGuffin that they needed to shatter.
This
Yeah,
is a
which
cool
you
boss
never
fight.
see.
Yeah, and in disturbing the roots of the
Neathog-
world tree, bring the Neathog to them, and that thing was badass.
That thing
It
was
was
cool.
badass, but then you cut its head off with a portal while it's trying to escape.
yeah, it's
and
trying to
like,
run away
I-
from them, and they
this
kill
was-
it anyway.
I was
Well-
like, all right, guys.
Well,
that was
but it's kind of
unnecessary.
funny though. Like
Penis.
it's kind of funny though. Like I totally get like okay, maybe they went a little too far killing it. At the same time, it attacked them and fucking like.
I guess
It
so,
was
but
also
it's-
trying to run away. It probably realized, like, oh fuck, I'm not dying to these little roots. What are they doing? Let me go!
but-
The portal's gonna close soon.
At the same time, there were like 2 instances of them like doing things in this game, like one of the characters, and then afterwards, people learn like, oh, that was not a good thing, like freeing Garm
Yeah,
for
it's
instance.
like, maybe if you told me.
and the Neathog dying or getting like.
Yeah, it's babies like go ape shit without
It's like,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if someone fucking told us beforehand.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
At least in the case of the Neathog, no one could have told them, like, because no
Yeah,
one
that thing
knew
just
was gonna
jumps in out of nowhere. That was a pretty good jump scare.
Yeah.
It just like appearing in out of nowhere.
was
After
pretty
they
sick,
kill
though.
the Neathog and break Freya's bonds, she has like that discussion with. I like how Kratos never apologized or like that was pretty good writing to me. It's just like I'm not gonna pretend I'm sorry that I like defended you from your son, but I can understand why you're mad. It's like that's totally fair, actually.
That's actually good writing.
Yes,
I like
that was good.
And the scene of him, like, standing behind her once she, like, frees herself and then he draws the axe, but, like, he very obviously doesn't want to fight, was so, like, I was like, damn, that is fucking awesome physical acting.
I think that scene it actually helped that it had such a long build up to it because like it would be weird if they like barely said anything to each other and then that happened and she was just like I want to kill you more than anything but I'm not gonna. It's like why?
Yeah, it felt earned.
Yeah.
It felt earned after all that time.
Yeah, that did.
Yeah.
Plus, you pretty much. This is another case
will-
of where you pretty much have to do the side quests afterwards, or Freya's relationship with them will make no sense
Yeah,
Because you barely do anything.
yeah. Otherwise, if you just go right back to Sindri's house, Freya's just gonna be cool with you anyway, because the game clearly plans on you doing the side quests.
Yeah.
But she'll be cooler with you than is like reasonable. Because the game expects you to do like 5 hours of
Well,
side content with her.
Yeah.
The side quests in this area actually do give Freya like even more character, which is nice.
These side
Yeah.
quests were also good.
Yeah, it's basically
We need
like,
to bring this garden back to
All
life.
given by women, by the way. I'm just gonna throw
Whatever,
that in there.
man.
No, it's legitimately like just all over the place in this game. Like every
It's not
side
my job
character,
to teach you everything. my dear.
every single side character that does something cool or gives you a side quest or this or that, it's just a female character again.
Like, even Kratos' wolves are female. I'm pretty sure they mentioned that a couple of dragons were female.
Yeah, they make things that aren't female in lore female
like
for no
Neathog
reason.
is not a female in Norse mythology.
It's
Yeah,
never mentioned what Neathog is. It's just like,
No,
oh,
it
that's
says,
the
it says
snake.
explicitly it's a man. Or a male, I mean.
Yeah.
Not a man.
Why would they need to specify that?
I don't know, but they did.
It's fucking mythology. I don't know, but they specifically. It's weird. Again, it feels like
Kreisvelger is not a creature of hell in like a creature of Helheim in Norse mythology, because Helheim doesn't exist in Norse mythology. But Kreisvelger is also, just as far as I know, just an eagle of winds. So, like, that didn't even make sense when I started thinking about it.
okay.
I don't know.
It is weird. It feels like forced diversity again, and it's like I really don't think it's necessary for that, guys.
It's not really, because like
It's not even diversity.
Instead of Hraesvelgr, they could have just had Hel, who is the ruler of Helheim, which is supposed to be a section within Niflheim in Norse mythology.
Isn't Hell female?
Hel is female.
Okay, why the fuck?
And that's what I don't get. They could have had her instead of Hraesvelgr there. But instead they wanted a giant fucking eagle, and all of a sudden in Ragnarok they just decided, oh, that's female, by the way. Like, we were never told that. We weren't... What is the point of telling us that?
Hraesvelgr was also another, like, wasted giant monster in this game, because...
Completely wasted.
They built up that it was going...
Hraesvelgr once.
You talk to it once. It doesn't talk to you at all in the first game.
And it's optional. You don't even have to talk to her. And then, like, another thing is... In the previous game, she helps you. Like, when you're flying around on the boat in Helheim, if you turn around, you can see her, like occasionally blowing gusts of wind to help guide you around. Which, you know, seems significant, and then it's just fucking not.
And in this game, she does nothing except tell you to, like, do something.
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
it's like, go close the
That was a
Hell
bit of a
Terrace.
tangent, but like I guess we should get back to Vanaheim anyway.
We're pretty much done with Vanaheim.
We should.
We'll just do...
Should we do like the later sections in Vanaheim too? Because
No, we'll be
We'll
back
go
to
back to that when we do Beer Sacrifice.
Yeah,
Sacrifice.
I specifically put
right,
that there.
right. Oh, you have okay. Yeah.
And I put Crater down next to it.
Yeah, from this point on, they just start treating Mimir like a fucking...
Fleshlight, like
Yeah.
I wrote down here.
Like, he's just comic relief from here on out.
He
and
gets
getting
made
shit
fun
on.
of by the other characters constantly.
It's pretty
it's
disrespectful.
especially bad when certain side characters like talk shit to him. It's like, who the fuck are you? Like,
Yeah.
get out of here. Like,
Also, Kratos, you
We'll get to that.
started calling him brother in this game, which was really impactful and meaningful. Why don't you fucking back him up, you dick?
As you have been told.
Yeah, fucking stand up for you.
God,
He has
you
no
suck,
legs.
Mimir.
Dude,
Why do you
Mimir,
suck
you're
so
bad.
much?
Did I ever tell you about the time he, like, enslaved a whale to collect its oil? Oh my god, Mimir, you're a piece of shit.
It's like they probably would
Woke
have.
vegan Kratos.
They probably would have hunted whales in like Greece and stuff for oil too, or at least traded with people that had oil. Like,
Also, Kratos
I don't
I've
get it.
kills animals all the time.
Yeah,
Who
I played
cares?
all the games. Kratos is like has definitely.
Kratos has
he's
definitely
like throat
clubbed a
punch-
baby seal, is like all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's like throat punched a shitload of unique sea creatures.
Before we move on from Vanaheim, after you do that with Freya and you go back to Freyr's camp, is when they have yet another obnoxiously private conversation
Oh, yeah.
in front. This is the worst example in the game, but Freya specifically goes. She walks up to Freyr while he's by the campfire and he's sitting down. She's like, "Can we talk?" And then he just stands up and they start talking right there. It's like he didn't need to stand up for that.
Also, I
Yeah.
realized something. This is like one of the only scenes where we are not watching it from the perspective of like Kratos or something. It's actually
Yes.
zooming in on both of them.
Their conversation was super melodramatic, and I didn't care.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd point that
It
out.
was okay for a little bit, but then
Like, seeing all the
lot of
characters,
it
like,
breaks
in the
down.
background, like, peeking
lot of it
around the
breaks
corner, like,
down.
listening to them, is...
Distracting.
It's very distracting, and it ruins the tension of the
a
scene.
lot of that breaks down too because again they just start shitting on Freyr. That's
Yeah.
it.
And he
Freyr,
doesn't
this is all
deserve
your
it.
fault. You're right. It is my fault.
well, they
crawls
come-
into the cock
They
tent.
come to a bit of an agreement that like, oh yeah, he was doing like good stuff, but it still isn't that like earned.
That
Like, it's not
that
deep.
line that he said, like, I didn't abandon you, I mourned you. I was like, damn, that hits hard as fuck.
Yeah, and then they don't treat that like with any dignity afterwards.
Yeah,
Like,
they just treat him like a fucking joke again. So annoying.
it's like he could have been a really cool character.
And they have to just keep on having this private conversation while pretending the fucking people who shouldn't be privy to any of this they're just
They're
pretending
just
they
standing
don't
in the background,
exist.
and then they like kind of walk awkwardly out of frame and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
Like mopping
it's
the
very
dishes
uncomfortable.
and fucking wiping the dirt.
Oh, we forgot
It's
about
like
the fucking
just
lamp.
doing like retarded busy work in the background, pretending that they're not just standing there eavesdropping on their
What did we forget about?
conversation.
Oh no, that comes up later. I was gonna say
This is
we
also-
forgot about the lamp post, but he doesn't come up in
Yeah.
later.
He comes up in the next Vanaheim
I feel
section.
bad calling him a lamppost, but like,
He
Why
serves
would you
no
feel
fucking
bad?
purpose.
I feel bad because I don't know why.
He serves
It
no
was-
fucking purpose. Like, it's. I feel.
I just feel bad whenever they actually hire like a voice actor and they get a role in like a game they might be excited for, or like might be happy to be in, and then they just get the shit role.
Yeah, they get like. I never even considered that. Yeah, that guy was. That sucks.
He has like 5 lines of dialogue in the game.
All right, so basically you're the pig. I'm what? I'm what?
You're the pig
You're the
man.
pig.
But I'm
I'm
black.
You know the pig from the previous game.
We'll discuss this.
Wait, what?
When we get to the second Vanaheim
What?
section.
Did you say? But I'm black.
Look, it comes up later. All right.
Okay, man, that was weird.
This was also the part where you get like the other side quests that you can do with Freya, like specifically related to Birgir's camp and
No, Freyr.
You mean Freyr's camp?
Freyr's, whatever. Alright, so we leave Vanaheim. If you again, you have to do a bunch of the side quests with Freya, or it's just not gonna make sense.
Yeah.
But like, you can go to like Alfheim with her. You're with her for like 12 hours of the game at this point. Atreus must have been pissed because you can go with her to do the like biracial elf couples fucking side quest in
Oh yeah,
Alfheim.
this is where this comes up.
The completely useless side plot where you like
Technically.
Then you can go back to them afterwards, and they're like, yeah, thanks, man, I guess.
well, thanks.
Wow, very meaningful.
And guess how many times it comes up after that? Never.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah,
You
hell
can
yeah,
also
man.
fight the Drake there. It opens up a lot of Alfheim that you couldn't do with Atreus.
Yeah.
But I think if I replay the game, I might just do those parts with Atreus just to hear his dialogue.
I don't know. Like,
basically-
I kind of had to do it on the highest difficulty because you need like every little
You
advantage
need to
you get.
farm. Yeah, the highest difficulty does kind of force you to play the game in a very specific way.
It's fine. Like
Once-
that's
Yeah.
how it should work. But
Once you get back to, like, after you leave Vanaheim, you go back to Sindri's house, and they have, like, another, like, cute at-the-dinner table scene that ends with Atreus throwing another tantrum, but this time he turns into Bjorn, which is a little excessive, and, like, fucking slaps Sindri out of the way, breaks through the, like, front door, and then, like, crashes through the, like, door, that the realm door or whatever, and lands in some random bumfuck place in the middle of Midgard.
At this point, I was just assuming that every single time we switched between Atreus and Kratos, he was just gonna run away.
Yeah, like
'Cause
a
this was like
fucking
the-
whiner.
What, third time he ran away so far?
Yeah, it was.
I mean,
well, he
sort of.
slept away the fucking previous.
The second time he just like snuck away and then came back.
he's always leaving. Basically.
Well, the
Yes.
first time he snuck away.
pretty
The
much-
second time he slept away. The third time he tantrumed away and then teleported.
I feel like the level design for the Atreus sections, we might as well mention it at this point, are just not as well done as the Kratos part.
Yeah, definitely.
Because
well, especially once you actually start doing the stuff for like the Asgardians in a second, like it's just a bunch of super linear stuff.
like, remember it tells you
And-
like use the axe to find, or use the mask to find
Dude,
the
yeah.
way to go,
Dude,
and
that
the way
was
to go is
so,
like straight in front of
It's
you.
so
All
unnecessary.
right, let's. Yeah, so you.
Well,
you,
let's
you,
back up a
You
bit.
go.
Yeah.
You go to like find Freya's old house where she like very
Forgot about her.
disrespectfully forgot.
She just
about
forgot
her best
about
friend.
her big turtle guy.
Yeah,
Totally.
he's like on the brink of death because he's freezing to death. Atreus goes in, lights a fire, keeps him alive, and then he's like,
That's
this
like
is
the most
something-
unforgivable thing that Freya's done, actually. Like,
Yeah.
for real.
And then like something that bothered me
Psychopath.
about that scene is like,
Charlie is like totally fucking like cool with it too. He's just like,
it's all right, guys. But like,
Atreus
like,
has to tell him, no, it's not all right. She abandoned you here.
yeah, and then he's like, I won't abandon you, and then proceeds to abandon him, like as soon as Hugin and
Gets
Mugen shows up.
transported by
Yeah.
like crows immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, teleports to Asgard. Climbs the mountain, climbs up the wall of Asgard for
But
like a while.
Hold on, he meets best girl Skildir, who does nothing. Skildir, the fucking blonde kid.
You know, the only thing I can say about him, at least he was nice.
At least he was
Yes.
blonde.
I thought he
You're
was-
a nice
I thought he
guy.
was gonna
You're
be
just
an-
not a character that I'm willing to compliment.
I did
I-
genuinely think he was going to be an asshole for a second, but like
No, we got a
when
way
he-
better asshole.
Yeah, he was like just nice. That was all I can compliment him.
My
on.
brain like auto corrected him out. I really did. I did.
He was also kind of a. He could have been anybody.
He was
Really-
absolutely useless.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was just the blonde boy to me.
I remember they mentioned at one point, like, I'm pretty sure Thrud has a crush on Skildir. It's like, no, she doesn't. She doesn't know who this fucking loser is. What are you talking about? But
Yeah, Skildir was dumb. Also, he had like a grown man's voice, which was a little weird.
anyway,
I
after
mean, sort of, but
after you just get that happens a lot in this game. You just get magically teleported to where the game's story needs you to be.
at
Yeah,
least
that's
in
kinda
his
dumb.
sense, it made it. At least they
that
sort of made
case-
sense with the crows.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose so.
After he gets to Asgard, what happens? You get a few combat sections, meet Skildir, and then he's just like, I'm gonna climb the fucking wall.
Yeah, you walk like a mile through yet more Grims.
Woo! Grims and some Gulons are there too for no reason.
Yeah, being guided by Hugin and Mugen, or it's probably just
Hugin,
one.
Mugen, Flugen, Boogen.
You climb the wall, which is like a masterpiece, but it looks not masterpieceful because there's still like pieces that look like they're still like being crafted and stuff. I don't know. You climb the whole thing, and then the most fucking annoying, like deliberately annoying character in the game, Heimdall, catches you at the top. And actually, like, Heimdall is well written. He is an asshole, and I hate him, but that's exactly how you're supposed to feel about him.
You climb to the top of the wall and meet Nick Fuentes.
It's funny. I don't even hate him.
Yeah, I
didn't end up hating him.
I actually think he's kind of a cool character, to be honest. He's an asshole, but
Yeah,
like his intentions are noble.
Yeah,
It's
he's
just-
an
I suppose
asshole,
so.
but he's not evil.
He wants to
per
protect
se.
his homeland and his people. I think there's
He
nothing
does-
like
He does genuinely
inherently
believe,
wrong with that.
He does genuinely believe in like Odin's plan, because he can see people's like souls,
And he
like
sees
their
that
intentions.
Odin truly believes in his intentions. He probably admires it because he said that everyone else like lies about what they truly want. I don't think he sees that in Odin though.
Yeah, Odin's at least honest. Which, like, I still don't like him, but you know,
I just mean I don't
Yeah.
I don't hate him or anything. Like
When he leads Atreus over to the over to like that battlefield. It was cool seeing what Asgard just looks like on its own, an actually lively fucking town in this game for once. He gets there and he leads you. This was a cool way of introducing Heimdall's character to show like how he just can't be hit by
also
by someone.
he's very like nonchalant. Like he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, Heimdall
Yeah.
at least has the skills to back up what an asshole he is.
Yeah,
which
that
is cool
is-
to see.
yeah, I always appreciate that. Unlike fucking Hermes from the God of War 3.
He runs like a little bit faster than a normal person could, and he's all smug about it.
At least triple. the
I'm
speed
gonna
of a
talk a
normal
lot of
person.
shit to the most
It's
dangerous.
like double.
I'm gonna talk a lot of shit to the most
I can
dangerous
run
man
about
on
as
the
fast
planet.
as that.
You cannot.
No, definitively not.
I can run up a
he-
chain just fine.
He's insanely fast, but that does not excuse him talking as much shit as he does to Kratos, the most dangerous man in Greece, and he's just like, your family's dead.
It's the tale of the tortoise catching the hare.
So after you get your ass like completely clapped by Heimdall, it does that fucking cool ass like alpha male sigma male moment between him and Thor.
Dude,
Where-
so fucking intimidating.
So it was so cool. The music there was actually like well utilized too. First time in the whole game I'm complimenting the music.
Oof.
I wonder why.
Probably because the rest of it sucks. But we'll get to that.
Whoa.
Knock it off. What are you
Knock it
going to
off.
do if I don't? Look in my eyes and tell me.
You notice he looked at the arrow. He was probably thinking of like what he'd do with that arrow.
Cram it up his ass.
Cram it
You're
up
a
his-
sick man. Walks away.
And
So
then
fucking badass.
Odin comes in and he's like nothing but jovial with Kratos. I like how they depict.
Atreus.
That's what I meant. He's nothing but jovial with Atreus. He's like this.
You trickster, Loki.
I'm kidding. Of course he's gonna betray me, Heimdall.
Yeah, of course he's here to spy on me.
It's like, yeah, that's actually completely fair.
Yeah.
He's just like a classic, like, manipulative psychopath where
Yeah.
he's like, comes off as really likable. And even when he tells the truth, he's probably lying about why he's telling you the truth.
Yeah,
There's a lie sprinkled in somewhere in everything he tells you.
Yeah, he is a really good character. Like,
Yes.
for a villain, he is really good.
I will say, the writing before you meet him, or before you go to Asgard, was a little too heavy-handed, I think, with the whole, like, Odin bad, Odin bad, Odin bad. Like, I get it.
Oh yeah, that's
He was
something
bad.
we forgot to... That is
But,
something
like,
we forgot to comment on.
Every side quest had some sort of, like, Odin bad to
Look
it.
at look at this bad thing that Odin did.
It was
Yeah,
like,
pretty
yeah.
much in
like, your
every
guys are-
breath. It
Yeah,
was
we
like,
get
Odin
it.
sucks.
We get
It's
it.
like,
Odin sucks.
Yeah, I
Relax
got
a
it.
little.
You, like, we have the whole previous game as context for that. Right?
Yeah.
We can get a little bit of extra added context, but not everything needs to be Odin bad.
Yeah, or at least have it be like, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Like,
I know
I don't know,
the
man.
game tried to, like, set it up deliberately, like, oh, maybe Odin isn't actually that, like, bad. Maybe he genuinely has, like, this reason or, like, this belief that he's going after.
which I mean, in the end, he was just trying to like gain ultimate
Information,
knowledge.
yeah.
Like, he was just trying to
He
learn.
was
And we
willing to
don't-
give up anything for it.
Yeah, we don't know what he intended to do with that knowledge. So I mean, I guess there's a chance that he was like
That's
had
another thing we'll have
somewhat
to put a pin in.
redeemable. But like, I don't know. But he was a really good villain.
Yeah.
And that whole Asgard section,
That part where you're just walking with him through. I really like the way you're just walking through like a normal log cabin looking ass thing, and they're just like true power doesn't feel the need to flaunt itself.
I was like,
Like
bars.
to me, that just goes really hard.
And bars, man, bars.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
the-
it was a cool segment,
it's-
even if you were just walking around. Like, that,
Yeah.
that's actually what good writing is, though.
Don't
Yeah.
you like go underground and that's where you get introduced to the mask?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The mask. That's what the point of the mask is.
I hate you.
You collect Dream's fucking like costume from down there, and doesn't he call Thor down there?
and then Thor's just like already there. And he's like, sneaky bastard. That was actually pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Him
It
and
never
Thor,
comes up again, but it was just like a nice moment.
him and Thor go right to Muspelheim after that, right?
Yeah, and then
yeah.
like all right, so the scene, the parts of the game that take place in Asgard are cool, but the parts of the game where you go and look for a piece of the mask are fucking awful. You just
Because there's
walk-
no confusion to be had with the level design. It's
Yes,
just walking
it's-
straight forward.
It's linear, but the mask is used as a directional tool. You have to take
It's-
the mask out to point where you're supposed to go.
It's used
There's
almost-
one fucking direction
Also,
you can go.
you don't just point where you have to go.
You have to
the
walk
wall
up to it.
where you use
Yeah,
the mask.
and if
It's
you're
like a
not-
key almost. The game will not let you progress unless you use that mechanic.
But it's-
and there's no point to using the mechanic.
Yeah,
You can
it's-
just look at the
and-
wall and know, Thor, you have to destroy that.
And it's not, you have to stand at a very specific point too. You can't just walk up to the wall and tap the mask against it. You have to act like you were walking up trying to figure out where it was pointing you.
Yeah, you can't be too close. You have to be like a certain distance away, and you have to be like at a certain angle of it.
Yeah, it's just not fun. It's not a good mechanic.
That mask shit was just, it was dumb.
There are cool moments in like those scenes. Like there's a lot of time where Atreus and Thor get to like talk, and there's even like a really intimidating scene where Thor like throws the hammer and catches Atreus like right on the throat and pins him against a wall to threaten him. And like
Thor's talking about like his dead kids.
yeah, it's like there's some real good scenes in here, but gameplay wise, it is fucking shit. It sucks so bad.
I don't know. I liked fighting with Thor and then like distracting him with the Muspelheim trials.
I mean, I
was,
guess
like-
so, but it's like it's really just fighting on rails.
Yeah, pretty much. No, that part was bad. I mean, like, using the Muspelheim trials as, like, a canon way of distracting Thor long enough for him to go to that Groa shrine.
That was kind of weird, honestly.
What influenced him to do that was... Did he hear Angerboda, or did he just know there was a Groa shrine nearby?
Shrine.
He just knew the shrine was nearby.
Okay. He goes in there, talks to Angerboda. I don't even remember what they talked about in there.
I don't know either, honestly.
I completely forgot.
It was about Surtur and
that's right.
how he had to bang his girlfriend.
Oh, the best character in the game.
It talked about how he had
so
to bang his
cool.
girlfriend
My
in order
God.
to bring about the end of the world.
Just disappointing.
Yeah.
He was
Anyways.
He was a
get around
completely
to him.
worthless... We'll cover that in the useless characters
But
section.
yes, you find the second piece of the mask there, and then just head back, like, immediately.
Yeah, you just bring
That
it
leads
back.
nowhere.
Yeah.
think
And then
you
once you bring it back, it switches back to Kratos' perspective.
Yeah, and you hang out with Freya for a while longer.
Do you meet Thrud before you switch back to Kratos' perspective?
I think you meet her right after you finish Muspelheim, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you meet her
Because
pretty
she's like
early
in
on.
your... She's like... You're in Modi's room, right? Yeah, you're in Modi's room, and she's like, "You're really gonna stay in here after you killed my brother?" And then she's like, just kidding. She was like holding her sword up to you, and she's just like, just kidding. He was a piece of shit. I didn't care. It's like, okay, weirdo.
Very weird writing.
Hey, does Asgard have therapists?
They never
You should
really
see one.
explained why she had that attitude about her own brothers.
Are
Was
you
he
kidding?
just
Magni and Modi were fucking psychos.
Yeah, they were psychos, but they never specified what they did to... Like, no one cared that they were dead. The only one who seemed to care was Sif. And her fat ass. Sif was fine as hell.
Fat ass husband or something, and then you just stop.
No, just fat ass.
All right.
Sif was fine as hell.
That's true. That is a fact.
Um,
You go back to Midgard with Freya for a while. What happens in that?
No,
you're
you
just
like
trying to find the
transition.
Norns.
You transition back
God,
to
the
Kratos
fucking
at that
Norns.
point. The
I
Norns.
forgot about it.
Yeah, the Norns.
God. So stupid.
Anyways, Midgard 2, basically not really any story that happens
didn't-
until you get to the Norns.
Yeah,
We didn't transition like out of the Atreus third segment though. Like
Don't
what?
you just like fall asleep?
No,
Yeah, he
is
just-
how that goes.
Oh yeah, he just like falls
and-
asleep and then it transitions to Kratos.
Wasn't Kratos... Was Kratos
Probably having a
sleeping
nightmare or
something
something, I
like
don't
that? I don't remember.
Well, the Norns suck. They're not good.
That's the only thing we really have to talk about in Midgard.
Kratos and
There's
Freya
a-
are just like, we have to go to the Norns to discover like why. I don't remember anything about this part of the game. This part was really boring.
Well,
Yeah, it was kind of dumb.
well, they were trying to find out what, like...
Something about
Like,
it was probably
It
just
was
where
about
Atreus,
fate, but, like, I don't remember specifically, like...
where Atreus is, or something like that. They're trying to locate Atreus, I know, but
The Norns were fucking annoying.
yeah, you have to spend like an hour tracking them down, and then when you finally find them, like you fight your way to them, and then they're just like, "We knew you were gonna be here. We're gonna repeat
They're
everything
just
you
like
say while you're
big
saying
nose theater kids.
Yeah,
Remember how hot the Fates were? Well, one of the Fates.
yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, man.
Yeah.
The Greek game. The
care
other
to
one
try
was like
again?
a crazy ass shadow demon, and the other was Clotho. Oh dear God, Clotho.
What are you talking about? Clotho was
That's
the
the
hottest
hottest
one.
one.
Just a
all that
fucking
meat to
tower
grab.
of titties.
Just a tower of boobs and hands to jerk my dick off. with.
Not even like
But no.
just hands. They were like weird chinchilla hands.
But no, the Norns were just they were annoying to listen to.
Yeah, and they weren't helpful.
That's
And yeah, they didn't tell you anything you weren't gonna learn
that was
already.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure they were pretty much just Kratos' like spur to get the Dropner spear.
Yeah, which they could have done in a way better way. Like it was,
That's how fast that section is.
That whole section is gone already.
they were just annoying theater kids that were like irresponsibly condescending to Kratos. He's like, I don't think you realize who you're talking to.
Another thing that bothered me again is it's another bit that deviates from Norse mythology for no reason really, because the Norns are supposed to be of the past, present, and future, not all future. It's not. They're not fates.
Yeah, they are.
That's
they do
true.
just seem to all be predicting the future, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all
There's
just
prob-
playing into that.
They're probably like maybe
one-
if we rewatch the scene, we would like gain some get some hints that like one of them is just like making fun of Kratos for what happened in his past. One of them is making fun of them for how the present is going, and one of them is predicting the future.
I don't think it's that tightly written.
I don't.
Well,
I
no,
think-
because
I
there's
think
the
they-
there's the.
I don't
little-
want to watch that scene again to confirm. So
Yeah, no, there's
I'm
the-
willing
there-
to just be wrong on this.
There's the little
because
one.
that scene sucks.
There's the little one
the
that just like
fat-
runs through, like saying what everyone is saying as they're saying it,
Which was
really
the most
irritatingly.
annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the tall one that just like reads what's happening. She's like, Kratos walks into the room menacingly. And it's like
Like a
why
theater
are you
person.
saying that?
Oh yeah, she was
That's-
reading it like it was a screenplay.
Yeah, I was like, this is stupid.
Can
dude.
Kratos
And
not
then the
kill
one that
these
just
fates?
straight up talks.
Oh,
He
no,
should kill these fates.
He can definitely kill those fates. That they were like they
Did
were,
predict this, did you,
yeah,
little bitch?
They were just a spike in blood pressure away from dying.
I get that I think they were supposed to be annoying, but like, why? Why did they have to be annoying?
Yeah, why can't you have the Norns just be helpful?
Kratos could get
Or
a
just not
rise.
include them.
You could get a rise out of Kratos just by saying like Heimdall's gonna kill your kid.
Yeah,
That
That
was
did
enough.
get a rise out of him. He was
That-
pissed off, but they kicked him out right after that.
no,
No,
they
he
didn't
left.
kick him out.
Oh, okay.
He left. If they tried to kick
What?
him out before it was time, he would just.
I think what
not
should have
leave.
happened was
Did they mention anything about the Dropner spear, or did Kratos just come to the conclusion, I need a weapon to kill Heimdall?
no.
Yeah,
he just came to that realization.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then he went to Brock and Sindri, and they were like, "I got it," and then they made Dropnir.
What are you going to say?
I was thinking like the whole scene should have been different. Like there should have been past, present, and future. Past should have been lambasting him for his past. Present should have been, I don't know, like something.
Reading what's currently happening like it's a scene from a screenplay, irritatingly.
Yes, that would have been cool.
Like, just fucking something. Like telling him the path he's on is one that he's caused, like his own problem. And then future can be like, Heimdall is going to kill your son.
That'd be cool.
And
Past
then,
walks into the room. Never change.
God
never,
damn it.
never learn.
Just recites that.
I think that's a good point to just transition over to Svartalfheim, because we already mentioned that they go back to Brock and Sindri's house.
To get the spear.
This was actually, I make
but-
knives, so this was kind of a cool scene of them figuring out how to make this magic weapon of just like mixing a bunch of magics together.
Yeah.
They were just like, oh, we got that wind spear, and we got, if we combine, and Sindri goes down and gets the Dropnir, which.
Ring?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Dropnir ring, which actually was a real thing in mythology. I didn't even realize. Like,
Yeah.
literally, its power is that it creates new rings without getting smaller.
It's like after
Yeah, that's pretty
Every 8 days,
8
it makes
days.
8 new rings.
No, it was like a lesser amount, but it was still like you still got more rings or something.
In this one, anytime you like tap it on anything, it just duplicates.
That's
itself.
why whenever Kratos like smashes it into the ground, it spawns a Dropner spear.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go there, they collect. We forgot to mention because it was such a weird like info dump. But it was during Atreus's first section with Sindri that Sindri is just like, so yeah, my brother like died and I only got 3/4 of his soul back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that was a weird moment. It's just like, why are you talking about this?
Why?
There was no. You guys couldn't figure out a better place to like drop this info.
Oh, here's the other
Yeah.
weird thing: is he never brought that up over these years. Like he
Yeah.
never told Atreus over these years. He just told him now.
Yeah, like
For the
why are
player
you
to
talking,
know?
Yeah, why are you talking about this?
Is this for the player?
Atreus like stops and looks at him, and he's like, "Why?
Why not just
would you-"
mention this to Brock? You guys can probably like find the other soul fragment before he dies.
Yeah, like aren't you guys friends now?
Whatever. The point is that, like, Brock is insistent on being the one who meets the Lady of the Forge, who's a mermaid for no reason.
Yeah,
anyway,
that was kind of weird.
Yeah. The more I think about her character, the more I just go like, wow, that was completely useless. Like,
Yeah, it was strange.
another woman.
well, yeah, but like,
Whatever
That's
on
not
that.
my point in this case. My point in this
Why
case
is she like a mermaid?
Why is she a mermaid? Why the fuck is she here?
Maybe it's
Why was she required to make this?
maybe
video?
it's just playing on the whole like, oh, she forges weapons in water. It's so quirky.
Oh,
I
don't-
hope that's not it. That's kind of dumb.
I don't get it. That's the only thing I can think of.
I think they had a cool design aesthetic, and they were just like, where the fuck would we use this? Let's just slam it in there.
You didn't like her design, though.
Honestly, I'm for
I
it.
was okay with her design.
I thought the scene was cool.
Except for her fin beard.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
She has like a fin beard in the middle of her chin.
I didn't notice that.
Well, that's at least just a fin. Like, I
right.
can get past that.
So honestly, I liked the mermaid. I thought it was kind of cool.
Does anything happen between, like, Kratos? Yeah, there's a few fighting sections between Kratos.
A lot of Grims.
Yeah, it's just them fighting
Yeah,
Grims until they get to the top of the mountain,
A
right?
metric fuckload of Grims, and then they just battle.
Oh,
Which,
they have the long
having,
tongue Grims introduced here. Fuck those guys.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Ormstunga.
We haven't gotten to that yet.
No, Ormstunga was back in Svartalfheim.
That's
This is the second part of Svartalfheim.
it's when you get
It's when you get the spear.
No, Svartalfheim.
It's when you get the spear.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
We're getting to that.
Okay, I thought
It's
we
when he-
passed over the god Ormstunga.
no.
Stunga. But anyways.
There's really nothing to talk about. They go up to the mermaid. They get Dropnir made. Brock finds out that he only has 3/4 of a soul because the mermaid can only see souls. That was a really contrived reason for
No,
Brock to find
they
that
can-
out,
they
honestly.
she can only see that part of the soul that he's missing specifically.
Yeah, so
The-
he's just invisible to her.
Which is just odd. They did
Yeah.
have
That
a
is a
touching
very-
moment
that is-
from it, though. They did have a touching moment where
Oh,
Kratos
well,
was like, the weapon needs
That
a
part
blessing.
made me like tear up a bit. That
was
was
like-
really nice.
Yeah, and having
So good.
Kratos and Brock hang out for a little while was kind of cool. Actually.
Yeah, because they would easily get along
Although
the
I
best.
will say,
with
again,
each other.
there was a bit of contrivance there, too, because Kratos was weirdly insistent that Brock do this when Brock didn't need to go with Kratos to get the spear, but
I think
for
it was-
some reason...
I think he was just trying to cheer up Brock, honestly.
Well,
No,
no, I think it was because he was pissed at Sindri, and Sindri kept lying to him, while Brock is just like blatantly honest. So he didn't want to
Yeah.
bring Sindri along.
I mean,
'cause
I
he thought-
suppose, but like it still feels a little bit contrived because Sindri
Made
was ready
sense to
to
me.
go right from the get go. Like,
it made sense to me because Sindri was doing like nothing but going behind his back, and Brock has
Because
always just
Sindri
been
was
honest with
insistent
him.
on going with him, and Kratos was just like, no.
Yeah, he was like, I don't want to be around you for one, and for two, you're probably gonna fucking lie to me. I don't know what your ulterior motives are for you coming with me.
I don't
so
think he'd have
I'm gonna...
ulterior motives though. Like, you could easily read that.
Well, no,
like,
Sindri wouldn't have ulterior
Kratos
motives.
is just the one
but
thinking that.
no,
yeah,
but I don't see why Kratos would think that either. Specifically, like
He
he's
would just
lied.
be cautious of the possibility.
Sindri's lied in the past, but why would Sindri lie about helping him make like a weapon to beat Heimdall? Like, that makes no sense.
I don't think it's specifically.
I don't think it's
that.
about lying. I think he's just like punishing Sindri for lying to him.
Well, punishing and all that is fine, but the punishment is taking someone on a little journey where that person could die to Grims or anything else. Like,
Well, no,
The
'cause-
real reason was just that Kratos wanted to just go get Dropnir made, and he did not care who went with him.
and Sindri wanted to go, so Kratos didn't want him to go.
I don't know. That's a really.
It was.
stupid
It was.
reason.
I get it.
They probably
It's
just had to
completely
come up with a
contrived to me.
reason.
But anyways, you get Dropnir, and
Dropnir's fucking cool. It's
It is-
probably the best weapon in this
And
game,
actually,
honestly.
It is pretty
fucking
badass.
sick.
Everything about it is sick. Like the way enemy mechanics, like they use Dropnir way more on the enemies than they do the fucking blades or the axe.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's fucking fun to use.
It is weird that only the Drakes and some of the bosses have like weak points that can be hit by the Dropnir's explosive mines.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dropnir was an amazing weapon. I'm really happy. I have been
That thing
wanting a
built-
spear and shield in these God of War games since the first one in 2018, and to see it finally fucking implemented, and in a really cool way too.
That shit builds stun super fast. Too.
It builds stun super quick. It stuns them just like their animation wise. It
has
stuns
a wet
them
fart
really
attack.
well.
That-
The cock fart. That like gale
thing-
force like shotgun blast is super underwhelming. That could have been done way better.
I
Yeah,
mean,
the thing
it's
is
useful for
useless.
launching things off cliffs. That's about it.
The way you
was
can like
literally
plant
it.
mines, the explosions that you get from the Dropnir are also weak. It's just the things when like
Yeah.
it's like that could be better.
At least to do damage.
It does do a lot of damage, especially the way it gets implemented in other fights when you're fighting like the dragons and you can spear them out of the air, or if they have like mines in them and you pop them while they're doing their dive attack, it can also knock them out of the air.
Yeah, it's pretty badass.
It's a really well implemented weapon, and using it to traverse is also super cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say it unlocks like a huge like way more of the game once you get it. So it's just including Wormstunga, the absolute god. You basically go.
This is in the Svartalfheim section.
You talk to Durlin, he wants his hammer, and then in that area is Ormstunga.
Don't you run into Odin at some point too? But their conversation doesn't really lead anywhere.
On the way back, Odin shows up with
you just
Durlin.
talk some shit. That's it.
And then
that's fine. I'm cool with characters just like meeting characters meeting and like having an interaction with each other is never really like a waste to me.
Yeah.
That just helps build their rivalry.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, he just talks shit. It's nothing like story important, but like at least it's there. Like, if they didn't talk there, Kratos would have very little interaction with Odin.
Kratos would have little interaction with Odin, and there wouldn't be a whole... But Odin is there talking about Kratos' son, which is like the one thing you don't do around the guy.
Yeah.
Relax, your son's okay for now.
That knocked a tooth out of Thor, so maybe lower your fucking tone.
But besides the Ormstunga quest...
Well, we didn't even talk about him. So
that's good enough.
Durlin asks Kratos to get him like this hammer that's like represented the rebellion. So you take this path to go and get it. You grab it. You start taking another path to leave, and then you like clear away this like rubble. And from around the corner,
just a guy.
Just waddles out from behind a boulder.
What was it, like a feral grim? What are they called?
Yeah, it was like one of those white, like
those skinny ones with the tongue.
Yeah. He like walks out with his eyes gleaming like an actual fucking Chad meme, and then levitates off the ground, curls into a ball, and flies towards you at Mach 6.
Insta-killing you.
He is absurdly strong.
You.
He was a really funny enemy. He was probably the funniest enemy in the game.
It took them like 90 tries to beat Ormstunga, and he comes out.
It did not take us that many tries.
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm just saying it's fucking. It's so funny to watch fucking Ormstunga. This
of all things, just destroy us.
It's like, just a grim.
Nuked crazy frog. Just absolutely decimate you.
Alright, I can't remember any of the other Svartalfheim sections that happen.
I think there isn't really. It's just
doesn't Freya come back at that point because she left because she pissed Kratos off by talking about his family?
No.
She went to do something.
No, Alfheim was where she was talking to you and she kept bringing up your wife, and then she fucked
that
off.
was in Svartalfheim.
Okay.
She talked about your wife.
She doesn't come back until
she wanted you to be the god of war that starts Ragnarok and everything.
Oh yeah, she was implying that Faye was manipulating you, and Kratos was just like, you better fucking
don't
stop.
talk about my wife.
Do not presume to.
Don't talk about my wife. I'll let someone else fuck her.
God damn it. That'd be like an Anthony Birch line right there.
After that,
I kiss men. Okay,
man.
All right.
That was the thing he talked about wanting to add to the game.
We'll talk about his ass later.
Anyway.
I think we should just move on to the fourth Atreus segment because I don't.
Svartalfheim was done.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah. So after Svartalfheim, we go back to Sindri's house again, right? And Kratos goes to sleep, and you wake up as the Atreus segment.
Well, he goes to sleep. Do you see Faye there? And then it goes to Atreus?
I think so, but it's another one of
Faye
those
sucks,
random.
The Faye sections suck. We're not talking about them.
It's just walking slow while she says the same shit every time.
Or paddling.
And then that music plays.
That and paddling a boat at the speed of taste. So
I'm pretty sure taste is a pretty fast signal.
Yeah? Taste that TV.
No.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Can't get up in time to do that.
We transition over to the fourth Atreus segment after...
Helheim.
Which is more talking to Odin and stuff, and then...
this section is with Thrud, right?
Yeah, this is actually the one where you see drunk Thor.
No, that's the fourth. That's the fifth section with him.
There's a fifth section?
No.
There's no fifth section, dude.
No,
Yes,
because
there is.
he
You go to
leaves at this
Helheim.
point. He leaves at this point.
He
I
leaves and goes to Garm. He just forgot to put something on.
Yeah, I am missing
Oh.
a point because he goes back to get,
Okay,
and he
yeah.
takes the mask back.
Yeah.
I think it's like right here between that.
Yeah. All right, so...
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so you go to Helheim, and you go with Thrud and...
Okay, so
And-
the writing in this section wasn't like too bad, but I did. I personally found all the talk about Thrud being strong kind of annoying.
Especially since she needs her
alright.
whole ass body to hold that
Now,
door open.
so-
mind you, Thrud in Norse does just mean strong, but
Okay, so with this, I was thinking about this the other night about like the characters that suffer from like the girl boss stereotype, and for a second I was thinking, yeah, Thrud has that, but then I
no,
was
I don't think she's a girl
I think
boss,
that's
no.
just her
Thrud-
charter. I think she just has like that brash.
I think
personality.
Thrud was a good
I was
character.
gonna say
Yeah,
I think
it
she's
fits her. Like that personality just
Well,
fits her.
I was gonna say I think it fits her. I think she's a good character, but it was annoying how many times it got brought up again. Like,
Well, I think it's because we're already burnt out on hearing it. We've heard the character like a trillion times, so when
Well,
Thrud
no.
finally does it, it's like,
but
oh my god,
it's
not another one.
just that. It's the fact that this game does that a lot, though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. The game
I
does it a
don't-
lot,
no,
but
not
not
even-
specifically just Thrud.
Not even specifically that the game does it a lot, but she herself did it a lot. And I'm not talking about the game burning me out on the other parts and then getting to it and being like, oh, more of this. It was more like, oh, Thrud saying it once was fine. Second time, okay. Third time, all right, stop.
It's kind of her personality. Like she has an abrasive personality. I think in her
Sure.
case, it's forgivable.
Sure, but it's not forgivable to me when you have, like, I don't know. It's just too much. It's too much for me.
How does this fourth Atreus segment start again?
I do like how Heimdall went with you and then just fucked off immediately.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I'm supposed to watch you. Leaves. Hey, it's your fault you messed this up.
He gets the box to get the moon.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right. I
yeah.
forgot he's the one who did that.
Yeah, he went and got a box that can hold the moon in it, so he can so Odin can control Skoll and Hati.
Why not just kill them?
How the hell do
No.
you put the moon in a box?
Yeah, I'd like to...
No,
That seems like something the game should show us.
no.
Okay. So...
What was
So
that?
basically,
Oh, the part of the annoying part is when Atreus frees Garm at the end of this segment.
mind you, the mask leads you to Garm.
Oh yeah, this
why
was
does it
the
lead
other
you to
thing.
Garm? I forgot about that.
Yeah, it never fucking talks about it. It never addresses why
the
it leads
mask
you to Garm.
works all the way up until Garm. You don't get a mask piece. The mask has only ever
Do you
been
get a
shown-
mask piece after, like, fighting Garm with Kratos?
No.
What's the point of it?
I don't know.
You don't even have the mask when you fight Garm as Kratos.
It feels very sloppy that they just didn't explain that. I figured
I-
Garm ate a piece of the mask, but no.
I thought it
he
was
didn't.
behind Garm or something.
Well,
And then
that's what
that
they
just
thought.
didn't
They
happen.
thought it was behind Garm, so they freed him to get him out of the way, and then it wasn't there, and they're like, huh.
It almost feels like there should have just been 4 or 3 mask pieces you get in the game, because then that'd
Or
be
something.
perfectly fine. But that was completely out of nowhere. Like, why did the mask lead you there?
Yeah, or
Is
just
that fucking
explain,
Odin magic? Did he make you free Garm?
Just explain why.
Maybe.
No.
That's
because-
the only way I could
But why would
see-
Odin
Why?
do that?
Yeah,
I
why
don't know.
would he do that?
There's literally no reason he would. That's your
liter-
only explanation, or the only possible explanation, and then...
That is literally more dangerous to him.
Yeah,
to release
exactly.
Garm.
Because even he was like, what'd you release Garm for?
It's just
Maybe
like,
there
I don't
had
know,
something-
I didn't realize he was fucking there. I didn't
Yeah, no
realize
one
he was
fucking
dangerous.
told me not to release the big wolf that I was
yeah, and
plopped
then
a quarter
the
mile
other-
away
Yeah,
from.
I
other
don't
annoying
fucking
part-
live in Helheim.
The
The way
annoying part
everyone was talking.
Everyone chastises Atreus for freeing Garm, and it's like, who the fuck is Garm? You didn't tell him who the fuck Garm was.
Yeah.
Even the
Why
player
are
doesn't
you
know who
mad
Garm
about
is.
it? Why are you mad about it?
Also, Heimdall was supposed to be watching them, and he fucking wasn't.
Wait, after they release Garm, he
Heimdall
runs
just
off.
comes back and he's
Yeah.
like, wow, you fucked up, kid. Stupid shit.
It's like, you fucked up. You were
Wait,
supposed to be
wait till I
watching
tell Odin. And then he like scuttles away under the
And
fridge
then,
again.
and then Thrud's really mad at you, like, you fucked it up, Loki.
It's like,
Damn
how
it,
did I
Loki.
fuck it up? You know
What
what
is-
Garm is.
You helped me. You should know who he is.
I didn't realize he did that shit. I just thought he was like a sad dog. Why are you being mad at me?
I mean, he literally did just want to be freed.
yeah.
That's all his thoughts said. But as soon as he got released, he went fucking sicko mode for some reason. And Atreus gets back, and everyone, including Odin, is like, "You fucked up.
You made a mistake.
It's
You
all
kill
about-
yourself, honestly."
Well, I'm not gonna lie. You screwed the pooch on this one. Hey, you're the one that sent
I'm
me
gonna
out
need
there
that
with no
sword
one.
back. I do like the little detail that he just like tosses the sword onto the fucking bed like he doesn't even care.
Yeah, it was literally just a manipulation tactic.
So he keeps the sword. Atreus fucks off after everyone's like, "Kill yourself! Kill yourself!"
And then he gets back to Sindri's house,
fuck-
and they're also like, "Hey,
You fucked up!
you
Kill
fucking
yourself!
idiot."
Fuck
released-
yourself! Kill
You released
yourself!
Garm? What the fuck is wrong with you? And then he and Kratos are just like, I can take Garm. And they're like, you can't take Garm. And
Yes, I
Kratos
can.
is-
And then he leaves.
yeah, Kratos is like, there is nothing I can't take. I'm gonna go take Garm.
So what even happens there? They just go there and just like walk to Garm after a few
Yeah,
combat sections.
They just go to
Yeah.
Helheim and fight Garm. That's
Yeah.
it.
All right,
they-
that
they-
Garm boss fight was sick as hell.
It was
I
pretty
liked
sick.
it a lot.
That is the only giant fight you have in this game.
Gryla.
Shut up.
I like felt like I had an aneurysm for a second.
So what happens? You get there. Freebird starts playing, and then the pit bull grabs the toddler. Is that how that opens? Like Garm actually grabs Kratos, and they run off into.
You have like a few run-ins with Garm. You're like traversing the area, and you keep seeing Garm.
I think
And
it's
Atreus
like-
is like, please calm down, and Garm is like, yeah, and runs off.
No, I'm freaking out for some reason. I guess that is just a case of like a dog finally being let off its leash.
Yeah, and tearing holes through reality.
I know, like, you have 2 fights with Garm.
You have to close a few realm tears before that, but otherwise you just like go right to fighting Garm.
Yeah, you basically just go and mollywop Garm, then you waffle stomp Garm, and then you're like, hey, this isn't working. So then Atreus is like, hold on, I'm gonna put a soul in it, because earlier he...
That part where it threw the chain at Kratos was so badass after he first thought he killed it.
Yeah, just like minding his business and gets fucking whacked with a chain.
A fucking boat chain just like hitting him.
Yeah.
That
like-
part was badass. But
I like that Garm held a grudge. He was like, I'm not done with you, you motherfucker.
why, why did Fenrir's knife or soul go into Atreus's knife to begin with?
Atreus just started like using like giant magic subconsciously while
Must be
grieving.
just like a perk of
Which
being
seems
giant,
like
I
a
guess.
little like it's like
That's a bit convenient, but whatever.
yeah. But I mean, like, then he sticks the soul into Garm, and then you literally have like Fenrir.
I guess maybe
Garm
it's like
is
a mix
Fenrir
of
now.
being a god and a giant. Like, there's just inherently like a special magic he can get. He's the
I
trickster
mean, I figured
god
that
at
was
that
the
point.
shape shifting.
Playing
yeah,
a little
but
joke on you. Put your soul into a banana. Never takes it out.
At least the
This is not a
animal-based-
prank. This is agony.
The animals-based stuff for Atreus was always there. At least like the runic summons were all animals in the previous game.
Yeah, this one they just went full bore with it.
Yeah.
And got a little gay about
Full
it.
Hildsvini.
But like at this point, like having Garm, so
This breaks the game.
Yeah, this is
breaks
broken
the
because
story.
Garm can tear holes through reality that can go anywhere.
And Garm Fenrir on his own is really powerful too.
Yeah, like Fenrir is like loyal to Atreus, especially since Atreus can fucking talk to him. And so having like an 8-story Fenrir that can tear holes in reality is kind of fucking broken. So then they never use him again.
They use them once.
All right, you'll be good in this frozen hellhole, right?
Yeah, why don't you leave this frozen hellhole to go to the next frozen hellhole?
Midgard.
Yeah, and then he's just nowhere to be seen throughout all of Midgard
Why
for
couldn't
ages.
you go visit him at the house?
I tried
Like,
to go
you-
back.
I don't get it.
There
don't
is
know why
one
it's not
part
there.
where Atreus goes there on his own and he meets Angerboda again.
And then Fenrir shows up.
Why was Fenrir just at his house that time?
Why-
Why was Angerboda at his
Hey,
house?
here's
I
a
have no
question.
idea.
How did Angerboda become friends with Fenrir?
Giant stuff.
At any point, like
It's giant stuff.
They just
Oh,
ran
okay.
it. Is that literally what she said? Because I remember her saying that line.
She says that more than once.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, cool. Okay, so
It's giant stuff.
they
This
don't
will
have-
this will explain away any like inconsistencies
Oh, nice.
or
The
unexplained
30-year-old
shit in our
writers-
fucking
the
writing.
30 to 40-year-old writers can't figure out how to make that work.
It's giant stuff.
This is just giant stuff.
Fucking professional writers can't fucking. God damn it.
Yeah. Angry.
What happens at this point that spurs them to go to Vanaheim though?
I think it was just like Freya was like, "Hey, we need to help Freyr. He's been kidnapped," and then you
Oh
go
yeah,
there.
yeah, that was it.
Okay.
You go there, and then like find.
Oh,
the
we
news.
should discuss
this is
like
where
the
the-
touching moment between Atreus and Kratos.
Oh,
that was
yeah,
like a really
that was
well.
really nice.
Yeah.
that was
good.
that was a well done scene specifically because it was just between the both of them, and Kratos didn't feel the need to run in front of a fucking football stadium with a megaphone before having the conversation with him.
Yeah,
I felt
that
like
was-
the best writing in this game just came from Atreus and Kratos, and that was
Their
almost it
relationship
for
makes
me.
this entire like
I
series
really-
of games. It's really nice.
I really
mean, I
wish
like
that the
Thor's
God of War
writing, too.
franchise was about fucking Kratos and not every single fucking character they decide to shoehorn
Hey.
in.
Um,
I really wish it was just Kratos and his relationship with his son and his journey to become a better person.
we go back
'Cause,
to
like,
Vanaheim and have the greatest story segments ever, though.
also, the physical acting in that scene was really good. Like the way Kratos kept gripping the pommel of the axe nervously while trying to like work out his emotions. That was really good. That was a really good attention to detail.
Oh,
But
boy.
they basically they fucking find Skull and Hati, which are larger than average wolves that for some reason
in
chase the sun and
Vanaheim.
moon.
Oh wait, there's got to be more to it than
No,
that.
first we made the lamppost.
Oh, that's right. No, wait. So they go to Vanaheim. They're like
rescue Freyr, I think.
or I keep saying
rescue
Birgir.
Freyr.
Freyr needs to be rescued, and they go out.
Oh, and that light elf dude.
and
Oh
this,
yeah, fucking who cares?
Because again, cuck. Like he can't do anything on his own.
Yes, I was pegging him too hard, and then the
they took us by
In her
surprise.
the
I managed to
Inheritor.
fight all of them off, but they kidnapped they kidnapped my husband.
It's like,
What's
wow.
his name again?
I don't remember.
No,
Who
that's
cares?
her. That's her.
They
Got
get
it,
there, and a new character is just plopped into our fucking like lap there.
No, he's not new.
The
He's
not new.
Yes, he is. The greatest character of all fucking time. Hildisvini, bro.
The
It's-
pig from the first game.
Yeah,
that
he
we
just
saw for
drops
that
he
5
was the-
fucking second. Yeah,
Let's-
and it felt really forced. It's like, who the fuck is
He's
Hildisvini?
never come up before.
Freya
Or
never
Hildsvini.
even-
Hildsvini could have just been part of Freyr's camp, not been a pig, and been introduced earlier.
Yeah. Also, Freya never mentioned that he was a guy.
No, in fact,
Never
he had
even
special
implied.
dialogue in the first game that said he was the last of his kind.
Yeah,
They-
never even implied.
And when Atreus goes to meet Freya during his first playable section, that pig from the first game is in the tent there.
Yeah.
So
why the fuck?
what is Hildisvini just? He said he was stuck as a pig in Midgar the same way that she was stuck as a bird in Vanaheim.
She couldn't just take him to Vanaheim, drop him off so he could be a human, and then
Yeah, what the fuck?
return to Midgard. They did
The
not,
game
they
clearly
didn't
did
plan
not
for him.
plan around. I don't think they planned around that until that point in this game because he's never hinted that he's going to be a character, and he's just dropped into the game. And the fact that that pig was in her tent,
Yeah.
in that Atreus
As
scene
a
with her.
pig.
Maybe he's
Also-
got a little bit of
Also, they
sentience
say
with
that
pigs,
he's supposed to, even
and
if
maybe he's giving her some like good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
as a pig.
as a pig. You know, with
They
the
am-
swirlies, right?
Maybe that's why she didn't abandon him to freeze into a popsicle like Charlie.
Yeah. Also,
was-
like, mind you,
Literally.
he's never useful. There's like one scene where they're like, "Oh, we need help uniting
For some
Helheim."
reason, there's quite a few cutscenes where when he shows up, he's actually focused on for a moment. And it's like, why? He literally has contributed nothing. to
Yeah,
this
he
game.
literally does nothing. Literally
Throughout
not
the
even
entire
once.
game, he does nothing.
In the first game, when he was a pig and they shot him, it was like the last of his kind in all the 9 realms, and you shoot him. And in this game, there's a bunch of those pigs running around in Vanaheim. So even if they didn't plan on making him a pig, he wasn't the last of his kind in all the 9 realms.
Yeah, that was just a fucking
Unless
lie.
Hildisvini was going around fucking a bunch of female pigs in that form.
Also, why would they appear as pigs in that realm?
Who cares, man?
Shouldn't they be human?
Yeah, that's. I think those ones were just regular pigs. I think they meant.
what the
if
fuck
anything, I think she meant that he's the last of his kind in all the 9 realms. In that he's the last guy who can turn into a
Fucking
pig, which
pig
is like
person?
a really being that he can't speak for himself. You should say that he's a guy. It's kind of disrespectful to just treat him like an animal.
They did not plan for him to be a character.
Also, Atreus
There's
can
no
speak
way.
to animals. How did he not know?
shut
Atreus
up.
can. Okay.
Yeah, shut up.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
They walk into the woods, see fucking why wouldn't Hildisvini just be like, "Ow, I'm a guy. You shot me.
I guess he
Please
can't.
take me to help."
Wait, Freya can talk
Freya
when
can
she's
talk
an
as a
animal.
bird.
What the
Dude,
fuck?
I didn't.
I'm
It's
just
so
realizing that now.
Dude,
It gets
Everything
more-
about Hildisvini is dumber the more you think about it, dude.
The writing gets worse and worse with this game the more I think about it.
After you pointed it
Ow,
out,
why
I
did you
feel
shoot
so
me?
bad for that voice actor. He's like, "Oh yeah, I get to work on God of
You
War."
got a war game, sweet. I love this franchise.
you
I
know
can't wait to see what they do with me.
Hildisvini.
You know what's probably sad too is they base a lot of characters looks off of the voice actors now, so that might just be what he looks like in real life, and that would suck if you were plastered in the game and everyone was like, "He's the worst."
Is it everyone or is it just us? Because I haven't heard anyone else complain about
Yeah, but
Hildisvini.
all these fucking mainstream people are
everyone's
just like,
still
"I
dick
love
riding
this
the
game."
game.
They're not going to be dick riding it after this review.
Hopefully.
Goddamn.
I think
Hopefully.
we're going to change all that
Very
personally.
hopeful thinking. Maybe we could reach out to someone and be like, "Hey,
This
let's
will at
spread
least
this around."
appeal to the people, because a lot of people don't like this game. They just have the balls to talk about it.
Or they don't have a channel to talk about it,
All right, well, whatever.
Let's move on from
let's keep
Hildisvini.
going.
We've been on him for 10 minutes.
yeah,
no,
we're gonna
he
fucking
was the-
rant all night about it.
Is he? Who is the worst character in this game? Is he one of the worst?
He's one of the worst just because he's fucking useless and it's
And they try to
Sir-
focus on him. Right?
yeah.
I think him, Surtur, Birgir,
Beer Gear,
what
the Light
happened
Elf
with
and Dark
Birgir.
Elf.
Burger was cool, but they
Freyr-
just didn't do anything.
I
with
think
him.
Freyr is the worst character in this game.
It
In
is
terms of
frustrating.
We'll
to
talk
watch
about him some more once we Freyr sucks.
Get to him. Yeah.
Once we get to him. But
Okay, so the next part of Vanaheim is just traveling until you get to the Heimdall fight, basically.
Yeah, and then
yeah,
the Heimdall fight is actually
the fights
pretty
leading
sick.
up, except for the fact that Heimdall just plops in. Like,
Well,
hey, Kratos, this is our first time meeting each other. Let's do this.
You find the moon and help Skull and Hati. You find the
Oh, yeah,
container
that's
that
right.
holds the moon. You
Where
open
did they
it-
find that again?
The Einherjar were using it as bait for a trap, and then Kratos and Atreus walked into the trap knowingly and killed all of them, and then they tried to
There was a
lead
special
them
in
away.
here.
They tried to lead them away using it to set up another trap, another ambush, and then they knowingly walked into it again and killed all the Einherjar and stole the moon anyways, which is some real Chad shit. But poor planning on the
That
Einherjar's
was
part.
about it for setup in between,
Anal
though. 'Cause,
Yar.
Wow, very clever, man.
I know, right?
Something I was going to mention about some of the boss fights in this game is they don't take place in very interesting locations for the most part. Heimdall, you just fight in a fucking
A
square
random
garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Walks into boxing ring.
I
Boxer
wonder
jumps
what's
out.
going to happen
I
here.
know you
Yeah.
can fight someone anywhere, but why can't it be a bit more climactic?
Yeah, like Garm's fight, where you're fighting them all over.
Garm's
Valheim.
location was pretty cool.
It was
Yeah.
huge. That was the reason it was cool, but it wasn't
Yeah.
that interesting otherwise.
Yeah, I
true.
think it was just huge because he made clearings.
Yeah. The Thor fight was super interesting. They had a bunch of different rooms and shit.
That's true. He slapped you across the fucking Midgard.
Yeah.
Wait, so you do the Heimdall fight, And it was pretty satisfying, even though I liked Heimdall to just watch the dog shit get beat out of him. Because he was a fucking asshole.
Oh,
It was satisfying.
Another one of those weird details.
But he died
is, like,
fighting, so
he
that's
had-
cool.
He had
Yeah,
a
respect.
weird lion mount thing.
Instead of a horse like he's supposed to have.
He's supposed to have a horse, yeah.
Yeah,
A
I
battle
think they
horse.
just didn't want to bother, like, animating
They probably
violence.
just
I think
they
it's-
probably just wanted to use the same model.
I almost feel
Yeah,
like
they
it's more
probably
so
didn't
the
even
fact that
wanna-
they didn't want you to kill a horse in the game.
Horses
Or
are
something.
good guys. If you only good guys kill dragons and lions
You
because they're
say-
bad.
You say who cares, but I guarantee you there might have been quite a few people that were like, I don't want to kill a horse.
Dude, I've seen Kratos in like God of War 3. He kills all the horse creatures.
Those were centaurs. They were like man
No,
horses.
in Poseidon's. What you
yeah.
call it? Because they.
Those things were made of rocks and water. They weren't real.
I mean, he.
They're not actual horses.
No, he talks about them in this game and says that they were their own creatures, like the hippocamps.
Hippocamps.
Yeah, hippocamps. He talks about them after he sees the kelpie, and calls them like a creature, not like a construct of Poseidon. So he's killed horse creatures before. It's not like Kratos is above killing horses.
Still
I
weird
think
that
it's
they
just that they didn't want to animate a horse.
Yeah, they already
after-
had the animation and model for the fucking lion. They
Yeah.
probably thought it would look cooler.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I still just I don't think they wanted you to kill a horse at the same time as well.
It's very possible.
I don't think they care that much, man.
I think they care. I with all the animal stuff in this game, I think they care.
Well, predators are always bad, but things that eat plants are always good.
Yeah.
So after the Heimdall fight, he beats the dog shit out of Heimdall. Kratos is like all drunk from the fucking like whole shock of the ordeal. Just like Atreus.
Mimir acts all weird, like, what did you do?
Did you think I wasn't gonna kill him?
What do you mean, like, that's
Yeah, I mean, he threatened my son, and I gave him the chance to give
He was
up, and he
beating
didn't.
Heimdall's ass so hard that Mimir's strap broke, dude.
Yeah, and Mimir was like, Jesus Christ, calm down.
So right after that, does anything happen, or do you just walk over to Freyr?
you
I mean,
walk over
you
to the
get
area
Gjallarhorn.
where Freyr is being held, but you do get Gjallarhorn.
Yeah, you get Gjallarhorn off of.
I like how it erases itself from existence after you use it.
Yeah. But
also
yeah,
like
after
how
that,
it
I
was
think you
useful,
just like.
technically.
I think you just
Not
run
technically.
over.
Yeah.
I think you just run over to get Freyr, and then he's like, I got a boo boo, carry me home.
What was his wound even?
I don't even know. I think it was like a gut wound.
Freyr? I think he just couldn't move his legs or something.
Yeah, I
right?
thought one of his legs was injured or something.
No, because when
Freyr
Lunda-
bitching the entire
He's a
fucking
god,
time.
man.
Yeah, when Linda patches him up, she's
easy.
like stuffing stuff into his gut.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, fucking.
He's a
he just
god.
like whimpers the whole way there, like,
Oh,
"Hi,
behind you."
I'm Atreus.
Why
are
is-
you okay?
why is
Hi."
Kratos
No.
Why are Kratos and Thor consistently depicted as the only people that can take like just full on gut like wounds, like blades to the stomach or
I have
chest,
no
and just
idea.
shrug it off?
I have no idea.
Like Freyr and Freya are gods. Odin's a god. Thrud's a god. Like, what?
Yeah, I have no fucking clue why Freyr has to be such a little bitch. But anyways, you get the fucking
It's stylistic. It's on purpose.
you get the awesome like quick time event while running through the Einherjar camps, just fucking knocking down towers and
That
like,
part was pretty
Spartan
badass.
kicking
For, like, a
people's
minute,
teeth
though.
out.
Yeah, even if you are carrying
It's-
a little bitch on your back the whole time.
Yeah, he's whimpering while Kratos is just like one man arming
Oh,
all
easy,
of the
easy.
Einherjar.
Easy. It's like, shut the fuck up, Freyr. Jesus.
Get
I
him
was
back.
fucking defending you before, like, the game started just shafting you with being a cuck.
Yeah, that fucking being. And then you get to the water and you
At least the game remembered quick time events exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, for once. You get your you use Freyr's origami boat, and it drifts off of a waterfall and starts flying because obviously it was going to start flying. It
Remember
fucking
they were
glows in the
laughing
dark.
at. Remember they were laughing at Kratos and Atreus because they thought they were going over the waterfall. It's like, oh, nice job not fucking telling us it's gonna fly, you guys.
What if they
Anyone would be scared
What if
there.
they went to jump out of the boat at that point?
Yeah. Jumps out. God damn it.
No, get back in.
No,
Nah,
stop it.
It probably would have just been a blight of chaos. Comes like whips into the side of the boat and he pulls himself up and just be like, "You should have told me."
At least they kind of give a reason why the boat can fly and how it fit in his pocket too. Like, cause
I think
it's
the
like
folding-
it's like a magic light boat or something.
Yeah, it seems
is
to
a
be made
Norse-
out of the light.
That is a part of the Norse mythology.
Yeah,
it has like an
Freyr
impossible
does-
to pronounce name.
Yeah,
Freyr
I'm not even
does
gonna
have
try.
a boat that he can literally pull out of his pocket at any time.
Yeah, I think it's made out of the light of Alfheim based on like its appearance.
Yeah, in God of War and all that.
Yeah,
But then when
and
it
then
starts
the
flying
most
off,
dramatic moment.
the beautiful. I cannot believe this scene was so good.
The
I morbed everywhere when I saw this scene, guys. Freyr's
Two
not
drakes,
Freyr.
two
no wyverns.
wyverns show up. Wyverns are scary, right?
A pair of
Totally, man.
a pair of big birds fly in, and Burger decides to use his incredibly.
he goes,
the
it's
one-
Bergen time, and then he jumps off the...
I am the Burger.
I'm about to burg.
I am the Burger King.
Mind you, the amount of dialogue he's had throughout this entire game so far has been...
If you didn't talk to him on your own, he literally didn't talk.
Even if you talk to him on your own, he literally gives you like one sentence.
Yeah, he's also like the only character that doesn't have a ranged attack.
But we're supposed to care a lot that he just jumped off
And then
that
he
thing to
just- he
save you
jumps
from
off-
2 entire fucking dragons.
Mind
Yeah,
you,
wyverns,
mind you,
the weakest kind of dragon.
3 fucking archers on this boat. Freya, Atreus, and Hildvini for how useful he
On
was.
top of
Yeah.
Kratos with his infinite supply of spears.
Yeah,
And
which
then-
could just drop them.
and then
if
there
not
was
kill
also
them.
Dark Elf lady who has a like spear gun thing.
Oh my god!
They
so
all had
stupid.
ranged weapons. They all
Literally
had
all of
ranged
them.
weapons.
What if Birgir jumped and he just missed completely and they were just like, what do you do that for?
I was saying this. I would almost understand if it was like a big dragon and he was able to like impale it down or something.
But it wasn't.
No,
No,
it
was
was
it?
How's he
Two
gonna
white
roll off a big dragon, man? They didn't want to just program a bigger dragon for him to fight and actually look badass taking down.
He could have stabbed it and rode it onto the ground, and it would have made sense for him to survive, which he does. So he basically also
Wow,
another
I can't believe
thing.
you just spoil that right
The
away.
fucking the travelers have those skull things, and some of those skull things have projectiles.
Oh yeah, they introduced that right after.
I don't think
Yeah.
he probably just doesn't have one of those things.
Why wouldn't you have one of those?
I get the feeling that's more like a gameplay contrivance than an actual like lore thing for some reason.
It's dumb.
yeah.
They shouldn't have it then.
I don't know, like the bigger sacrifice, which is not really a sacrifice because he survives anyway. Fucking immaculate. It reminds me of like Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker when they pretend that characters die and then they don't die because they just come, they survive or come right back.
Imagine
he had
how
the
much
high
you...
ground.
God damn it.
Shut up. Imagine how much more impact that scene would have had if you had a single side quest with Birgir as your companion.
You do.
Well,
No, as your companion.
Oh, right.
we'll get
Where
into
he's
like some
fighting-
of those fixes though, like
Yeah.
later.
Yeah,
Would've
we're
been
just trying to
cool.
like speed through this
All
now.
right, cross that
All right.
sacrifice out.
Wait, there's more. After Burger barrel rolls off the side of the boat and like Beyblades one of the wyverns down, and it for some reason doesn't completely ignore him and go back for the boat. You go back to Freyr's camp and everybody's like, "Oh my God, Burger's gone!" And then the dog, and then the fat pig dog shows like some really like eldritch horror ability to like walk on water and walls and at the speed of light. And it's
I'm
like,
assuming it's just a magical ability it has.
which is never addressed, and it's just horrifying because this dog is like a barrel of lard, and then as soon as it's like I'm gonna go after Burger, you see paw prints on walls. It's somehow able to stay ahead of Kratos, and it's like this thing is fucking scary.
That was at least a cool way to incorporate Helka, like, into that side quest. Like, oh, Helka found
More
Birgir.
useful
That makes
than Lunda
sense, but
ever
it doesn't
ended up
make
being.
sense
Yeah.
that she's so fucking fast. But then, anyways, you use Freyr. Oh yeah, Freyr gives you the boat, and you use it once to get to the
Oh wait,
crater.
yeah. Wait, what was the point of that? Like that didn't matter story wise at
Yeah,
all.
you never use it again. You literally use it to go to where Burger is, which is the crater. It's the only other location that has a frozen lightning bolt because Faye fought drunk Thor there one time
I'm gonna
and
lose my
executed
fucking mind.
fought drunk Thor there, and the impact of them
So,
fighting killed everyone in the
him-
crater, and she never told Kratos about it.
Freyr giving Kratos the boat in the story didn't matter at all.
It's
Yes.
Only for
literally
a
just
side-
there for the side
Literally.
quest.
It's just for a side. I didn't even think about that.
Literally only for a
That side
quest.
quest area was cool, at least.
That was
Oh,
one
it
of
was
the that was
fucking
one of the coolest
awesome.
areas in the game.
Yeah,
actually.
the crater,
And
is
it's literally
fucking
just a side quest.
Although it had like 7 or 8 boss fights in there.
Oh, so many. It was packed full of dragons. Oh, by the way, earlier, Chasen made jokes about that. Jokes about, like, oh, yeah, we just wiped out all the dragons. Now Vanaheim is safe. The dragons are presumably a part of Vanaheim's ecosystem. So
They're
you
just
just
the
took
top
out
of-
the entire top of the food chain. So, you
Now
know,
the
have
deer,
fun with
now
that.
the deer will come back and breed and overpopulate
and eat everything like a plague of locusts. It's wonderful.
Yeah, have fucking fun with that.
Also, those Dreki, like I'm pretty sure the Dreki were natural. Or
Yeah,
I don't
they
know,
seem
'cause
natural.
You see one in
I figured the
Svartalfheim,
Dreki
too.
were just like crocodiles of some kind.
I felt like I think I heard that like the dragon species, like the subspecies of dragon all around, like are the subspecies of dragons are not native to Vanaheim. Like they're native to Svartalfheim or to Asgard or something. I'm not sure. I might be misinterpreting things, but it would at least make sense if they weren't native to Vanaheim.
I mean,
wiping them all out.
Other than the Birgir, the Save Birgir I Rolled quest, like the whole point of that entire area is just dedicated to genociding the dragons.
Genociding dragons.
Yeah, and to show
Dreki.
off, and to show that
and
Faye-
killing the Huntress. It's like these things are monsters that don't deserve to be here, but all like the pest animals, like the birds and the deer, do deserve to be here. And listen, the birds are really happy when we kill the dragons. Like,
Obviously
of course
they're-
they're fucking happy. They don't want them there.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the dragons shouldn't be there.
Yeah, they're a part of
The
the,
mosquitoes are super happy when I kill all the spiders.
Damn, yeah. I mean,
Fuck the
are
mosquitoes.
you sure? No, but
But-
that whole side area was dedicated to just like one, saving Birgir, and then two, showing like how cool Faye is, basically.
Yeah, which I didn't mind. I just wish that
I wish they
there
had
was
told
more.
those stories more organically than just, oh, fucking Thor was fighting this crazy bitch and it was really cool and Thor was drunk.
And she was
and
actually winning.
Yeah, it's like
They were like a Beyblade of fucking Tasmanian
Beyblade.
devils.
I mean, it was cool. I just wish it was like a part of the story.
I wish it was shown to us and not told to us.
very
Yeah,
true.
That was another thing about the past two games, God of War 2018 and this game. They go for an over-the-shoulder cinematic only sort of view, and
It ends up
that's
hurting the
cool.
way the story's told, though.
That's
Yeah.
cool if you want to be like it's only done in one shot sort of style.
That's
'Cause
a gimmick. I don't
never
care about that
cuts.
personally.
Yeah.
It never cuts, but it is just a gimmick. You're a video game. It doesn't matter how you do that. You can do that very easily.
Tell a good story first. Tell the story well. Then you can try doing those stupid gimmicks.
I prefer cinematics because you can just know. You're just told what happens. You see
you can
what happens
experience
in
it.
real time.
At the very least, have the spirits that are telling you this, like, show you that happening in, like, a spectral dream form. Like,
Yeah,
this
that
is
would
my
be cool.
memory of what happened,
Well,
and it
and-
shows, like, Faye fight.
This
They
is-
did that with Groa's Shrine. Just have the spirits do a similar version of it.
yeah. They already
Instead of
had
just
the
having-
fucking asset for
Oh,
it.
I saw this really badass girl,
Look,
and she
look.
was cool, and she was badass, and she fought really well, and she was a bit of a badass.
Anyways, thanks for fixing my
One of
action
my favorite
figure.
examples is like imagine if in God of War 2 when the Spartan the last part and tells you that Zeus attacked Sparta and just destroyed it. Imagine if you only heard him tell you that and you didn't see it yourself. It'd be like, oh.
That would suck, because
Really?
that scene was fucking badass.
Yeah, that scene is cool as fuck. But then
Swings the blade of Olympus, wipes out all of Sparta.
it'd be lame if you were just told it because you're playing a game where you get to see it happen.
Yeah.
You don't have to be there to see it.
I would have loved to see Faye be a fucking badass. To see, like, Faye in her prime, rather than just having people be like, she was cool. Okay.
Thanks for explaining that to me, man.
Yeah,
I like how the whole time they're like, it wasn't Faye, and then at the end it's like, it was Faye. Like,
whoa.
What was the point of Kratos, like, being obstinate about that?
Yeah, also, the only thing we've been shown that can create those fucking frozen bolts are the axe and Mjolnir. at the
Yeah,
same time.
it's
That is,
There's
by
no
the
other
way,
combination.
why Thor mentioned, like, this feels familiar
Yeah,
when he
when
was
he
fighting
first
you at the
makes-
beginning, which I didn't realize at first.
yeah.
It's like, that's neat.
Because of his fight
but-
with Faye.
Also, ghosts. This is something I've forgot to talk about multiple times, but all the ghosts throughout both of these games, their character models are kind of fucking disgraceful.
I don't know, man. The first game, they look like fucking Psychic Pebbles animations.
The first game, they literally just looked the same for every single one of them. They only change color like once or twice, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's because we were running low on time and money. It's like,
It's like, okay,
This
but
one-
you carried them over into the next game.
In
dude.
this one, the ghosts are much more unique, but the body usually doesn't match up.
Yeah, and they still do the stop motion bullshit. And then in Vanaheim, you can see their, like, in regular
can
Vanaheim,
see
not
the
in the
corpses.
craters. Yeah, the corpse is right there, and it doesn't look like the ghost,
Yeah.
which is stupid.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, that bothered me. But another thing, in the crater specifically, literally every ghost asks you to glue their Funko Pop back together to tell you the full story.
Yeah. They
Because-
did have, like, the worst side quests there.
Yeah,
Like,
the
ghosts.
ghosts in the crater were bad.
Yeah, like you see like half
Straight
of
up
an
not fun.
you see half of an action figure covered in lightning on the ground, and you're like, that's not significant. And then you go across the map, and somebody's like, find the other half of my action figure. It is covered in lightning. God fucking damn it.
No, my favorite part of doing this side quest, though, was finally saving Birgir and going to him and having him tell you, I'm quitting now. Like,
Yeah,
oh, cool,
right.
glad I wasted
He had-
my
he
time
had-
saving
he
you.
had one funny line where, since he jumped off that,
did you
that floating
survive?
boat, he fell like thousands of feet, and they're just like, "How did you survive?" And then he's like, "I rolled."
That was actually
That was
fucking
very
hilarious.
funny.
Hey, I brought
And-
that line up already.
Yeah, but you didn't say the context for it.
Yeah, that was very funny. And then when you get back to camp and talk to him again, he's just like, I'm thinking about quitting. It's like, Ragnarok is right around the fucking corner and you're not
What
gonna
was
stay?
the point of saving him if he's not gonna take part in Ragnarok?
Yeah, you
I-
fucking
that
dickhead.
was their excuse because if you didn't
They
go
didn't-
off, if you didn't go off and do the side quest, he wouldn't be in Ragnarok.
Yes.
So they didn't program him to be in Ragnarok at any point. So they planned for if you didn't do the side quest rather
They
than if you did.
They write the rest of the story as though you did the side quests, like with Tyr cooking and with Freya being cool with you. But with that, they were just like, oh, we don't feel like throwing his character model into the background.
So
Even just as like a
stupid.
trigger or something. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb.
Like,
Well-
just have there be like empty space where he should be in
Oh,
like.
trust me. Like, all the fixes we proposed or we have in our head for the game would be like, it'd be a vastly different game, but there'd be way more significance to all these characters.
Yeah, we're gonna
The
go
characters
over a lot
would be
of that stuff.
utilized a lot better, and
We'll say that-
Ragnarok would have more impact.
Well,
We're almost
there.
there.
Yeah.
We're almost there.
We'll get there in a
next
bit.
is Atreus section
I don't.
5.
I cannot for the life of me
Niflheim.
remember how they transitioned to this segment. Was it literally
What
just
was it
Atreus
again?
going, "Let
but-
me go back to
Yeah,
Midgard,
Atreus
father, or
was-
Asgard, father"?
Atreus was saying to trust him to try and get within Odin's
Well,
good
Birgir
graces
was a
and do
bitch.
something like-
Anyways, Dad, can you?
Yeah, he just decides that he's gonna go spy on Odin by going back to help him do his plan, which I thought was kind of dumb.
That was a dumb idea.
Yeah, and then he goes back and then helps Odin by what was it this time?
going to the right area. Like he went. He went to Niflheim.
Niflheim.
Realized
This time he
it was
went.
the right place.
First, you do like that bloated
no.
ass bar
The reason
sequence
he
with.
went back-
Oh, I forgot about that. I actually liked the bar sequence.
It was fun, but it lasted way too long. That part lasted
That's
like
true.
25 something minutes.
I don't
That's
know,
true.
like I thought it lasting that long was kind of neat, at least because it was just fun.
It was fun.
Another segment that was just fun.
The
Yeah,
fucking
but-
music sounded like some. That was actually not bad
the music
for like
in
a
that
bar
section
fight.
was actually good for once.
Yes.
I really liked Thor. So, like, Thor's one of my favorite characters in that game. So, like, going to see, like, going to get Thor and having him be drunk and, like, belligerent, I really liked it. Like, Atreus walking up to him, he's like, hey, Thor, we should get out of here. Quiet!
Quiet, boy.
I said quiet!
And then
My
Atreus
name?
also kind of like
Atreus snapped
like
to,
stiffens
my
up.
name is not boy. My name is. And he just gets smacked immediately.
Yeah, and then fucking starts a bar fight. That was so fucking cool. And then,
Einar are all getting in a. Why would anyone get in a bar fight with Thor?
because they're dumb.
they can just
then
come back. So
to
it doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
To watch Ingrid and Mjolnir fighting in the background, or
was
like
neat.
it was in the foreground actually, just watching them fighting each other with nobody wielding them was so fucking cool.
I like how the fucking like Einherjar bouncer that took your weapons at the beginning just like grabbed Atreus into a chokehold. It's like, where was this guy? He's not doing a good job.
And
Yeah.
then Mjolnir fucking slams into the guy's head, flattening like a fucking soda can. It's fucking
So when that guy
crazy.
gets resurrected in Asgard, is he just gonna be told like, go clean that up? And he's gonna be cleaning up his own dead body?
Man, I hate this
Maybe
job.
the body actually legitimately dissolves or something. Like
Probably.
with the Bifrost
Yeah, but
effect.
probably has to like reshape his own helmet.
But no, like that was really cool. And then the Niflheim segment is pretty good too, actually. Like the writing there is just solid.
And it's not as linear as the other ones. It's still like annoyingly linear, but it's not as linear, which I'm
It's also
grateful
shorter.
for. Yeah, it's shorter, thankfully, and you get to like actually bond with Thor for once, rather than just being Thor being like,
I thought
if
this
you
was-
talk to me anymore, I may crush you.
I liked the way they were writing Thor at this point because it did feel like, okay, yeah, that they do realize like he's made mistakes and he's not perfect, but like he's not just evil.
Yeah,
He's
And
a
then-
lot like Kratos, where he did a lot of bad shit when he was younger.
Yeah, he's like a really good parallel.
Yeah.
And then, oh my god,
They at least play up on that well in their next encounter.
the end of that section, once Sif finds out that Kratos killed Heimdall, and Sif shows up and like talks to Thor, and they have that like really genuinely really genuinely heartfelt moment. Like they have a lot of those, but you kind of have to spy on them for it. But like this one is like in front of Atreus, like Sif talking about like raising Magni and Modi and like all the like sweet bonding moments that they've had with their family, and how Odin just doesn't take him seriously and is like sort of stepping on the memory of their children, and how he's just letting their children's murderer just hang around them. And then it was a fucking great scene, and it's one of the reasons why I love Sif so much. She's a
cool character,
She got way more.
perfect.
even though she's only in
Good
like
time.
3 scenes.
Yeah,
By the
the
way-
3 scenes she's in, she's fucking badass.
Thinking about like cool female characters, we skipped over your favorite line of Freya saying she could probably have beaten
Oh my
Kratos.
God, that's so
That was way earlier on in
so
the game.
bad.
That
It's-
is some serious
In
audacity.
Vanaheim.
Yeah, well, that's just like a random one. If you're just wandering around with Freya, she just has a chance to say that. She'll just be like,
yeah.
You know, I could have beat you back there. What?
What?
No, he says perhaps.
No,
like-
she-
It's like
I
he
could've
wasn't
beat back there,
trying
you know.
to kill her for years while she was actively trying to kill him, and her ass couldn't get him.
yeah, like
at a single point.
Freya's a badass and Freya's powerful, but
You don't need to lay it on that thick to get that message across.
yeah, there's levels to these things. She can still be badass and powerful and not have any chance of beating Kratos.
I don't think there's anyone that can beat Kratos, really.
No, you can't beat
I
Kratos.
think he's one of the strongest gods alive at this point.
He's had
Yeah.
so much experience, and he's got so much ridiculous power that it's like...
Yeah, even if you killed Kratos, you would still lose because he would just come back to life and be like, "All right, let's go again. This time I have a weapon that I murdered someone for, specifically oriented to kill you."
Well, can he come back to life nowadays?
Yes, he can just walk out of the afterlife.
That was
He's
his
done it
afterlife, though.
That's true, but I don't.
He
see
hasn't
why.
he hasn't visited the afterlife
but
here,
how would
except
that-
for when he literally did.
How would he be worried about that prophecy of him dying, too, and
Which
leaving
they
Kratos
didn't
behind?
pay off on at all.
Well, no, but
Yeah,
he
they had-
believed it still.
I think he half believed it. He doesn't put a lot of stock into prophecy, but he actually had a line for it. He said, "Death can have me when it earns me." I don't think he's afraid of dying. I don't think he's afraid of true
No,
death.
but I think death can have me when it earns me is just his way of saying, I worked super hard not to die.
After this, so after that section, Thor tries to murk
You end up with the
Atreus
mask.
on the spot. So Atreus takes the now completed mask and teleports back to Sindri's house, and she pretty much comes out on top for no fucking reason. It's like, oh, I have the mask.
Thor just tripped over his own dick, and Atreus came out on top.
Yeah, he's like,
was
I
pretty
have the
pathetic.
mask. I have the full mask and knowledge of how to use
What
it.
the point of the mask?
Shut your fucking hole. So then,
All right, cross this out.
Alright.
while they're in,
Sindri.
He just gets
Sindri's house.
teleported back to Sindri's house because he was wasn't he in the middle of being teleported back already? Why'd he get sent back?
No,
I don't remember.
Thor was about to kill him, and then he took the stone you used to wake up the doors and smashed it and said a magical word, because Sindri upgraded it so that he could teleport from anywhere so long as he smashed the crystal.
Damn, that's convenient.
Well, I mean, it was explained beforehand, so
Whatever.
but then they go back to Sindri's house, and Tyr's like, all right, cool, we got the mask, now we can go to Asgard. And Brock's like, hold the fuck up. Since when can we go to Asgard? And he's like,
I
I'll
started
show
to
you.
know something was up at some point in this scene.
Yeah, and Brock just fucking big dick waddled up, just
Twirls it around like a blade of chaos and uses his dick to slap the mask out of Odin's hand. Or Tyr, sorry.
what the fuck is all this Loki talk?
You know that ain't his name!
Why you hold my mask? The boy earned it.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Something just ain't welding together true.
Yeah,
And then he fucking stabs him and reveals himself.
It was
to
a
be
really
Odin.
cool reveal when he was like, "Do you ever
So good.
shut up?"
So
as
good.
he's talking, it goes from Tyr's voice and transitions into Odin's. It's a really well done reveal as he's stabbing
Also, his
him.
animation for just turning around and just going like this all of a sudden,
God
damn.
It's
I'm
so
pretty sure
good.
that was the knife he cooked their food with too,
I think
because
so.
that was a chef's knife that he stabbed him with.
Yeah. That was such a good fucking scene, especially the fucking pain in Sindri's eyes afterwards. Oh my god, it was fucking
The
good.
desperation in his voice is apparent as Kratos and Freyr are trying to talk down Odin. Kratos' delivery is a bit weird there. He's just release my son! Release my son! If you do anything to him, you will see the god I once was. Release my son!
Yeah, that was a bit strange.
And then fucking Odin trips over his own dick as well and just loses the mask.
Yeah, doesn't get Atreus or the mask and leaves.
That
with
was a
his
pretty
fucking-
pathetic end to his plan.
Yeah, fucking leaves with his tail between his legs.
It did
After
leave-
all the prep time and all the advantage he's had this whole time, he has to fucking
A
leave
plan
with
could just
nothing.
go awry. I'm cool with that.
I mean, that's
But
kind of
it-
stupid when the end of your game revolves around it. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. That kind of kick-started Ragnarok, actually.
Yeah,
Well, at least it led into a good moment of bonding again because Kratos and Atreus together have like the best scenes in this game.
Yeah.
Usually.
Seeing
Well, Brock and Sindri, specifically when Sindri's going through this shit, is like my favorite. It's so fucking.
I
It's so
think
emotionally
seeing-
rich. I'm like,
I think Brock's death is very emotional. Sindri afterwards is cool for a bit, but then after a while I was like, all right, like I get it, but
I think he was going a little too like sicko mode because he was really he was upset forever and like really like bloodthirsty upset for like he went so edgy upon getting mad.
I saw a lot of people that were criticizing him for how mad he was, and it's like, I don't know, man, he just lost everything. Give him a little time.
I know,
Yeah,
like,
I mean Brock was literally the only thing he had. So I mean, and he probably lived his whole life paranoid of losing Brock because he already did lose Brock.
And
Yeah.
he knew that if he lost Brock again, he would never see him again.
That's true. I hadn't even that for some reason never even crossed my mind. Brock didn't get an afterlife because that part of his soul was missing, which
You
is
can't find the light of
fucking-
Alfheim.
fucking devastating, dude. That's so to know that you're responsible for your brother not having
I think
an
that's
afterlife.
part of the reason that Sindri was so angry is because he was kind of like projecting his anger at himself onto other people, is because he knew that was kind of his fault that happened, and he never told.
And to have him be a germaphobe for the whole like 2 games that he's shown in, only to have like
Covered
once
in
ever. Once he loses Brock, to have him just like stop wearing gloves and
Covered
cover
in
himself.
filth and blood,
Dude, so
never washes it off.
heart
quick
wrenching.
tangent, but like, why doesn't Atreus show up for Brock's funeral?
I don't know.
Good
I thought that
fucking
was.
question.
He should have shown up.
I said that while we were watching it. Like, why didn't Atreus come here?
Yeah,
He
fucking
probably
dickhead.
doesn't want. He probably thinks that Sindri doesn't want him.
No,
seeing
but it'd
him.
be a great act of kindness to actually show up regardless.
Sindri was
Yeah,
kind
I
of just
guess so.
ignoring everyone else that was there. He was more there for himself. Because even when Kratos tried to like talk to him, Sindri was just like,
Yeah, I
save it.
I full thought that Sindri might try to like punch Kratos. I'm like, don't do that, but I understand.
Well, Kratos wouldn't do anything back.
He'd probably just
Kratos
catch
wouldn't
the
react
punch.
to it. It would be like a fly landing on him.
Yeah, he wouldn't really need to catch the punch. He'd just be like,
Do you think Kratos would stop the punch, or do you think he'd just tank it?
I
He
think
would
he'd
just take it.
Yeah,
Like,
I think,
he knows that Sindri's hurting.
But
I think
yeah.
old Kratos might just tank it. Like
Old Kratos wouldn't fucking be there. He'd be like, what is
no,
this
old
gay
as
nonsense?
an elderly Kratos.
Oh.
I like Kratos from the first couple games. If Sindri tried to punch him, he would have grabbed his fist and just like thrown him on the ground.
But yeah, I just thought about that.
Yeah,
real
Odin's
quick.
plan did go nowhere from there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what his... I think he was just spying on them, and there wasn't really a plan there.
I put Midgard
Yeah.
3, but that really doesn't last like long at all.
Yeah,
What
it's
is-
literally just
yeah,
you go back
we
to
already
visit.
discussed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
It's a
basically
good
go
moment
back to
of
visit.
bonding again, and like,
Sad moment seeing how broken Sindri was.
Yeah, and like
um,
Atreus like working through the guilt of like feeling like he's responsible for that.
And-
And something I actually liked about that scene is he starts talking like Kratos, which like just it shows that Kratos's like curtness doesn't come from him just being like an asshole necessarily. It comes from him like being racked with like constant overwhelming guilt.
yeah.
Because, like, seeing Atreus in his moment of guilt, literally one-to-one quoting Kratos. Like, let's go hunting. Let's hunt for deer. Which direction? In the direction of deer.
So after that, how did they decide? Like
They
like
decided...
they knew what they had to do afterwards, but like, how did they decide? Or
Freya-
how did they tell people that they were going to start Ragnarok?
Freya
They split
decided
up.
she was going to go and get the Valkyries. Freyr decided he was going to go rally some forces. Hildisvini... Like, they all just separated. The biracial couple went back to Alfheim.
But how did they decide to do that? Did they go back to Freyr's camp first and talk there? Or
No, they all gathered up in... They were already gathered up in Sindri's house. and you leave to go like visit Sindri in the forge or whatever, and finish up whatever endgame stuff you want to do. And then
you
come
go
back.
to Tyr's Temple, right?
Yeah, you
And
go to
Sindri's
Tyr's
there?
Temple and you visit Sindri, and then you go back to Sindri's house, and then you like move on to the next stage of the plan. The elf couple go to Alfheim to unite the elves somehow.
No, Freyr goes to Alfheim.
Where do they go? They go with him, don't they?
I think they go with him, yeah.
Yeah, so the three of them go to Alfheim. Or I think she might have stayed behind to take care of the guy elf. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, he was injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was still
So
in.
they didn't go to Alfheim. What was the point of that?
No?
What was the point of them is the question.
Yeah, they serve literally no purpose.
Wow,
just
if
like
only
burgers.
doing their
Hildvini
fucking...
is like, I need to go to Helheim, and then the second you get in Muspelheim,
He's
Hildvini comes back and he's like, I need Mimir. I can't talk to Hraesvelgr.
I need help.
He's scary.
It's like, wow,
So basically,
you suck.
The only thing he amounted to in this entire fucking franchise was to act as a pair of legs for Mimir.
Just
Something the player could have done on their own.
Yes.
Very
they could
quickly.
have literally his character could have just been devoted to a text box that pops up on the screen like go take Mimir to Hraesvelgr.
Yeah, the fucking like quest marker appears. It's named Hildisvini.
Yeah.
Hildisvini's entire character.
Quest marker.
But so they
go
to
Muspelheim.
Muspelheim. They find Surtur, who's lame as hell.
Yes.
We never-
Very. I don't know why they're so obsessed with writing nonchalant characters. I
It's
know.
not
it's
even
Go
not-
away!
nonchalant,
I don't
it's
want to
even-
do the thing
it
that I
is
exist
nonchalant.
for.
Yeah, it's not just nonchalant. It's so nonchalant that it's just fucking like lazy. Like he's
Well, yeah,
literally-
but they're obsessed with it for some reason.
I know it's so
Like a bunch of the characters they introduce in this new franchise are like nonchalant about everything. And it's like I get certain characters acting like that, but other ones are just like, why?
Surtur's kind
Yeah.
of makes sense because his nonchalance comes from like, I'm not planning on doing anything because I don't want to kill my wife.
I mean, I
Yeah, but he's
get it,
fucking
but like
stupid.
he had the
point.
answer of like bypassing that the whole time. He didn't have to be like a dick about it.
Well, he specifically needed Kratos' blades just because they had the primordial fire. The
That's
only
true.
time in the whole story the blades even come up.
And then
Yeah.
And it's
dude,
completely contrived.
and then you tell Surtur like help us, and then he's like no, and then you say like please help us, and then he's like okay.
I'm putting together a crew.
Hey Kratos, I ain't joining your crew. I'm putting together a crew. I'm in.
And then you go to, I don't know why it's like that below Muspelheim, why it looks like that.
Yeah,
Looks
he
like
just
a
walks
galaxy.
into like a galaxy under Muspelheim. It's
That's
you
where-
didn't know how to get to this location, did you?
That's where Muspelheim and Niflheim meet somehow. I don't know why those two realms
But
meet,
why-
but not the other
but-
realms.
Okay, and in Norse mythology, Muspelheim is like the bottom rung, the bottom land.
Where's Niflheim?
Niflheim, I'm not sure where Niflheim is, honestly, but... Okay, so obviously Midgard is in the middle, Asgard is at the top, Muspelheim is at the bottom. I know that, but some of the other things are confusing.
To be fair, the fight in that room was pretty badass. It just looked badass.
It
And
looked badass, but it
That's
was kind of like,
kinda
why
the
is this
setup I was
here?
talking about. Like, at least it has that cool setup.
Yeah.
And then you fight those two Valkyries in there, and Atreus becomes Bjorn for no reason.
I would like to point out that those two Valkyries are two of the,
the three that
Valkyries.
Odin has.
Left.
Yes.
Left.
So you basically transform Surtur into Ragnarok. They call him Ragnarok.
I hate it.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
I don't know why they do that.
It's really stupid that he is called Ragnarok.
Yeah, I don't think that was the case in actual Norse mythology.
No, it's not.
But I think it was just Surtur. I don't even think he had to like mix with his girlfriend. But anyways, yeah, he was just sort of like annoying, and or he was just kind of boring. And then you turn him into a giant monster, and then leave, and then you go back to Tyr's temple.
In Midgard.
Yeah, and
all the troops have been rallied, all like 30 of them.
Yeah.
Well,
there's
I mean,
not that many.
There's
of
not
them.
even 30 people
There's
there.
a
I gave
lot
the
of-
game too much credit. There's
there's a
like
lot of
15
Valkyries,
people.
there's all the old Valkyries, which makes up for like
Damn, Odin, your
wa-
plan to get rid of these people is pretty stupid. Backfired on you terribly.
Yes, now literally all of the like original Power Rangers are with us.
What is it, 8 Valkyries?
I don't know, but like it's all the Valkyries plus Seguin, which
Yeah, I was
oh
at
my
8 at that point.
fucking god, I would be so fucking scared, because like Valkyries are like, all right, so something
They're like god tier.
they're fucking scary.
Yeah.
Literally god
Something I
tier.
really want to give props to the previous game for is all of their like boss enemies. Like a lot of the enemies they had in the previous game were really redundant, but a lot of them were like super fucking fun to fight. Like Valkyries weren't really redundant. They were just like there was a set amount of them in the game, and but like there's Travelers were really redundant, Trolls were really redundant.
Well, the Valkyries were redundant, but they have different attacks and moves and stuff.
Well, I guess I didn't really see
Visually, they're redundant.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're part of a set.
Yeah.
But like, they were just really fun to fight, and they were fucking hard. They were mean, and Seguin especially. Seguin was fucking
All right,
scary.
let's move on.
To have Seguin plus all the other Valkyries, horrifying. And it was.
All right.
It was
let's
also
move on.
it was also really cool to be able to go back and talk to the Valkyries that you freed in the previous game. Mm-hmm. I thought it was just really cool that you got that experience. Why the fuck are you sassing me?
You're talking about the Valkyries way too long
Because
here.
they're fucking cool.
Okay, I get they're cool. Move on. Jesus. They weren't even an important part to this.
Yes, they were.
That's true. They added nothing. Just like all the other characters.
Well, actually, during
At least they
Ragnarok,
added as an army, but like...
during Ragnarok,
Still.
they shut off the. They somehow shut off the Einherjar's
Oh yeah, they just
ability
mentioned.
to.
Yeah, they just mentioned that. It's like, how'd you do that?
Yeah, so
We're about to get to Asgard.
you go to Asgard, and
This is
there's-
the biggest
should-
flop of the game.
This game, as the whole Ragnarok section is the wettest, gloopiest fucking like shart of this entire just the franchise in general. It's the weakest finale that any of these games have ever
it's
had.
so bad.
I cannot believe that they were building up to this for 2 games, basically.
And it was nothing.
And it was the weakest, like, the Zeus fight, where you fight Zeus on his own, was way cooler.
Like 6
Yeah.
times over the course of like an hour you fight Zeus. And in this game, what you get is... Alright, I'm just going to summarize the whole thing real quick because nothing happens. What happens in this game, Kratos blows the horn, they run through a portal, and Ragnarok is like halfway done. Immediately they're like, oh man, we just lost the Muspelheim gate. That sucks.
We're
And then they
losing
keep
the
going.
Helheim Gate.
They're using lasers to take out the like realms.
Why didn't they destroy those gates first?
I was going to say,
why
there's
did
the question, why?
Why didn't they close them like ages ago? They
What-
sank the
what
temple 'cause
reason-
they didn't want to let people in.
And then Kratos does not. They selected Kratos to be the general of the armies here, and he does no generaling.
Yeah,
like
he
there's
never-
never any commanding of troops. He's not even doing
I think
anything.
he says one
cool.
thing. I
He's
think
not
he says
doing
one
anything cool or important during the fight.
He's
That's
running-
all happening in the background, and Kratos is just fighting fodder enemies the whole time.
Yeah, and he gives a speech at the beginning, and that's it. Like immediately before he blows the Gjallarhorn, he just gives a speech, and that's it. And then they go into the fight, and you see a bunch of like this cool shit going on in the background.
That's a
but,
really
like,
cool background. And
that
there's
you
cool
can't
shit
take
happening.
part in.
Yeah, it's a fucking screensaver.
Like, I wouldn't have minded if they extended this whole section by, like, just extend it by, like, triple the time and give us, like, a boss fight every, like, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Other than the Odin and Thor fight, this section lasts like 20 minutes
Yeah, it's
just
really
Kratos
pitiful.
fighting fodder enemies.
Those
It's
two
really
boss
pitiful.
fights are really cool, by the way.
They are
Yes,
really
They
cool.
could have been better.
The lead up
Or,
to them
like,
could have been
at
a
least Thor
lot
was
better.
fine. Odin could have been better, even though he was really cool still.
Yeah, we're really gonna rip into this section once we get to like our fixes. But like just for
God, man.
Your fucking the side characters that you're palling around with the entire game do nothing
They're
they're
throughout
not there.
this.
They're just not fucking there.
You don't even see them in
also-
the background. And Angerboda, like, I know you guys are real
Angrboda
worried,
and
but she
Fenrir
she
just show
resolves.
back up.
Yes, she resolves her entire worry that she won't have a important part in the story by like riding on Fenrir for a little bit.
Yeah, she just shows back up, and
that was the whole resolution
Yeah.
to that plot that you guys were really concerned about.
Fenrir like teleports, like portals in, grabs a dragon, murders it instantly, which was fucking badass. Angrboda's there for some reason. He portals back out. Gná follows them, which is like, oh shit. Well, Fenrir's probably fine, but Angrboda's dead. And then somehow she's not, and he's like
They do not resolve that at
Yeah,
all.
Don't
just
show what
nothing
happens
happened.
there. Hey, we made it so the Einherjar can't spawn anymore.
Oh yeah,
How?
at one point Freya just like flies in and she's like, "Hey, by the way, we're gonna go figure out how to make the Einherjar stop spawning," and then they just like T-pose off into the distance.
Spins away like a helicopter.
And then and Jormungandr gets there somehow.
That's never explained how.
The young Jormungandr.
Yeah,
Even though he's the
Jormungandr.
same size as his adult,
The
as his
other
old
thing
counterpart.
that's not explained is how he gets sent back in time.
No,
Thor-
I didn't even
Thor
realize
just-
that happened.
Thor just boops him, and he's gone.
Yeah, literally, Thor just flies
And
up
a-
and he goes like, whoop, and he's gone.
And afterwards, the characters are like, I bet he sent him back in time. Why do you think that?
It's because he's in the past. We met him in the past. He sent it
That's
back
the-
in the time
yes,
because we
but,
see him
like,
in the
how
past.
did-
How the fuck did he do that?
But
No.
and it's revealed that we haven't even named that sword that Atreus gets. Ingrid is revealed to be Freyr's sword, and then he just like zooms off into the distance and doesn't help you.
Ragnarok
Yeah.
shows up late somehow.
And is just like
He doesn't do
throwing.
anything.
Is just
And-
like playing with dust bunnies in the background.
And since they've decided, because like there's a bunch of innocent people that Odin has between him and like this army that's attacking him, Atreus is like, we shouldn't let all these innocent people die. We need to get them out of here.
Oh yeah, it just switches to Atreus for no reason.
Yeah, Kratos just like runs off into the distance to do generaling, I guess.
No, he's holding that rock up, and then Atreus runs forward, and then we just stop playing as Kratos for some reason.
Yeah, and then he just
as
like
if Kratos
leaves.
couldn't just do this, like
Or hop over the rock
Yeah.
immediately afterwards.
yeah.
Yeah, or just be
Or
like,
just punch punch through the rock.
Mario jump and break it in half.
But so Ragnarok is at this point completely useless to them because they have to. Actually, it's not even useless. It's actually a nuisance to them.
He's
now.
Yeah.
impeding them because he tries to kill them while
Now-
they're still there.
Now it's
Yeah.
a race against time to defeat Odin and then get everybody out of there before Ragnarok destroys Asgard.
What would have
Yeah.
happened if they didn't kill Odin? Would Ragnarok have just killed him anyway?
Probably.
I almost feel like
Who
Odin-
cares then? Just take off once Ragnarok shows up.
I don't know.
I mean,
Were
he
they
might have
trying to-
escaped. Like, he might have gone somewhere.
Yeah, that he could have.
Or he
but,
could have sent Ragnarok back in time since they have the ability to do that, I guess.
The
Somehow.
one thing Freyr does in this scene, or in this part of the game, which is supposed to redeem himself.
Wait, we haven't talked about the Atreus section.
Yeah, so
It's not really anything.
Just a little thing.
Sindri
Yeah.
comes back, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they brought all the dwarves," and then it's just Sindri, and Sindri's like, "We're not wasting any more dwarven lives."
That was really lame, honestly.
Yeah, and then he just like goes around. So, all right,
I can
Before
tell
we-
Marvel had some influence on this scene with the portals
yeah,
And the-
definitely.
and the bullshit.
We just can't
All
have
right.
like cool final battles without like teleporting people coming in and.
So before
And,
we
like,
continue, I wanna like, for those who haven't like realized or just haven't played the game, I want to convey just how one-sided this war is. So on Odin's side, on Asgard's side, you have Odin, Thor, Sif, and Thrud in terms of gods, because everyone else is dead.
Well, they had Heimdall at one point.
They did. Now he's dead. And then for like Valkyries, they have Gná because you killed the other two, so it's literally just Gná. For an army, they have the Einherjar and they have civilian Midgardians. This is the entire. Oh, and sorry, they also have dwarven machinery to shoot lasers at the gateways.
mind you, this is the machinery that Derlin helped create and made sure has a structural flaw. So they are fucked.
Yeah,
So-
there was no winning this fight for them.
Yeah, because they brought all of Alpha. They had the like Freyr's camp, Kratos and his band, and then they had all of Alfheim, Light Elves and Dark Elves, all of Helheim, which is an immortal army that can't be shut off, and Ragnarok, the guy, all of the Valkyries.
From the previous game, anyway.
Yeah, the actually scary ones, including Sigrun.
And a bunch of gods.
Yeah, so they show up, immediately begin waging war. The Einherjar can, most likely barely stand a chance against those armies. The lasers that they're using to shut down the gates, turns out they're weak to sound. So, Sindri just walks through with a tuning fork and fucking booty claps their whole army. And then by the way, the giant wall around their kingdom, he just throws the tuning fork at it, and Atreus shoots a hole through the wall, and they just walk through unimpeded.
I will say they somehow destroyed most of the realm travel gates before that.
which
didn't
they
even
could have
matter.
done before the
Sindri
fight.
could have just shown up earlier and broken the machinery so that didn't happen.
Yeah, it also didn't even
God damn
matter
it.
to begin with.
Yeah.
The Einherjar, their only real army, all the Valkyries, including Freya, fly off into the distance to take them out, to make sure they can't respawn anymore, which is overkill, dude.
Don't get
It's
how that
just
works at all,
overkill.
actually.
They don't explain that. They don't explain a lot of fucking conveniences during this battle.
Yeah.
One thing we forgot to mention was that Atreus fights one area of enemies and gains the ability to use Bjorn infinitely for this one part.
And then never
Which,
uses it
who
again.
cares?
Yeah.
What was the point?
Also, you would think that being that you have 2 transformations for Atreus, that you get to use them, and being that you have 3 rage modes for Kratos, you'd think that the transformations, being Atreus' rage modes, you'd just be able to have 2 of them. You don't. You get the blonde wolf, which is stupid the whole time, and then you get Bjorn in cutscenes.
And
You
that one
never
fight.
get
and that singular
one fight. One fight. He has 2 moves.
That's for the next game.
Bjorn
So
was so
much.
For the next
obviously an afterthought.
It's
I don't know
so
why they
I
bothered
don't know.
including him.
I don't even
then.
know if it was an afterthought because they had him throughout the whole game. They just
Yeah.
didn't use him.
His playable section was an afterthought. It was completely useless.
It was so bad, dude. It was just so stupid. So basically, another thing. So the Einherjar get shut down. Their artillery gets shut down. The Midgardians die, obviously.
Well, I mean, actually, a lot of them survived, apparently.
Yeah, they got severely injured and taken out of the fight pretty much immediately. Sif and Thrud...
Sindri killed a few of them.
That's true, yeah. Sindri did kill
Oh, yeah,
him.
because of the
Tuning fork.
the tuning fork.
Sif and Thrud change sides halfway through, which just leaves Thor and Odin. Literally the only fighting force are the surviving Einherjar and Thor and Odin. So basically they're fucked.
There was really no tension there. Obviously, it's the contrivances of a story. Your main characters are going to win, but this was pretty heavily
you can have
weighted in favor
contrivances,
of them.
And then you can have just well-explained reasons.
Yeah, it wasn't even
But I mean, no. What I mean is, inherently that the main character is going to win at the end of the story. Well, typically he is. In this case, obviously
they're gonna
Kratos
beat
is going to win.
Odin, obviously.
Yes,
Yeah.
but in this case, it was there was never a question in my mind that he could beat Odin because Odin's forces were completely lacking the entire time, like you've been saying.
Yeah, they by the end of this war, by the time you actually get to the boss fight, there is barely any troops left. They're probably just getting waffle stomped by the infinite supply of other well-trained troops from Helheim and Alfheim.
and then you just go and fucking spaghetti squish the 2 remaining enemies. Which, mind you, if, like, at any point, the whole troop of Valkyries could drop in and end the fight immediately at any moment. But they don't, of course, because that would be anticlimactic. But that's on the table, because at one point Freya returns to help you fight. So that means that the Valkyries are probably finished with whatever they were doing.
I think they were helping hold back Ragnarok at that point, I assume.
Potentially. But, like, you know...
Who cares what they were up to?
Yeah,
Well,
who cares
well,
what they
we
were
should-
up to? But the point is, there's like 0%
Alright.
chance that Thor or Odin could have, even if they were like fighting side by side, they would not have won.
So, hold on. After Atreus destroys the Asgardian wall, does it just switch back to Kratos at that point?
Oh,
No.
well, he walks in.
Sindri walks away, and Kratos like shows up with Atreus.
He fights with Thrud and Atreus, and then they walk over to the fucking lodge, and they don't even get all the way to the lodge. Thor just like
Flies in, is like, "Stay away from my daughter."
he teleports the Midgard serpent. He reaches 88 miles an hour, I guess. I don't know what the I still don't know what the fuck happened there. I don't know why they just didn't explain that at all.
Yeah, that was dumb.
They didn't even need to have, like, Atreus put a giant soul in the snake. Actual Jormungandr could have just shown up.
There could have just
At
been
the
2
fight.
Jormungandrs there. Then actual Jormungandr wouldn't have been literally useless.
I kind of
Well,
figured
but then-
that's how it
well,
would be.
Then the first Jormungandr, the younger one, wouldn't matter to begin with. Like, he shouldn't have been there.
What if that old Jormungandr just showed up and then got sent back in time there, so it's like, oh, he's caught in like a repeating cycle.
That would actually be kind of cool, because like it said that he's supposed to be able to wrap around the world and bite his own tail. And
I figured
like
that would be because
Ouroboros.
he's like growing infinitely from constantly being sent back in time.
Yeah, and like the serpent biting its own tail is supposed to represent like if infinity. It's supposed to be like the Ouroboros.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I didn't even think of
That
that.
would have been cool.
Yeah.
Oh well, too bad this game wasn't written by talented writers.
No, what are you
so-
talking about?
The Thor fight commences after that, and that Thor fight was pretty dang good.
Very badass.
Yes, schmacking.
Schmeeking.
I'm still personally miffed that he just dies afterwards. but
Yes.
that's just me.
Like
Yeah.
him and Kratos finally
Like,
come to an
technically-
understanding.
Yeah, technically he could die at that point. That's fine. But like,
His death was. I'm sorry, his death was really stupid.
I still feel miffed about that.
Odin killing him grants him no benefits.
Yes.
Other than like
Well, no,
it
because
turns Thor. It
It
turns
grants
Thrud-
Odin a benefit because of the fact that Thor was about to turn on Odin anyway.
Like,
Yeah.
just have Thor be like, "I'm not fighting for you anymore," and then Thor just like fucks off.
That would have been
That seems
cool.
perfectly within character for Thor to just like leave the fight at that point.
That would have been fine. He could just be like, "I leave this to you" or something.
I liked the scene of
And Thrud just follows him. That's a perfectly explainable way of having the two of them leave that scene.
Yeah.
Although it was funny seeing Thrud just like fucking JPEG off into the distance like that.
God damn it.
yeah, like the scene of Kratos like putting away the axe, and he's like, "We must be better for our children." I was like, so badass.
At least they actually had an understanding there. Like, they did Thor really well in this game. They didn't
Yes.
do him dirty or anything. I
Yeah.
kept thinking they were going to do him dirty.
I
Yeah.
figured Thor's writing was going to like suck at some point, but
I
thankfully
literally
his
had
writing
this
doesn't
thought-
fall
I
apart.
literally had this thought at one point where I was going to be like, he's going to be racist somehow. I don't know. They're going to make him, like, irredeemably bad.
Yeah,
And then they
I'm glad
didn't.
they didn't. I'm
No.
glad they just made him like a struggling drunk dad.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he's dead, and we have Odin to blame, which leads us, funny enough, into the Odin fight.
How's that funny?
Which is also
It's very
pretty
hilarious,
good.
man.
Yeah, it's actually a really good fight.
Yes, I liked the way Odin fights. I
There's-
expected him to be just like a battle mage, but they did it very well.
Yeah.
There's one fix I wanted to propose for this fight, but I will leave that for the next section. It's just like a minor fix, but
No,
like,
you might as well bring it up. I guess we can use that to segue into like the other fixes.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
Like,
But
it'll
let's
be
see.
like one out of like a ton of other fixes, like a ton of major changes.
So from here, they have their fight with Odin, and again, no complaints. The mechanics are very fun to play with. I like how Odin just has like every status effect at once.
Element
that's,
and everything.
That's kind of
Yeah.
what I expect him to do.
That was pretty badass.
And he's just non-stop, like just going absolutely
He has a lot of
ape
phases,
shit
actually.
on you, man. He never stops attacking either. It's very fun.
Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
it's a really cool fight.
he
Yes.
has a pretty good boss fight.
And then his ending.
Well, hold on. There's also the scene when Freya returns with the noose and like
Dominatrix him. Someone
Yeah.
was jacking off while they were writing that. You can't tell me that wasn't
she
happening.
just like weirdly paces around him in monologues. It's like fucking kill him.
It's like, Freya, are you a fucking cartoon villain? Just kill him.
No, look, the characters can only ever be as smart as the writers that are writing them.
like at the very least, I would think that she'd like
And then
look him
Odin
in
uses
the
the
eyes
distraction
while he
to
died.
escape.
Yeah,
It's
fucking
like, yeah, of course he would.
Doesn't he throw
Yeah,
like
why
a
would
crow
you-
at her or something?
Yes.
yeah, and that didn't even work. He like slaps his hands on the ground and like drops them into the next arena, which is his like the
That was a really
library
cool
underneath.
effect, I'll say that.
Yeah, and then like he's like, "All right, no more fighting, Loki. Let's use that mask on the crack. See, we're here. It's ready.
Come on,
it's time."
just go, get over here.
Yeah, go ahead and look at it. And Atreus breaks it in half, and I actually
Making the mask more useless than it already was.
it gets sucked into the crack, and the crack disappears. And then he has like the what was it all for? You have any
He's just
idea what
having
I
like an
killed for?
existential crisis immediately
That's
after.
when his fight gets fucking hard, though.
Yeah, that's when he starts going absolutely monkey shit.
All I wanted was information!
It's like,
Yeah.
you were killing a lot of people, man. You don't get to just act like you were guiltless in this.
Yeah,
That scene, yeah,
Well,
that
he
scene was
wasn't acting guiltless. He was just saying he was
did all of
throwing
it for
all of it
nothing.
away, and now he's done it for nothing. Yeah,
the scene where he like entered his like
Avatar
when he
state.
went when he entered the Avatar state. It's like somewhere between like funny and actually cool, where he's like, no.
that scream was so goofy.
It was goofy,
But whatever,
but
it was cool.
like to see like an old man reach that level of rage and power.
All right, Joe Biden, settle down.
God damn it!
I got hairy legs.
I would never disrespect Odin by comparing him to Joe Biden. So wait, after they defeat Odin, the part I was confused with was when did Atreus learn to like put their souls into marbles like that?
He just like fucking.
I think it was just
auto-learned
from the
it.
wolf, like Fenrir.
I guess he did it accidentally into a knife.
Yeah.
So it kind of
He
makes...
probably just remembered how that felt or something.
It's
and he
like,
was
guys,
able to do it
Odin
again.
100% deserves to be killed. Don't try to give him this out, and then fucking Sindri the Chad just like, buck!
I don't know. I like that, but at the same time, it completely wasted that whole idea.
Yeah, that...
It
Yeah.
was like, okay,
Why'd you bother putting his soul in a marble if you're just gonna have Sindri?
I think that pretty much was the point, was Sindri being like, no, you're not doing this bullshit. Which
yeah,
is...
but even
that's how it
Freya
is.
agreed with it, which so Sindri just walking up and doing that completely nullified the whole point of like how long that scene went on with the marble and everything.
Yeah, I do like that Sindri managed to get the final blow though. It does
Yeah,
feel
you
kind
could
of cool.
see the satisfaction in his face as he did it.
I don't
That's
even
how
know.
it ends.
I think we should end this on the, or end this section on just the, like, Brock's funeral.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after the whole fight. And
Well,
they,
actually, we
Oh, wait.
still have a bit more
God, they
because
have the whole
Atreus-
fucking ending scene.
yeah,
dude.
when okay.
Oh my God.
But wait, we forgot about these other sacrifice, the legit sacrifice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Fucking.
What happens after they die that everything just go tits up there? Did Ragnarok just, like, pry open the roof like a fucking soda can and just be like...
it was already open above.
Okay.
Yeah, because he burst
And then
through the
he
floor.
just
remember?
has a giant.
I
Where did
think
he get the
Freyr
sword
just,
from?
like, lands into the
I don't
scene.
know. I think it's just a part of hell.
Because it was a broken sword too.
I think it's part
Yeah.
of Muspelheim.
he just dips his fucking sword in, and Freyr's like, I can't hold it for that long.
Yeah,
Like, why are you holding it?
So Surtur, like after they fucking smash Odin's marbles,
That's fucking
it's like testicles.
God damn it.
So after they smash the marble, Surtur just like fucking jams a giant sword
Into
through
the ground. Like,
yeah,
right
like
there.
right where they're standing, and like what was it?
Freyr starts
Garm,
holding it
wait,
up.
doesn't Garm open the portal? Garm opens a portal.
Garm opens a portal and Angerboda's like, get in!
Yeah, and then Freyr and Ingrid like swoop in and like catch the blade by its tip, and it's like
They're like holding it up. They're like,
how's that fucking schmuck holding that up?
yeah, and
I
then
don't
he
know.
like
This is the part where they tried to have him like redeemed, but we'll get to a different.
Why did
part
he
in a
not
second.
have that level of strength through the entire rest of the game?
I don't know.
and
Like,
then they run through the
Is
portal.
Ingrid the secret to his strength?
that'd be fucking stupid.
He wasn't even making contact with the sword. Like
It was like a
was
magical
just
force.
Ingrid.
It was like a magical force, though. Like,
Well, regardless, it was completely unnecessary
She
because
says get through the portal, and then Atreus just stands there for a second, turns around, and goes, "What, Freyr, come on!"
he shoves Kratos. Atreus shoves Kratos into the portal somehow. I don't know how he was strong enough to pull that off, but
Just a hand reaches in and grabs Atreus by the head.
that's what I
slowly
figured would
pulls
happen.
him
It
back
could be a
in.
quick time
Then
event,
he-
like as he's going through the portal, he just blades of chaoses like Atreus' stomach and just pulls him.
Jesus impales him.
He should have
it's
done
the
that
Blades
with
of Chaos.
Freyr and just like Freyr lost an arm or something.
That would have been
But
cool.
instead what happens is the sword blows them both up, and Atreus is effectively the same distance from it that Freyr was, but for some reason doesn't
He
die.
flies
Yeah,
through
he
the
not
portal.
only doesn't die, but he's unharmed. Like you see him
His
afterwards.
clothes aren't even affected by it.
Yeah, he's totally
No,
unaffected.
no, guys, he flew through the portal at Mach 6, and then the portal instantly closed before any of the fire of the explosion got through.
But the explosion still impacted him. His organs are liquid. They're Slurpees now.
No, he just got knocked out.
He's
don't
going
worry.
to shit out like fucking lung and intestine paste.
You see, he unlocked a new animal transformation, and it's the axolotl. So he just regenerated from all of his wounds.
This next segment though, it was killing me because like I just wanted to get through it,
The way
and it was not concise and quick. It was just a really slow walking
constant
section.
dialogue between each character you
And
walk
then,
by.
and then two of the characters I came across, I was just like, or two of the groups of characters I came across, I was like, no, I don't want to hear from them. I
Yeah.
don't care. Like,
Remember when you walk
Three,
past
'cause
Freyr?
you get to talk to fucking Blondie too.
You're
It's
talking-
like, who the
Yeah, but
fuck asked you?
Blondie was nice at least.
Blondie was nice, but it was,
I don't
he
care
was
how
like-
nice he is.
He was
I
like,
care because at least it was endearing.
I guess.
Why is he there?
Yeah. What the fuck did he have to do with anything?
Well,
Because
he was
he's
just
an
there in the end,
Asgardian, I guess.
He's
they were
not. He's
being-
a Midgardian. He
Shut
was
up.
just in Asgard.
No, he was there because like they saved him and his people from Asgard. So.
I don't understand why it had to be like, oh, like come say goodbye to all the fond
No,
characters.
the worst
I haven't
part
bonded with
is
half of you.
Who cares if the fucking crows survived?
Yeah,
That
fucking
was-
Why
Hugin?
are they there?
Huh, Hugin's here. I was hoping he'd make it out. It's like, wasn't Hugin, like, in your house this entire time?
Yeah, also-
Did you ever visit
Also-
Hugin to go to Asgard,
What
by
about-
the way?
Once. You do it one time.
Also, what about Hugin's counterpart Moonin? Like,
I think that one
actually,
just
I think-
dies.
I think Mugen was the one that survived and Hugin died.
Moonin. It's not Mugen. Moonin.
No, I don't believe you.
Oh, okay.
Listen, the
Goddamn.
point is you're walking through
Anyways.
this area right...
Okay,
Remember when
so
you walk past
talking-
Freyr's group and they're like, let's reminisce about
Wait,
Freyr,
wait,
and they're
wait,
just
wait.
talking shit about him?
He
Yeah,
was such a
that's-
fucking idiot.
Well, I was gonna
hated
get to
him
that,
so
but, like,
goddamn much.
No, they were like, he's such an idiot, I loved him.
It's like first it's Sif and Thrud, which are fine. Like I actually
yeah,
do
I
wanna
kind
hear
of
from
want
them.
to hear from them.
Yeah.
They just lost their dad and husband of like hundreds of years.
They should
Yeah.
have, but you know.
Yeah,
Better
that
written,
was really stupid that they did, just saying.
And
He
then
could have just like grabbed Sif and Thrud and left, just saying.
it was them. Then you see the crow for some fucking reason.
I
think.
was concerned about the crow, man.
Yeah, I was really concerned.
Oh man, I
I'm
can't even feign.
I'm skipping over the Valkyries because they barely even count.
Dude, I like tried to hear the Valkyries and I walked like 5 feet away from them, and the game did its classic bullshit of like, I'll talk to you later. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Yeah,
It's like,
fantastic.
let me listen to this.
Fucking bastards.
And then next up was Freyr's camp with Lunda.
Lunda.
I almost said her name like wrong.
Lunda, the
dark
elves.
elf, and the light elf. And they're just like, well, I'm going to miss Freyr.
No, Hildisvini was also with them. Hildisvini was with Mimir.
Yeah,
For
for
whatever
some
reason.
reason. Even though Hildisvini
They don't like
also,
each other.
Yeah.
I think that by the
Hildisvini's
end they liked
introduction,
each
he was
other.
just like, Mimir, huh? It's like, who the fuck are you?
Who are you? Don't
are you
fucking sneer at me, you
Yeah.
piece of shit.
But no, like, they're just like, let's reminisce about, like, when we first met Freyr, like, you know, how Freyr was a good guy. And then
He's such an idiot and a failure.
he was like, yeah, he kind of sucked as a leader, and he was not the smartest, but he was nice. It's like, wow, he's dead. He's a dead man.
He also did way more than Freya.
I'm cool
You're like
with
talking shit about a dead man.
I'm
Yeah.
cool with talking shit about a dead man, but Freyr didn't deserve it.
He actually did do more than Freya in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Listen,
fucking-
he was trying to do more, and he was just stupid.
He literally did do more.
Like,
You,
that's
you
cool,
guys are
guys.
assholes. Then you go and talk to Mimir, and it's like actually touching, and then fucking
Hildisvini is there.
Hildisvini's like, "Yeah, I'm here too," and you're like,
Mimir and a lamp
up.
and a lamppost are standing around. Like, Mimir, what? You just walk up to them mid conversation. Mimir, why are you talking to this lamppost? And he just walks away.
Yeah.
Doesn't he
should
just?
I be offended by that?
And then,
He runs into Angerboda and Fenrir, and Kratos then just like no clips into the fucking
The
into the scene as well.
wow, that, by the way, that
Money
was very anticlimactic, because, like, the whole time you're just looking for Kratos, basically.
And Kratos
And
finds
Kratos
you.
Just, like,
He like
locked in.
teleports behind you.
He walked in behind you. Where could he have possibly been?
Fucking climbing somewhere for
He just-
some reason.
And then,
Maybe he was.
Just like dives in
You know
like an
what, that's-
Einherjar meteor.
That's where the sex minigame was. He was just.
He was banging Freya.
He was banging Sif.
That's awesome, actually.
Well, anyways. No, I'm not I'm not high-fiving you.
Freya or
Sideways.
Kratos and Atreus join up with each other at that point. I don't remember what
And Angerboda.
Atreus and Angerboda were talking about
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
and Freya gives Atreus the arrowhead that killed Balder back.
I don't know why she did that.
I
Maybe
mean,
a
it was
sign of
it
just,
felt
like,
meaningful, but it
she's
was
forgiven him.
yeah,
basically.
like yeah, it was like I understand that this doesn't mean to you what it means to me.
I mean,
It's a sign of respect to you.
I don't really get it, because, like, what it meant to him in the previous game was, like, the same thing. It was just an arrowhead.
Well, no, wearing it around his shirt was like a reminder of Balder, Balder was like the first like serious threat that he had to deal with, and he kept
okay,
that
yeah.
with him.
And
And then you had the whole fucking scene of, oh my god, I don't even, oh my god, dude,
What?
the
Is it the final scene with the shrine?
yeah the scene with the shrine. There's a lot to unpack here, and it's all fucking dumb.
Well, it's, like, part of it is dumb, and then the other part is just...
They look at the
Don't
shrine.
they get up there and Angerboda is like, it's not a magic one.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Well,
I
Atreus,
guess if anyone, she would know that.
Atreus tries to open it, and she's like, they don't all open.
Okay.
Like, we haven't been shown a single one that doesn't open.
I don't believe her.
I don't know, man.
I don't even think she's lying. I think she's just wrong as shit.
I mean, he couldn't open it, so
Whatever.
but
Whatever.
but it just shows it shows like their journey up to that point, prophesized by Faye, and then there like Atreus goes and like they have like this moment where Kratos is like, oh, Loki goes, but Atreus stays,
Okay, so this is...
which was actually kind of sweet, but
They had a
then-
nice final moment, but I don't know why Atreus just like, Dad, I have to leave. It's like, that, it wasn't hinted that he was going to leave throughout this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he says he has to go look for other giants, and it's like they're in.
Have Angerboda's bitch ass do that. She knows where all these things are.
Well,
Yeah,
have her
and then
help
if you go post game, Angerboda's just chilling out in Jotunheim, not even helping.
That's a good point, actually. Is Atreus going to visit Angerboda, but not his own father?
I have no fucking clue.
What a little
honestly.
bitch, man.
Yeah, and then he like there's the end scene where he's like staring off into the wrong
doing,
direction.
like, a Captain Morgan pose towards the mountain.
Yeah, towards like not an insignificant mountain.
The angle of this was pissing me off because you're just in a cave looking at him, and he's at the entrance of the cave, and then his ceremonious send-off is him just walking off. Like,
Yeah, not even down the path. He walks off the side of the path. Like, he tumbles down the cliff.
This was something I wanted to bring up without going to the fix this section. It's just
This will be a good segue for it.
It's the direction of the scene. I don't get why they didn't come full circle and just have them look out at the mountain to end the game on or something.
Yeah,
Like a callback to what your destination was in the first game.
That started their journey in the previous game.
Yeah.
And to come full circle, it wouldn't even break their cinematic, their need to have it over the shoulder or whatever, the camera.
Yeah, it would literally just be the other side of the
Just
path.
have them both looking at the mountain before they
And
go their
Atreus
separate
just
ways.
walks off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's we literally
But instead Atreus just like
I know they wanted
stumbles
to put,
off screen.
once Drew pointed that out, we went back at the end of the game and looked where they were standing and where the mountain was. They literally just had to turn around. The mountain was literally visible if you just turned to the other side of the path.
Yeah. And you can go into photo mode in that game and just put yourself in a better position for a good final shot or something.
Yeah.
He could have already looked at. In fact, that could be before or after Atreus leaves and he looks at his own shrine. You could just have him walk out and look at the mountain.
It would have been cool. And then there's the weird scene where Kratos notices the second door on the back and opens it and sees a prophecy of him being a great leader, which is cool and all, but then he presses his hands against it and
gets all
sniffs it. It's fucking weird. He gets his face real close and he's like,
I know it's supposed to be very emotional and a lot of YouTubers cried. I was like,
it doesn't that
part was kind of fucking stupid when you think about it. Kratos has never cared about being loved by people for being a god.
Yeah.
Also, he was loved by people for being a god. He was loved by the Sparta.
Yeah.
And its warriors and its citizens, and those are the only opinions he cares about.
Yeah.
Well, those were the only opinions he did care about. No,
because they're dead.
I get why he got emotional, all right? I get that, he finally has a new, real purpose. He can lead people. He can be better, finally.
That was just way too much emotion.
But, no, for that scene, it was just, I didn't really feel the build-up there. And I get some people are like, wow, that's so emotional. I see a ton of those compilations of people, tearing up alongside him. It's I did not get that same reaction.
Yeah, it's kind of excessive.
It's I would have been fine if he just looked at it and even if he cracked a tiny smirk or something.
Or if he touched it, that would show his appreciation for it, or
Yeah. I don't know, that was just a really weird way to end the game. It was bad directing.
Then ends on the most obnoxiously long walking and talking credit sequence.
Oh, but then there's Brock's funeral afterwards.
Yeah,
yes.
you go back to Svartalfheim and have the
which
real
is actually
ending.
a legitimate ending.
Yes.
They should have just teleported you there. They should have just cut the scene and teleported you there so that the player can get to that immediately.
Remember you go there and Brock's body is just on a table in the bar?
I don't know. That feels appropriate for Brock.
I mean, yeah,
He
but
he
it
probably
was
loved
kind
a
of
good
weird
drink.
at first.
Yeah. You guys didn't notice him at first, so you walked in, looked at everyone, and then turned around and you're like, Jesus!
Is that a fucking body? Is that Brock?
Oh my god.
Brock's funeral was very touching,
And then
though.
the character
Absolute
that was
peak.
well, it was peak except for the fact that I was like, why is Bear here?
Yeah,
I didn't
feel
matter.
You mean Rahab?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, very
Rabe.
purposeful. Very. he
Oh wow,
mattered
it's
so
his
much.
name but spelled backwards.
Wow,
It's a good
the
one,
guy
guys.
that doesn't compose good music half the time.
Oof.
Yeah.
I
Whoa,
also
Drew.
I don't understand
I'm
why
firing
he
some
was there
shots.
because it didn't feel like he was one of the characters. I
cover
thought he
that
was
a
the
bit.
bartender when we first walked past him.
He was also the bard.
Why was he at
The bar tender.
Was it addressed that he was friends with Brock? Did they just add
no.
it? Did they just bring him
He's
along?
just there. They just need another dwarf character, and they were like, "What if we added Bear McCreary?"
They only have 4 dwarf assets, so we have to use them all.
They have more than that. They're just randos. Don't fucking do that.
God damn it.
What?
On the note of Bear McCreary and his music,
We'll get to that in a bit.
well,
what do you mean? There's nothing left.
Just a moment though, because like the actual scene of them, shooting the boat with Brock in it and like lighting it on fire, very touching at least. They did that properly.
And
It was very emotionally.
And Sindri's
rich.
clearly still broken. I hope that's not the end of Sindri's story, because I'd feel really fucking terrible if we just like took everything from this guy and he's left with just like a broken shell of who he used to be.
Yeah, I really hope we can go back and see him again.
But otherwise, that was a good, proper ending.
And then I sat through the credits on purpose because, this was the first time in the game where there was genuinely some sort of music in the background where I was like, this might be interesting.
Yeah,
And then it was.
genuinely
And then it
good.
was actually really good. And then it turns out it was a co-production with Hosier
Yeah.
to make a song for the game. And it was really fucking good. And the rest of the game should have had music of this fucking quality.
Yeah. Like,
And it used legitimate, instruments and everything that sounded period accurate. and
I
everything.
cannot remember a single fucking song from that entire game because of how,
It's so
it was
underwhelming.
like...
I guess we should just cover like a bunch of like the general issues we have with the game.
It was just like background music. Like, it wasn't even like it didn't make me feel anything.
Most of this music was way too subdued to even be noticeable.
It was either too subdued or it was too, it sounded
too generic. It sounded
Yeah.
like stock music at times.
Most of the fighting music was generic.
I
Like,
don't
it just
understand
sounded
how
generic.
people listen to this and are like, oh my god, Bear McCreary is a fucking genius of our time.
There are so
Yeah.
many
There's Mick-
people. Yeah, there are
There's
so many
Mick
people.
Gordon. There's fucking the guys who did the original God of War soundtrack, the Gears of War soundtrack, and then there's Bear McCreary, guys.
On the tippy
The
top.
original God of War soundtrack for every single one of the original games before 2018 blows this out of the water.
And
yeah.
there is
10
not
out
a
of 10.
single soundtrack in those original Saga games that doesn't blow this. Every song in this soundtrack is just nowhere near.
The only amazing song in the soundtrack to me was the credits song. And when I
and
heard
Bear
it, I
didn't
was
even
immediate-
work on it.
Yeah, we
Well, no,
actually
he worked
gave
on it. It was a
Well,
it was a
he worked
crossover.
on it, but it was
clear-
Hosier as well. We were giving him props. We were like, damn. I think they did Bear dirty by keeping all of his good music in the end of the game.
No, then you
for
just-
the credits,
you just-
and then you look it up, and it's like, oh no, that song was co-produced by Hosier.
And then you look up what Bear has done in the past, and it's like
Nothing.
there's barely anything of a portfolio
Bear.
there.
Yeah,
Shut
I
up.
don't remember a single song of his.
I don't want to be too mean to the guy, but what is your portfolio? Why do people love this music so much when it's barely there?
You
Yeah.
can't even hear it half the time. I'll be playing the game and I'll realize, dude, I haven't heard
Dude,
any music in hours.
We turned the music up, and it was just not very.
There's no music
interesting.
when you're fighting. The music during the cutscenes is just generic. Oh my God.
Well, there's
the
there's
Faye
music for the
music
boss
is-
fights, but it's usually just generic. It's like background noise.
Yeah, you had so
I don't
much
even
to go
remember
off.
hearing it. It doesn't have a recognizable
I
beat
know that's the
or tone
problem.
at all.
Yeah,
I can remember some of the God of War tracks, specifically how they go with the instruments, dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun,
they're
dun, dun.
memorable.
Yeah, I can remember that, but I can't remember any of the music except for that credit song.
Yeah.
Anyone watching this, do yourself a favor and look up the God of War 2018 Blades of Chaos Right version, where they use OG Saga soundtracks to the scene of Kratos getting the Blades of Chaos in the first game, and it not only fits way better and taps into the nostalgia of that
It's like a
scene
full
way
circle
better.
sort of thing.
Yes, it just hits better. The original music they use in that scene, I can't remember it for the life of me. I couldn't tell you what it was.
I think it's just those deep voices, which I thought those that sounded really cool, but they did it twice ever.
What I was very miffed about was the fact that it never felt like they were using any actual like instruments like Norse people would use.
Yeah, they didn't.
It sounded generic. Like you get some
Sound
violins.
like a bunch of guitars and violins.
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
some violins, you get a couple drums, and that's like it. That's all. Like,
Yeah, they didn't use like.
You barely hear the drums.
you could use fucking bagpipes, and it wouldn't be exactly accurate, but it'd be way closer to accurate.
Close
Yeah.
enough.
It'd be something at least.
And what's funny is I think that final credit song actually used bagpipes for a little bit.
I feel like we're dipping into.
Or
Well,
something.
we're right about at the point where we can start like going into our what we would change about
Like,
it.
My
all
biggest
our
gripe
fixes.
with we got into like the story beats, which were by far my biggest gripe with the game. My second biggest gripe was the fucking music, kind of sucking ass, which we just covered.
Yeah.
Like, what are some other general things you got? Like, I wanted to bring up how we could fix a lot of this stuff. We brought up a lot of that. The main thing I want to discuss fixing is the Asgard scene. Like, first, Drew already brought it up. Make it last longer. Or the
Yeah.
Ragnarok scene,
That
I mean.
whole war.
So
should've-
wait, are we getting into the fixes now?
Sure, why not? We might as well just...
Well, hold on. We didn't talk about the post-game stuff. We should talk about the post-game stuff first, right?
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
Alright.
I guess so. Like, well, we didn't get to play as much of the post game as you did.
Drew and I are like at 98% into our
Can't
Give Me
beat
God
a
of War.
Stupid fucking boss.
Yeah,
Gana, she's
Gana.
fun. I like her.
Oh yeah, this is one shot the player with certain
For
attacks, or
Asgard!
two
For
shots, and
Asgard!
like-
For Asgard!
And then
for,
and then she switches up the pattern for Asgard. That's a weird.
Asgard. Got him.
It's fucking stupid. But yeah, so we haven't beat that boss yet.
And we haven't done the what were they called?
Remnants
like
of Asgard?
Remnants of Asgard one.
The reward for Gana, or the rewards for Gana, are pretty cool. Like you get like this like homing blast ability for the shield, as well as like
Don't knock the mic miming that.
Yeah.
as well as like a new armor for Freya. I wish the armors did something in this game.
Oh yeah, we can elaborate on that in the
Yeah.
complaints, but I have some complaints about the fucking like drops in this game as
What do you
well.
mean complaints? This whole video has been complaints.
I don't think so.
Damn. Might hear
I think
some
it's just
sound-
been us listing objective facts, honestly.
You might hear some sound in the background, but that's a dog next to us.
That's
Just
our
kinda
adorable little
HOA.
dog.
Just the fact that Dwight is cute.
Shut up.
Hey, don't tell.
Stupid. Anyways, yeah, the rewards are pretty cool. You get the armor for Freya, and you also get like a new runic ability for Freya. It's like Queen's Roar or something like that. It was
Why'd
pretty
they
cool.
put all that at the end of the game?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Is
At the
there-
very end when everything else. If you kill
is there
Gana,
a-
that's probably going to be one of the last things you do.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
She seems like the hardest boss so far, just by default, because she does so much damage.
Yeah, and
Well,
that
it makes
And-
sense
and
for her to be the
tells
hardest.
are really hard too. Like
Yeah.
some of those tells are stupid.
that also makes the like lack of New Game Plus pretty egregious. And I know that they're coming out with a New Game Plus. But
I
it's-
don't care.
It's
They
still-
should ship with that.
Yeah, it's still like months away.
Yeah, remember when New Game Plus was just like a default thing that games used to have?
Yeah, because it
Oh,
should
guys,
be.
it's like too
It's
hard.
too hard to program.
Everything's
I
too
know.
hard. We don't know how to develop video games.
We
It's hard.
just played Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. That has a New Game Plus immediately, which also gives you extra features for playing it.
Yeah, there's no reason why they shouldn't have a New Game Plus on shipping. Like, I don't understand why we've suddenly why people have just gotten used to the fact that it's okay for games to just release an unfinished game. Finish the game, then release it, and then if you want to add stuff later, then add it.
Like,
Well, we're kind of,
wait,
you know.
That
wait,
yeah,
I do,
jumping
I
the
do
gun.
want to mention one more thing.
All right.
Elden Ring came out. It has New Game Plus that goes up to like.
That's out already?
Shut up. Elden Ring came out, and it's got New Game Plus that goes up to like fucking like New Game Plus like 9 or something, and it still keeps adding stats on. Like you have a reason to keep leveling up and just doing shit. So it's like, I know at a certain point that might get boring, but at least there's the option there.
Elden Ring doesn't seem like it would get boring.
And that's why
Neither
it
would
won
this
Game of
game
the
have.
Year.
Above this fucking game.
Well,
Yeah.
but God of War Ragnarok still won like like 7
Best
fucking
soundtrack,
awards.
best voice actor.
I don't know why.
Well, but then again,
Christopher
fucking-
Judge had to give his fucking 37-hour acceptance speech.
Like, guys,
I haven't even watched that yet. That shit makes me cringe too hard.
I keep thinking about like some of the things in this game, and I don't know why it got all those awards. Like,
yeah.
maybe we'll
It
get,
does not deserve best music.
maybe
at
we'll
all.
get more into that after the fixes specifically. But like,
Yeah.
You were rewatching Invincible later. That tap water that they put into people's water to make them not see certain shit. I think they're doing that for the soundtrack of this game specifically because I don't know what the hell other people are hearing.
Dude, I love that part where it goes beep
well,
boo boo beep
dude,
boo boo
if,
bop.
if someone sends you the music in like, if someone sends you the music in a YouTube video, it's like, okay, cool, that sounds great in the YouTube video. I didn't hear it in game.
The sound mixing
was-
for this game is pretty bad. Remember how
Yeah.
broken the audio files were the first like few weeks it was out?
Yeah, it was horrible.
We
Atreus's fucking like grappling arrow would just jump scare us every single time.
No, we brought this up before though.
Also,
yeah, I think we
I ran into a bug on my playthrough in the Alfheim section where like Kratos like climbed something and he made like a grunting noise or he was running or something, and then I stopped running and went into a cutscene and it just kept playing the audio of him running. So it was just
His like breathing sound effect. He's looking at like the pool of light that his dead wife is inside of, and you just hear
Faye.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Faye, I'm still thinking of you when I do this.
Oh yeah. What were some more post game scenes though? Like
Oh, I
right,
wanted
right,
to
right.
discuss Sif and Hildisvini using
yeah.
Mimir as a fleshlight yet
Oh my
again.
God, dude.
Just like throat fucking his neck hole yet again, like the entire rest of this game has been doing. Like, Mimir, you already gotta open your mouth, so I'm just gonna flip you around. There we go.
Yeah.
No. Hildisvini, I don't even know why this sat with me like it did, but the way Hildisvini is talking to Sif and she's like, where will we grow crops? We won't. We will live off the land. Like, that's fucking retarded. No. You have like a large population
so
to feed.
what he's saying-
She said something right after that. It's just, she said
Oh,
something right
hello,
after. Yeah.
hello, Mimir. They were like talking shit about how like, you should have heard this guy's commencement speeches, longest you've ever heard, and annoying too, I bet. It's like, what the fuck? What does this game have against Mimir exactly?
I know, we bonded with him and they were just shit all over him.
We made a joke about Kratos just like tossing him down a chasm and Mimir just down there left wondering, what did I do? That he's doing that, but with it, he's in like the writer's room.
I know
they're just using him as a footstool and a coaster or something.
Well, like in the previous game, they set him up to be like, oh yeah, a lot of the gods don't like him, like Aesir, Vanir, whichever. Like a lot of them just don't like him, and he was
Was it just that he was like Odin's
Supposedly,
little
like-
like kiss ass?
yeah, basically. And they did that, but they give you no sense of like redemption for him with these characters because all of them, besides Kratos and Atreus, just don't like him. They
Yeah.
never do.
Despite him, like, you know.
Brock and Sindri, like,
Oh, yeah, Brock
they
and
hated
Sindri
him in
are-
the first game, but like they're kind of cool with him. But Brock still laughs his ass off when they're like burning holes into his eyes. It was pretty cool.
But
Yeah.
in that scene where Hildisvini and I forgot his name for a second, and Sif were talking, like right after they say like we won't, or like what do you do for crop yields? What if there's like a drought or something? What do you guys do to make sure that you have crops in the
forgot
future?
about
And he's like, we don't, we learn. It's like, you already know this is going to happen. What what are you talking about?
Yeah,
If you know
yeah,
it's a
you
possibility, there's no
prepare.
need to learn.
all those like kids, all those like children that will definitely starve to death because they need to eat more than adults proportionately. There'll be a learning experience for us.
Yeah, how about you just
Rather than just like knocking down a few of these stupid trees that are trying to kill you and farming here.
Yeah, it seems a little unnecessary.
Here's an idea: you prepare so that people don't die.
Yeah.
Then-
Who would have thought?
And if people still
What is
die,
the learning-
then you learn from that somehow. Like,
What
I
is
don't
the
know.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What's the point of a learning experience if the learning experience wasn't, man, we should like we should practice like more efficient like food like preparation
Also,
Yeah.
or storage.
I just had. Like,
Oh man,
this-
that was rough.
I had this thought, like, there's a problem with him saying we live off the land when she's asking where to plant the crops, because it's like, okay, living off the land essentially means plant the crops in the ground. Like, that's what that tells me.
You can easily do like I'm pretty sure Native
Like, does he
Americans
mean
used to do
picking
that.
fruit off a tree,
Yes.
that's it?
Yes.
Which everyone used to farm.
Like Native Americans used to farm like in forests. It can be done.
No.
And it's actually healthy for the ground if you do it. Oh. If you do it right, it's healthy for the ecosystem.
Also,
Oh.
like the people of Vanaheim, or at least Freya, literal druids. Like, even if it's just Freya, that means you have a goddess that is like literally
yeah.
she could just be like, all right, I'm gonna
there's-
make.
there's
Damn, that would have been a fair thing for Hildisvini to say. Like,
wait.
we can use magic
Yeah.
to make our own
Yeah,
food.
wait, so
Yeah,
We don't have to farm. We can just tell the trees to make us food.
Freyr
what?
and Freya are the goddess and god of, like, crops, fertility.
Drew,
like,
Freyr's dead now. Try to keep up. We were crying about this when it happened.
Yeah,
I was like,
I forgot
I-
how bad that fucker's death was. That was completely unearned. I am like jumping between topics, so sorry. Go on.
Well, when you think about like how much stuff is introduced in this game that just like you would think sort of breaks the plot in some like little way, or at least gameplay, like Freya being able to turn into an eagle at any point, or bird, or whatever fucking bird that was.
It's like a falcon.
or something.
yeah, something like that.
Falcon.
I'm not a bird nerd, alright? But her being able to turn into a falcon at any point would immediately solve like half the puzzles in this game.
But Drew,
Yeah. The fuck?
so would Kratos being able to simply climb up a wall like
Or
he used
jump
to?
like he used to be able to.
Or stick his fist straight through a building?
Whatever. Him.
Oh, there's
I guess
some
we kind of
vines
just
blocking
flowed
our path.
organically into like our general gripes because that was all I really had to say about the post game content.
Well, there's still the prison.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
Yeah.
We'll put a pin in like the traversal stuff because there's some stuff I wanted to bitch about that as well.
Yeah.
So in Niflheim, there's a remnant of Asgard that crashes down, and it has it was a prison from Asgard, and you fight your way through, solve the puzzles, and you find the real Tyr inside, and it's revealed that like, oh, holy moly, in order for Odin to use his in order to transform into someone, he has to that person has to be alive, and he imprisons them so that there's no like duplicate people walking around. So there's like a traveler down there, a light elf, a dark elf, some dwarves, and Tyr, as well as probably some other things that I don't remember. But basically, it gives you some idea of how he did the things that he did, like convincing the travelers to like follow the path and stuff like that, which is a cool detail. It's just like revealing Tyr to still be alive down there. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you should have put this in like
Post game.
yeah, because like it's not even like it's a significant post game thing. Well, I mean it's significant, but like afterwards, it's not like, oh, things are gonna change now. It's like Tyr's like, oh, well, sorry, I wasn't there for you guys, and then he leaves.
Why
And
would they not incorporate that
I thought,
into the story that he's still alive?
well, what's
yeah,
weird
that
is,
seems
like,
oddly significant.
Does that mean there's technically two gods of war at this point? Because like Kratos is the god of war still.
No,
but-
this Tyr is still a cuck even after.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you go and find him. You can go and find him in other realms, and he just comments on the realms. He's
is he
not
actually a pacifist still?
he doesn't fight anything, but I don't know if he's a pacifist. He's still like you can find him in Freyr's camp, and he's just like doing Tai Chi. So you know,
Oh my fucking god! I don't know why that set me off.
You know, there's something to
Tai
be
Chi's
said
healthy.
like
You should do it. But the fact that he's just doing the gayest shit imaginable
there's something
when
to be
you find
said
him.
for like
Come on.
okay, certain interpretations are cool and fine, but like
This isn't cool. Let's
it's
be
just
real.
like I really would have liked if some of the Norse interpretations were like more badass in some way. Like,
I liked the idea.
You go ahead.
I like the idea that Tyr is a god of war in the sense that he tries to prevent war, like he tries to provide wisdom to.
well, that's actual Norse mythology. He's a diplomatic god of war in
Yeah,
Norse mythology.
I like that, but I can't agree.
shit.
Like, on some level, I am kind of glad that he's not just another like super muscly god, because like we've seen every single god is like that.
Well, not
But-
Hades. I guess Hades had like a strong man
but
body.
within this
Well, yeah,
line,
but he also looked like a wad of chewed
within
bubblegum.
this
So
line, we only have like, well, I guess we have like
Magni and Modi were still
Baldur,
cucks though.
Thor.
okay, Baldur was pretty thin.
Baldur was a lanky fuck.
Well, yeah, but he was also
He was
from
still
the
like a berserking like combatant. So like,
yeah, that's true. He was.
I like Thor being fat. I just love that. I want to curl up in his belly button.
God damn it.
Odin being an old man, I actually thought was kind of cool because, like, I don't know. I just like the juxtaposition
I
of like
think-
this evil fuck being just like a sad-looking old piece of
I don't
shit.
know, there's two things that I think about with that. Like,
He can also change his
one,
appearance at any time.
He looks
Yeah.
fine. I think he looks good. But at the same time, I also want them to stop basing characters off of the voice actors.
Yeah,
and the way
video
they
game
look.
companies. Nobody fucking cares about that. Stop doing it.
Like, it's
Yeah.
neat if you want to use someone's likeness specifically. Maybe it's like for like the way your game works, like Death Stranding. It just has fucking Matt
Like-
Mikkelsen and like Mads Mikkelsen. I always get his name wrong.
Death Stranding. Isn't that the one with the like
the-
baby in a jar?
Yeah, it's a Hideo.
Wasn't that Norman
Kojima
Reedus?
thing. Yeah, but there were other celebrities in there too.
Oh, I didn't play it.
Yeah. But, like, if they want to do that, that's fine. But I see so many games now that just put the voice actor's likeness in the game as the character. And it's like, you're not really giving, like, any, artistic liberty to the people that actually make the models at that point. Like, there's not someone...
Yeah, that's true.
There's not someone making concept art for these characters anymore. You're just using the voice actor, so you don't have a range of emotions that might fit what the character should be like instead.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sick of video games having some kind of inferiority complex to movies and TV shows.
Yeah,
Like-
they're
Yeah, like, we need celebrities from real life.
they're different mediums. They should be treated differently because they're different. It's not that one is superior to the other. One is more like widely popular, but it's an art form. If it like.
That's why I really don't like the fact that, like, when that Avengers game came out, sure, it looked kind of shit, but, like, I at least appreciate that they tried to do different looks for the superheroes rather than just the movie actors, because
Yeah.
that would have annoyed me. Like, I don't consider Robert Downey Jr. to be Iron Man.
Look-wise,
I mean, he looks good. Yeah, he looks close, but there's interpretations within like those comics and stuff that look different. So like the same thing applies to God of War Ragnarok here. Like I don't want more actors to look or more characters to look like their voice actors. That's
really-
not important.
they're willing to race swap like a couple characters, but not Kratos into Christopher Judge lookalike. Suspicious.
yes.
I wonder why they didn't do that.
Because it wouldn't be him anymore.
Oh, yeah?
He doesn't look like
Yeah.
that.
Old black
Sounds
man
like
of
him.
war.
Old black man. Wow.
Christopher Judge looks about as old as Kratos is supposed to be. I don't know if he can grow a beard like Kratos.
I mean, he's got gray hair. So, I mean, I guess he doesn't look that old.
What was... I completely lost the plot on what we were even complaining about here to begin with.
Yeah, you
was
sort of
like
went on
the-
a tangent there.
Well,
Oh yeah, it was like character design shit.
Well, it was also like it's just my hang-ups with how they depict Norse mythology. Like, I really want more like straightforwardly, completely Norse stuff, and it doesn't really feel like that with this game.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Shut the fuck up. The one
Look,
with
their
like
design-
neon giant lights and stuff.
Look, the designs in Valhalla look pretty cool. The game, everything else about the game is lame. We keep going off on tangents about other properties, guys. Let's keep it to God of War.
I think we're done with all the post-game stuff anyway, right?
Yeah, there's really not much.
Aside from the Asgard crap, but
So
I'm a bit burnt out from the game because that fucking playthrough took us like 70 hours to do on the hardest mode because we kept having to redo shit.
hey, that's normal for games for me, so like I don't care.
That and we started playing other games like Ratchet and Clank: Rift Apart. So good.
Who cares about that?
I cares about that.
Another complaint I had about God of War, though,
Oh yeah.
I wanted to bring this up, was I brought it up a little bit, was the traversal. Why is the traversal just worse in every video game now? Like, why the fuck does it just plant you on a rail and force you to walk in a very specific set path?
Here.
It was
still
way better
here
here.
than the previous game.
Because that previous game, my eyes just glaze over every time I have to climb a fucking wall.
Oh my god!
Or like,
I was lost for a good for most of the time you were saying that, but like climbing, so fucking slow.
remember in the
Also-
last game how you could just walk up to a wall, climb it, and like jump up it to make that go faster?
Yeah.
I took that shit for
when
granted.
when
Man.
I played Uncharted in between the times we were playing God of War, it's like, wow, I can actually climb. Like, why is Nathan Drake so much more of a god than Kratos is at doing it?
Yeah,
Like, it was way more fun.
world's weakest treasure hunter.
But that wouldn't be serious.
Oh, you can't have fun playing things now. We're trying to make a movie, guys. Have you seen The Last of Us show? That's pretty much the vibe we're trying to copy with our video games. You know, there's a game too,
Oh
right?
shit, wait,
What?
That actually goes into, like, one simple fix that I was going to bring up. And I don't think I brought it up earlier, but I might have. But the direction in this game for like certain cinematics was just pitiful. Like the end of the game, when you get to that, like,
Didn't you bring this up? I thought. Sorry, I threw you
No, we
off.
said the scene was kind of weirdly directed.
Oh yeah, the last
We
scene
didn't
where
tear into it,
Atreus
though.
just Captain Morgans real quick and then just like fucking skitters off under the fridge.
Yeah, but he Captain Morgan's towards the mountain while you're just like watching him from the side, and it's like, why did he do that? And why did he just walks off the scene, and that's the last time you see him.
Well, that's like indicative of the you were pointing this out throughout the game, but like it is very tedious at some point having to constantly follow Kratos everywhere.
Yeah, there should have been like legit cutscenes. I miss legitimate cutscenes.
No, it has to feel like you're there. No.
No, it doesn't.
If it doesn't feel like that, then my dad doesn't take my writing seriously.
It's almost like a story cuts between different perspectives so that it's easier to digest and you understand
But
what's
Drew,
happening.
it's way easier to just tell you how awesome Faye was than it is to actually show
A
it.
lot of
Dude.
a lot of modern writing is fucking like telling and not doing, like showing or anything like
We
that.
swear Faye's like an awesome badass that can keep
Like,
up with Thor.
I get that Odin
There's-
is
Shut up,
supposed-
rice cooker. Shut up. All right, keep that in.
I get that Odin is supposed to be a bad guy, but the amount of fucking times I had to hear it,
Yes,
it was just like, okay, we get it. Odin's fucking bad. We know Odin's bad. We've seen what has
there was
transpired.
one part where you go like you're traveling through Vanaheim with Freya and you're doing like all of her like side missions and stuff,
Yeah.
where she starts talking about like some of the more like terrible things or like some of the things that were bad specifically in their marriage. And she was like talking about how like in one instant he got really mad and like destroyed everything in the room and like was throwing things around, and that's like bad and everything.
That's,
but that's
fucking
like,
a petty domestic squabble. I half expect there to be like cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon on the ground and a police report about it.
yeah, that seems
Like Freya, that's bad, but that's not like unforgivable.
Yeah, like didn't he like trap you in the form of a bird and stuff like that, and like turn your
Well, he didn't trap her. For some reason, being a bird nullified the spell, which is
Yeah.
like that's yet another thing in the list of why that this game does. Why does being a bird keep Freya
animal
from being
form.
taken back to?
Lamppost does the same thing.
Also, that allowed them. I just realized that also allowed them to introduce Hildisvini and explain why he was a pig in the last game. Also,
But he
Hildisvini was in that tent in Midgard, so That's weird. Clearly, they didn't think that through.
Well,
Yeah, that felt
The
very
last of his
shoehorned.
kind in all the realms? What do you mean his kind?
Yeah, you
Rant-
see
stupid
the
bitch.
ranting about Hildsvini again, the
Also-
greatest video game character ever
I'm
made.
sorry. I
You-
keep doing that.
you
It's
get
just
to
because he's
see
black.
you get to see more of
No.
those Jesus. You get to see more of those pigs around Vanaheim. Like if you look around, you can find those pigs.
She was clearly referencing his skin color, Levi. Let's move on already. You keep bringing this up.
All right, man.
But anyways, where was I about the fucking final scene before the?
You were going to
like, little
complain
thing?
about the general direction.
Oh yeah,
about...
so like the general like cinematography direction and stuff. Like, don't look at me like that.
Don't tap that fucking table, man.
I tapped it again just for you. All right, but no, like the ending of the game is really annoying in the sense that like they had the best opportunity to end it on like a beautiful shot, just a really symbolic shot, and they didn't do it. They end it on like Kratos talking to Freya inside a cave, and Atreus is already gone at this point. What should have happened was after they saw this shrine, they should have walked back out of the cave and with Atreus and Kratos together looked up back at the mountain that started their journey to begin with. Like they've come full circle. Like that was their whole purpose in the previous game, and they've fulfilled that purpose now because that was what Freya or God damn it, what was his name? Wife's name? Faye. That's what Faye wanted. I don't even remember her name. She sucked, man.
Faye was way better as a fucking plot device, a bag of plot device in the last game
Yeah.
than she was in this game because of this game's half-hearted attempt at making her seem badass. It just makes me think, like, how did fucking Kratos and this badass Amazon bitch birth fucking Atreus, King Cuck? I would have some
picked you a
questions
flower.
for my wife at that point.
Hey, I got you
I
something.
did not make this.
Your disappointing son.
Yeah, I actually gave
I
the.
got you this flower. Wow, so you had to kill a flower to give
Oh
it
my
to me?
god, dude!
If Atreus was a badass, he would have, like, slapped her with that flower.
God damn it.
I gave the previous game props on that, like having Faye like be dead, because having her be dead, we get to connect with Faye through Kratos and Atreus. We just as we bond with Atreus and as we like continue to learn about Kratos and continue to like through our bond with those two, we have like we inadvertently bond with Faye, and they kind of ruin that a bit by having us actually see Faye in this game and get our own.
She's too boring and too generic.
Oh, yeah, that was one thing I wanted to bring up, was, like, I don't buy that Kratos loved that woman at all, man. He
mean-
doesn't fucking act any different around her than he does with... If Kratos was, like, smiley and, like, all jokey with her the same way that she is, where they're kind of playful with each other, then I would have completely understood, like, oh, man, he actually...
Or at
like,
least if they
he
share-
does love this woman.
He doesn't even have to do that. They could just share moments together, but we should have been shown moments.
Well, we
Like-
were shown
Yeah, yeah.
moments, they were just boring.
That's the point
Well,
I
no,
wanted.
no,
that-
but like
that's what I wanted to say. Is like
more intimate moments, not like, oh, they're fucking moving trees out of the way, and she's like, "You gonna make me get that, huh?
big boy.
fucking little bitch." Huh?
What if he was just like, maybe I will? And then, like, she did lift it. That would have been, like, a playful couple...
Dude,
it's weird
make-
how you
make
got
that-
these millennial writers
Dude,
that...
make that a character or a player choice, like maybe I will, or no, I will get it, or something like that. And you
Yeah.
can have like the two options pop up on screen or something like
yeah.
that.
That was another thing I wanted to complain about, was the quick time events in this game.
Oh right.
They're-
running through Vanaheim.
I'm
with Freya.
glad that they, like, started implementing them again, but they're not good. Like,
They're very
s-
basic.
None of the scenes with them are very cool. Like, I thought at first that Kratos running with Freyr through Vanaheim was kind of cool, but,
was
like,
cool.
upon rewatching it, Freyr is a massive bitch-made loser throughout it, and he complains like a pussy the
True.
entire time, and
Yes.
it's really annoying. And then He's just a fucking lazy.
Also,
Freyr sucks.
That
I hate him.
sequence was entirely too short.
It was very short.
At the same time.
But
Like
what
they
you
have
don't
you,
remember-
they give you control to like swipe at those Gulons that are chasing you for all of like 15 seconds, and then take that control away from you immediately. Failing the quick time events doesn't impact.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of that has to do with like their lack of ability to program in some way. Because I noticed a lot of stuff in that game was very static and very like how do I put it? Like you go through or you go under a log. And that's like your loading screen to like load a new area.
I'm cool with games doing that. It's more cinematic than... It's more interesting than just a loading screen.
Well, yeah,
but it's... What were you going to say? I
That
think you were going to say what I'm thinking.
That works, but it's like, it's kind of boring at a certain point because nothing in the environment is like unique or interesting, really. Like
I think the environments look really good in this game,
day-night
honestly.
cycle thing was going to be like something you could do at any time, anywhere.
Yeah, they kind of like
It's
they
only in
barely
certain
use
realms.
that.
They kind of screw the
Yeah.
pooch on a lot of that realm-specific, like those
Actually, no.
crystals.
It was only in one realm.
Yeah, it was only in Vanaheim
Yeah.
for one, and for two,
and
it
it's
was,
only useful for, like, the crater part.
yeah, which was it's a side quest. Like there's literally one thing in like main Vanaheim that you use that for. There's like
That fucking vine bridge, right?
yeah, if you just leave at nighttime, everything's open except for the vine bridge.
But
and
that's
then
what I mean, is like, for some reason it feels like they couldn't program a lot of unique stuff. Like, when we played fucking Rift Apart, there was a bunch of unique stuff that, like, obviously took more time to program.
Yeah.
And I know that's, like, PlayStation 5 exclusive, and Ragnarok was on PS4 and PS5, but it's like, I've played PS4 games that have more dynamic stuff going on.
I played PS2 games that had more.
Yeah.
Like the original God of War games.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
And in
yeah.
terms of, like, QuickTime events and stuff, I think the series, like, it just peaked with the first game or the third game. Like
Third game for me.
Well, like, the first game still has that great sequence of you, like, hugging your family to give them their life
my
back.
God, dude.
And that subverted the
part's-
fucking, like, QuickTime event sequence.
Because the other...
All right.
The other subversion was like when you push his daughter away to save her.
Oh,
Yeah.
that one was also.
That's a
that
tearjerker.
was- that
That's
was
a
intense.
tragic feeling.
I wanted to mention something earlier about the first game, and it's something that's all right. So in the first game, there's a lot of scenes where, like, basically we learn Kratos' backstory through flashbacks. He has like post-traumatic episodes where he'll see something that like makes him recall parts of the story, like parts of his backstory.
Yeah.
And they don't really do that with most of the other games, and it's something that I wish they did more of. And it would have been really nice to see that in this game, to have him call back to those things rather than just being like, yes, it was bad.
Here's a better
Well, he
sequence.
does like discuss them with Freya in the Vanaheim section, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it
That's
doesn't
what,
flash back.
Oh, well,
There should have been cutscenes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that goes
and
back
you
to
know
where
what?
there should have been
I just
cutscenes.
realized
Like,
the
That's
way they-
when I wanted to talk about it.
The way they should have done Faye in this game, in my opinion, was since we have, 3 scenes with her in this game?
Yeah, I think it's just 3.
At least if we have those three should have been spaced out like they are, but they should have been different moments, not just her saying the same shit walking through the goddamn forest.
Yeah.
I think the first scene should have literally been when they first encounter each other, fight, injure each other, and then have to, like, recover together. The second one should have been them sharing, like, some sort of moment, like, I don't know, like a fucking meal or something, and starting to get along. And then the third one can finally be when they are talking about Atreus in the boat. Like,
Yeah.
there
That
should have
would've
been a
been-
sex minigame there!
No,
Shut up. No. Shut the fuck up.
That would have been awesome.
Dude,
No.
Okay, God of War,
All right, hold-
like, that is dead. All right?
Yes,
That's
all
never
right.
coming back.
I know
Right,
it's
right.
not.
But-
I'm not serious.
Are you sure?
That would have been a good place for it, though.
That would have been a great place for the flashbacks I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah.
if they actually called back to, like, more emotional moments with Kratos. That's like the exact thing I'm talking about. If they had
Kratos
used
fucking act
those.
differently.
Yeah, make him show something. Show them bond. Like, if you're going to have her be a character, you have to actually introduce her as a
that's
character.
Show it how she, like, influences the world and people around her.
That's what
Yeah.
I mean. Is, like, when they first meet, it should have been their encounter, because, like, did they actually fight? I don't remember. Like,
Yeah.
They said they fought.
They said
said
they
that-
did fight. Didn't show us that. Would have been cool.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean. It should have
Those-
showed us their fight, then their recovery afterwards, then them bonding some other time, and then that fucking Atreus moment.
But
There-
then they would have had to model a younger Kratos, and that's hard.
No, they wouldn't have. He would have been basically the same age there.
I mean, it's still
No.
been,
actually, we don't know how
don't
long
know.
they've been together.
it's still
Yeah.
been like hundreds of years since he was in Greece, though, right?
150.
Yeah, we don't
Like, yeah,
know.
so like that's plenty of time for him to just grow a beard.
Yeah, I don't know if
Oh,
giants
imagine
have...
seeing beardless Kratos in this game.
Oh, you see him with the
soul
not-
patch.
Yeah,
I don't think
I
he,
think
he
would-
probably grew out his beard by the time he met
Dude,
her.
I've seen
Actually,
people
Yeah.
that have modded the previous game with young Kratos, and it looks fine.
well, the
It doesn't
beardless
look completely up to snuff, but
the beardless model is in the game. They put the beard on top of it.
Oh my god, dude! It
Well,
would
then
it would have been
what?
that easy. It would have been that fucking easy. Are
Yes,
you serious?
They could literally just put a remove beard button.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god.
I realized something about Faye. All of her scenes are useless and pointless and annoying.
yeah, they
True.
don't tell us any new information. They don't give us any context to their bond. Their bond is shallow and like meaningless, basically.
Yeah.
It's weird how like Kratos is just like a stoic, like quiet asshole with her when like a bunch of millennials wrote this game. So if any point he should have been soying was like should have been with her. I would have actually liked that if Kratos was like softer and more carefree around her.
Well, you remember
Yeah.
what I said? Like, there should have been a scene of them like sharing a meal together or something. Like either
been
his
cool.
cooking or her cooking. Probably her cooking, honestly, because I don't know if he knows how to cook that.
There's
well.
no way he knows how to cook. He probably throws like a lump of meat right onto a fire.
They could have had like something somewhat comedic, like if he still had the blades somehow. Like, I know he tries to get rid of them at every cost. Or
They
at
come
every
back.
step, but
He
like,
can't get rid of them.
yeah, like if he tried to cook meat on them and
Well, they made a
she
joke.
just showed him, or fuck, he just showed her that he can't cook with those things.
Well, oh, that would have been where he got the line in the game, like, no, they would foul the meat.
Yes,
I imagined
yes.
I imagined a scene where you're talking about that of them like after they fought, like having a meal together and like settling their differences or whatever, and her
well.
yeah, her nursing her wounds and them Kratos being like, you fight well, and her like noticing that Kratos has like that crazy regeneration factor and being like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't think they have that. So she's just like playing, like raw dogging it.
Also,
Yeah, she's
Also,
playing on hard mode.
later on in the game, when you find the other like frozen lightning bolt, you could be like, oh, well, she went toe to toe with Kratos for a moment, so maybe
Wait a
she
minute.
could go toe to toe with.
Why is Kratos so reticent to like admit that that was Faye who did that if he acknowledges that she was a powerful warrior and the first time they met was them fighting?
I don't know.
Why is he like, that wasn't Faye? She didn't make that lightning bolt.
up.
And
She
every
told
single
me.
person is like, it's Faye. It was Faye. She did it. A warrior
It
with
was a
red
woman.
hair.
It was a woman. The only
Not a woman. No!
The only woman that can wield the Leviathan axe. The only one that. Has,
Oh yes, that's that exact axe that you're using. It
Yeah.
wasn't Faye.
Who else
Why
would
are
it
you
be?
being so pig-headed about this,
maybe it was
man?
Mjolnir axe version.
Ooh.
No.
All right, so
that was very strange. It took like the fifth person telling him, "Yes, it was your wife. It was Faye. It was the mother of that kid. She wielded that same axe."
her
I
name
guess it was
the
Faye.
first letter of her name was F. The rest was Faye.
The worst was A. Faye. Faye. I think that's like any other post-game stuff that we've neglected to cover
That
before
wasn't
we.
post game. We were talking about fixes. And
We
speaking
kind
of
of just like
we got into fixes.
yeah, we kind of just migrate into that organically.
We've
But
been
I'm
sort
just
of-
trying to.
we've been sort of like pussyfooting
Now,
around the biggest
fix. Yeah.
What was the biggest?
It's just
Ragnarok. What are you
in
talking about? Literally,
I thought
the
we
whole
discussed
thing.
some of that stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
we could've
It should
helped it.
last
I
longer.
know we kind of like we have like some split ideas. Like I know you said it should last like.
I said it should be like the last third of the game.
That
Like-
would get a bit exhausting.
Well, hold
to be
on.
honest.
No. Hear me out. So it
Would have
kicks-
been better than the 20-minute version we got.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like Ragnarok hits its full swing and then like it continues for the last third of the game. It would be like the war begins at the last third of the game, and so it's like a trickling building thing, like it's a back and forth of like who has the advantage, and it's like slowly building the stakes until you have like this all out war for like the last section of the game, and then you have to do like the side quests to like give you the advantage to like finally win. Because when you finally get to Ragnarok, you have all of Alfheim on your side. You have Freyr and his camp, as well as Freya. You have all of the Valkyries.
You went over this before.
Yes.
Yeah, it's. I'm going over it again because it's fucking ridiculous. There's no way.
Well,
Asgard never stood a fucking chance.
Either way, like, my idea is kind of similar in some way. It's just like, I wouldn't really consider Ragnarok starting until the final, like, the actual siege of Asgard for me. Because it's like, I think Vanaheim should have been liberated at the midway point of the game. And then from there, you work with the characters from Freyr's camp to liberate different realms. And it would have been very potent because there's many things you could do with that. Like that fucking book that you get for the Light Elf and Dark Elf, like, people.
Yeah, that would have been...
Like, give it to them, and then they take it to their people and reveal the history of their people. And then have them join forces against Asgard.
Doing the side quest should influence, like, not only the forces that arrive in Ragnarok, but should also influence whether the character associated with them lives or dies.
Yeah.
Like, if you just mainline the story, those characters all die. Also, Birgir should have been there. Nice waste of time that fucking 10-hour section of the crater was to go get his ass.
There's another one. There should have been a way to get to Jotunheim that you could take Birgir through, basically. Like, hey, we have a way to show you, like, what Jotunheim is like. Bring all the travelers you can find so we can prove that there's no more giants anyway. Like, there's no
show
treasures
all the corpses.
Here. Like, this is what has happened already, so we need your help at Ragnarok.
It's crazy how much stuff they set up that could have been paid off perfectly, but then in the last, like, third of the game, they just shit the bed.
Yeah, diarrhea down their pants.
They shat the bed, pulled up the covers, saw they shat the bed, and then went back to sleep. Like animals. It's fucking disgusting what they did here.
Closing the Garm Realm Tears should have immediately gotten Helheim on your side.
Yeah.
The Garm Realm Tears could have been used for so, like, awesomely in Ragnarok. Imagine you're fighting and then suddenly a giant paw tears its way through and, like, Birgir and a bunch of travelers fall out of it and you start commanding them during that part of the fight.
It would have been so sick, especially if, like, having the having the realm gates, like, close as the war went, as it did in the game, where they were just shooting them closed, and then having like the moment of like, fuck, our armies can't get here, we're gonna lose, and then having Garm come in and just like open all the tears and let the armies through anyway.
It's Fenrir now.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just destroy those gates leading to Asgard before the battle?
Shut up.
Yeah,
what was stopping them from...
Shut up.
Oh.
Shut up, we don't talk about that.
That's really stupid. Why didn't they do that?
Another idea we floated around was...
they probably need them to get to those places.
Surtur earlier. He should have been cooler, by the way.
Surtur was a fucking dweeb, man.
Dude. So you should have met him earlier in the story, and then he should have, like, basically challenged you. So he's like, are you even ready for Ragnarok? And then you beat his challenge, and then
that's how you progress the story.
Yeah, and then he's, like, on your side from that point on. Because he has all those fucking challenges around Muspelheim. And now I'm basically left, like, wondering why. Like, why did he have all those challenges?
Well, apparently the game said, like, the lore reason is that he uses them to test the swords he makes.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, he also doesn't test the swords. He was just surrounded by a pile of them.
He kept making them and then throwing them away.
Yeah, it
really seems like this guy really cares about testing those things.
Also, I was led to believe he was actually giant. Wasn't that big.
Yeah,
well, Ragnarok became giant.
Yeah, but Ragnarok was fucking stupid as well.
That's true.
I hated that idea. Like,
Ragnarok Beast shows up.
Called Ragnarok. Like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Ragnarok Beast shows up, attacks once, game over. That's it.
Yeah, like
Meh.
no.
Cool. Yep. Glad he came so useful. Also, he wasn't helpful. Like, destroying Asgard was unnecessary at the point.
He was detrimental, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What did they need him for then?
They didn't
They
need
killed
him at
Odin
all.
without his help.
Yeah, they didn't need him at all.
You
Oh my god,
you could at
dude.
least surmise that in the characters' minds they thought he would be useful, but in the long run,
Little did they know the
story-wise-
wrong people were writing this.
Yeah, story-wise, he just wasn't useful.
Yeah, Asgard did not need to fall. It was
Here's the
completely
problem.
unnecessary.
Characters are only ever as smart as the writers writing them. So, like, we have a bunch of, like, bad new writers on this staff that were probably just adding a bunch of stupid shit in there. Whereas, like, there's probably a bunch of main writers that were like, oh, no, we have to put some of this in there. Like,
Anthony Birch, fucking King Cuck, wanted to make Kratos, like, talk about how he used to, like, make love to men or something when he was in Sparta.
it was something about, like, kissing men specifically. And it's like, that's not even important. Like, who gives a fuck?
Also, there's no way Kratos was gay.
Yeah, like, I hate to say it. Well, no, I don't hate to say it, but, like, in the way that they set up the first couple of God of War games, there's no way he was gay. Like, there's just no way.
He was in Greece. He had the perfect opportunity to be
Plus-
gay,
plus-
and he didn't take it. He's not gay.
During the time those games were made, in our reality, the cultural zeitgeist was that was the most manly shit possible. So, like, they definitely did not account for him, like, being gay at all. So.
Mash O to pound Fenboy.
Femboy.
Imagine Kratos fucking...
Astolfo.
Just imagine Aphrodite. Aphrodite being like a Fuda would probably make some sense.
What the fuck, dude?
I
She's
mean,
like the
yeah.
fertility goddess.
I think she is a hermaphrodite. I think the term hermaphrodite
Damn.
comes from Aphrodite.
Whoa, how'd you figure that out?
Fucking cowards.
It's out of
Where's the herm part come from?
I've looked into this a
Hermes.
lot, man.
Herpes?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, this is a weird tangent.
That was an odd
Anyways,
tangent.
what else were we...
So I wanted to discuss Ragnarok and how they should have utilized Garm in it, like we were saying. They should have utilized... Kratos wasn't a general during that.
No,
I
he
don't.
wasn't.
he
He
didn't
did
give any
nothing.
commands.
He shot a single
No,
flare.
He said one thing. He gave one command.
Before leading a bunch of women and children into battle, like a smart person.
I like how the Dark Elves are supposed to be like the helicopters flying over, and then you don't really see them anymore.
Yeah, they literally.
When
weren't
you
being
look
useful.
in the
Did you guys all
background,
die? Like, what happened?
Also,
they
Hell's
closed the
Army,
gate, man.
Hell's Army was supposed to be there. It wasn't. You can't see a single Hellwalker in the fight because they're not fucking there.
Weren't they? Didn't they say that though? Like Helheim's gate has been destroyed. I thought
If they
It was
did,
Muspelheim first, and then they were targeting Helheim.
a lot of fucking good going to Muspelheim did us then.
Wow.
Yeah.
Since these
Is that
merry
another-
come latelys show up to the fucking Ragnarok
Hey,
battle
guess-
like halfway through it.
Guess what? That makes Hildsvini extra useless.
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot. He went to Niflheim to try and convince.
No, Helheim. I think you said Muspelheim, then Nifl.
Listen.
You're jumping all over the place with these names. It's Helheim both times. We're talking about Helheim here.
Shut up.
No, you.
He went to Helheim to get fucking the forces there. Then you go. The
then he
second
needs-
Kratos, the
he needs
millisecond
Mimir's help,
Kratos
though.
starts the fight.
He needs Mimir's help. You should have
probably
just
just-
gone there yourself.
You probably just used
Fuck
Mimir.
Hildsvini. He shouldn't be in this
That's
fucking
good. That's a
game.
good point. What do we need Hildsvini for then?
Yeah, I don't think Hildsvini was useful a single time during that entire game. I literally don't think. I can't think of
literally-
a thing.
To be
Hildsvini
fair, neither
did
were most of the
nothing.
characters.
Yeah, I can't think of a single thing he did.
This game introduces way too many new characters that it does nothing
Oh, yeah.
with, like Birgir.
Fucking Birgir's sacrifice could have happened if, like, they gave you a fucking quest beforehand where you worked with them, at least. Like,
Yeah.
but then if you go to rescue him after that sacrifice, then you should have been given a new quest to show him Jotunheim and, like, a bunch of the travelers, and then that's that.
Yeah,
you know?
each of the side quests you do throughout the game should have contributed to have something happen, like closing the Hell Tears and what?
Another one, the dwarves. Only fucking Sindri showed
You
up.
clean. All right,
Durlin
so
asks you to get a hammer as a symbol for, like, the dwarven
rebellion.
Rebellion, yeah.
you also clean up. You stop the mining facilities in Svartalfheim.
Yeah.
So it clears up the atmosphere a bit, and then you also free the whale. You're literally restoring hope and beauty to Svartalfheim, and then nothing comes of it.
There's
Literally
no gratitude shown by the fucking dwarves.
It
Yeah,
should have.
not a fucking shred.
But that's another case of, like, I don't think they would have been able to program that. I just don't know why these guys aren't as good at programming games as, like, they used to be.
It would be funnier if only Sindri went through. Like, oh, it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
It was lame, actually.
They wanted like their big.
This race gets no agency in saving itself.
Yeah, if they had just had like a small group of dwarves, I would have even accepted that. Like having the rebel dwarves show up and have them like go through and start like fucking with all the stuff they've built in Asgard this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like where Sindri went through and pounded the metal and caused all the war machines that what's his name again? Durlin.
Yeah.
Durlin D's nuts.
Okay, man. That Durlin helped, like, inspected and helped build. Having them, like, collapse like that. If they were to have just a team of dwarves going around doing that and stuff like that, it would have made it all worth it. It would have made all those side quests make sense in the end. But, no, it doesn't pay off. The Dark Elves, that book, you just sell it to Sindri afterwards. Did it pay off? No, not really. Burger, you should have gone to Jotunheim, like Drew said, and
He
brought along the
fucks
travelers.
off.
It would have been so cool.
You rescue him, and then he's like, this is scary. I'm gonna go to the big turtle now.
This is scary. I'm done. Also, Ragnarok's right around the corner. Like, you're not gonna help.
Cocksucker, come help us first.
My knee hurts.
I'm injured, as you can see. I can't actually.
As much as
Yeah,
it
go
pains
talk
me
to the
say
travelers.
As much as it pains me to say it, Angrboda wasn't in the game enough to even care for her.
Yeah.
So, like,
I'm really worried that I won't be able to. That my part in the story is bad.
She just 180s.
Yeah.
That's what her character is.
We get like a million years.
Now I'm not worried about it. Wow, I was really invested in that,
that's not
Angrboda.
a fucking-
I'm
Yeah.
glad that your character arc ended here.
I was thinking about that part where my dad was going to die. I kind of forgot about all that. So,
Angrboda,
congrats.
I was literally not concerned with that whatsoever. Just keep writing Fenrir and get fucking
This is
Sif
her
out of
character
here.
arc. It just keeps going up and up and up and up and up, and it just drops immediately. Like,
I'm scared my part of this story is not being written. Like, what? I don't care about that, Angrboda. Bye.
I'm only hanging out with you to piss off my dad.
I'm not
I'm
part
only
of your
hanging out with you
prophecy.
because the game's requiring me to do this for the next 4 fucking hours.
I realized they introduced a yak as, like, her companion, and that yak didn't matter whatsoever either. Like,
What about that one?
to be fair, how's a fucking yak gonna matter, man?
What about that one time
yeah,
that
but like, why even?
What happens
make
to it
the
after
fucking-
that part?
it just continues living in Jotunheim? That's it?
But like,
I hope Fenrir ate it the second he got
here's
there.
my problem: is
That
like,
would be funny.
introducing little things like that takes away from like what you could have written elsewhere. Like, I don't give a fuck about a yak. All right.
Yeah, I don't even remember its name.
This game really...
Never mind, I just remembered its name. It's Yala. God damn it.
You're welcome. Not that I had
Probably
anything
because
do
I
with
had to
that,
listen to its name like a million times while playing the game
Oh,
twice.
help me pick these apples. Help fucking kill these things. Certain animals don't belong.
You killed a flower.
Dude,
Why I killed a flower?
Playing through playing through the Jotunheim section twice was like chewing on a belt sander. It sucked. It
Well,
was
you
so
shouldn't have
bad.
done that.
I had to. I had to get through. I had to get to the new game plus that doesn't exist.
All right, do we finish our list of Ragnarok fixes? Because I just wanted to point out, like,
It's literally
my
just
ideas
side
about him
quests.
being a general.
Oh yeah, well,
Make the side quests matter at the end.
I know.
Yeah.
There was that, and on top of that, it was the fact that we wanted it to be longer too. And
I think it
by
should have
default-
lasted probably like 2 or 3 hours
Well, I was
of
gonna
just
say,
non-stop like war.
I was gonna say the Asgard section could have literally just been like an hour for me, and I would have been like way happier because that implies there's like, like 30 minutes outside of Asgard's wall where you're trying to get to it, and then like 30 minutes for the rest of Asgard for whatever it might be, or like I don't know.
All right, and another thing about me saying that it should have been the last third of the game. At one point during the game,
like highs and lows throughout, not just like a full bore battle
Yeah,
for
yeah.
a third of the fucking
Well,
game.
yeah.
At one point,
Like, oh, you have to go to this realm to do something to disable this defense in Asgard.
yeah.
And if you don't do that, that defense, like, fucks with you the entire time you're in Asgard.
Yeah, that would have been cool. And like having at one point in the game, I think it's Atreus says like mentions that Ragnarok has already started because of like some detail that he notices. And like
Isn't it Brock dying was what officially started Ragnarok?
no, that's what kicked off like the war
Oh,
itself.
no, wait. I think Balder dying is what started... No, that started
Fimbulwinter, but at one point they're walking around talking about stuff, and they mention that Ragnarok has already started.
You gotta remember,
but they do that in
Fimbulwinter
like
led to Ragnarok too. That was part of the prophecy.
Yes.
yeah, but
The death of
after
Balder begins Fimbulwinter.
after they do that, when he's saying that, when he's saying like Ragnarok has already started, they say that in a scene where it's like not that Ragnarok-y. It's kind of just like, oh, we're walking around Svartalfheim. Isn't this something? Isn't it beautiful scenery? This is the end of the world, by the way.
Yes.
Wow, how very intense. If only this had been like the kicking off of like the end of the world. Like the last third of the game was just like a slow decline into the apocalypse. That would have been cool, but no, they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to have us traipse through a bunch of useless side quests that don't matter in the end, and they're going to mention stuff that's hardcore and like super useful that we don't get to see. Like at one point, Freya shows up and takes all of the Valkyries to go shut off the Einherjar's ability to respawn. Can I have that as a side quest, please? That sounds badass.
Yeah, another thing that the game just doesn't explain, like, where are they going? What are they doing? How does that stop the Einherjar from respawning? Does it do that forever? Or just during this battle?
So they made an exception for you to switch from Kratos' point of view to Atreus' point of view. At that point, I think it should have switched to Freya's point of view just for a moment to show how they do that.
Oh, that would have been cool.
And
imagine Freya fighting with fucking 7 Valkyries.
Because you can also use her swords, so you have melee and ranged combat as
The
Freya.
game never has you play as Freya.
Yeah,
What is the point of the Atreus sections if he just fucks off at the end of the game and you can never choose to play as him?
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
Oh, imagine playing as Atreus and you like get like your own quests as him.
That would have been cool, and you can like take them up whenever you want.
That would have justified it. Like spawned you in some random part of the map since Atreus is just like doing his own thing.
That would have been sick. And having Freya sections, I feel like they meant to program that because it feels
Just
like
have her play like Atreus.
yeah, just it wouldn't even be that complicated. It would not be difficult to do that.
One of our other fixes, I almost forgot it, was changing fucking Freyr's character.
Yeah,
I don't think he should be written out. I just think he should have been better. Like, that was it.
Yeah, I wish
he's kind of integral to this in some way.
Yes.
Yeah, and all right, so
Have him not be a simpering little bitch the entire time.
you wouldn't even have to change very much about him because like he's really hard on himself. I just spit everywhere. Sorry.
No one cares, man.
He's
not getting on them.
I care. He's really hard on himself, and so is Freya, and so is like everybody else for some reason. If you had just had it be so that he's if you had just had him be really hard on himself and Freya be hard on himself, and then like so he's always talking shit about how he's useless and how cool Freya is. If you were to have it show all the cool things that he does, which it does, it just doesn't go over
Kind of does in Alfheim, but I don't care.
He also blocks.
Ooh, magic white men show up, tell us not to kill each other. We don't.
Whoa!
What was the accent?
If you had,
I wanted to make it offensive.
if you had if you didn't have every single person talk shit about him, and if you were to have like Freya slowly come to like respect him and his accomplishments, it would have made his character so much better, and it would have made his sacrifice so much more useful.
You're left wondering how the fuck he liberated, or not liberated. How the fuck he brought together two warring races in Alfheim all together.
when
Yeah.
he's
And,
such
like,
a fucking...
On top of that,
That's
all
true.
of a
I didn't even
sudden-
think of that.
All of a sudden in Ragnarok, when he gets his sword, he's like a god. He's super strong. He can fly.
He's like, he like held back Ragnarok just with Ingrid.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, what does Atreus get Ingrid after all that?
Yeah.
Destroyed during Ragnarok? I don't know.
Even though Atreus was like 3 feet farther away from
Freyr,
that than
Freyr
those
was
two
another
were.
one of those characters
kinda
that
dumb.
didn't even need to die. Like, I didn't care if
Thor
he
didn't
died.
need to die.
Like, he didn't need to die.
I don't
He
know.
probably would have been better if
Yeah.
he just survived.
Thor didn't need to die, but it made sense that he could have died there.
I think it would have been cool if
I think
Thor was impaled.
Thor should have just left that scene. Like, I'm not helping you anymore, and he
Well-
just grabs Sif and
I think it
Thrud
would have
and fucks off.
I think it would have been cool if they had it the same where Odin stabs him, but he doesn't die. He's just like taken out of commission, and Thrud can't participate in the fight because she's like trying to save Thor, rather than have her get yeeted into the distance and have him Thanos
That
snap.
looked so funny.
Yeah, Thor just fucking vaporizes.
Ah!
Alright.
And then Thrud just gets like gone.
Yeah, like,
Like
Leroy
Freyr-
Jenkins.
Freyr,
I'm so sorry for
Like-
that.
he doesn't need any side quests for him specifically. I think liberating Vanaheim at the midsection of the game should have
Saving
locked
him-
in, like, what his destiny in Ragnarok will end up being. Which,
Saving him was also like a good use of his character. I thought that was a
yeah, whether or not that's going to be, like, you know, he's going to die in Ragnarok or live in past Ragnarok. Like, that remains to be seen at that point. But when you liberate Vanaheim, that should have, you know, been, like, your way of helping him specifically.
yeah,
Like,
that should have been like. Yeah, it should have. They should have done his character better because it was so easy. It would have been
was
so
just-
easy.
I was tired of this game throwing, like, the rule of threes or nearly threes because it's 4 or 2 scenes, but, like, with every new character they introduced, they had, like, 3 scenes with them, and then you're expected to care for them. Like, I can't care for a character which I see for, like, 2 minutes in the entire game, which is 78 hours long. Like...
And then they somehow shit the bed on like the characters they do spend a ton of time trying to get us to like hanging out with.
Yeah.
Are completely unlikable. Like in some cases, it's not even their fault. Like I don't even think Angerboda was that bad of a character. It's just like the game tried to frame her as super important and added like weird story beats that didn't really make any sense.
Also, they
also
didn't
from
have,
a
like,
gameplay perspective, her parts of the game are the worst.
Yeah, definitely.
they were
They're
really
so
very
boring.
long. They're very boring. They're very lame.
Even the parts where you're supposed to expect, or you're supposed to, like, see Atreus bonding with her, there wasn't even, like, good bonding. It was millennial tier bonding. It was fucking boring and bad, and it was cringy too.
Yeah, and it felt
the worst part was
forced.
that it was cringy.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
It was fixed when he turned into a blonde wolf.
Oh my god, I wanted
God.
to puke, dude.
Dude, we
Oh,
forgot about
that's
that.
another thing. Bjorn. They introduced another transformation for Atreus. It's another rage form. Kratos has 3 rage abilities. Atreus has 1. It's just to turn into a wolf, but we know he has another one. It's Bjorn. They would have
give us
to do.
the option to turn into Bjorn like you do with Kratos. Yeah,
They-
that was another
they
fix
They
we wanted.
programmed Bjorn combat.
What
it was
they-
available to them.
All they
Well,
had
he
to
has
do-
like 2 moves in that part, and it lasts like
It
30
would have been
seconds.
worth it.
all they
What
had
was
to
the
do-
point of that
It
part?
would have been worth it.
Well, I mean, that's a cool part, but, like, all they had to do was make it so, like, in wolf form, he does high damage to one target. In bear form, he does, like, medium damage to multiple targets, like
And the
AoEs
bar
or
drains
something.
faster.
It would,
Yeah, something like that.
It would have been. They missed so many easy opportunities. This game went so. It was so good at certain parts, and then it just completely
Also,
dropped the ball
the
on
fact
so
that
many
he's
others.
a fucking blonde wolf is retarded.
I'm
A blonde wolf.
surprised he
Blind.
wasn't wearing cargo pants and had like neon stripes in his hair. But
No,
we've
I feel like I feel like we're going in circles. Like, we already said that.
We probably said that. This fucking podcast is like 6 hours long.
I don't know. I'm losing my mind. But, like, god damn.
Yeah, I think we're just about...
Oh, it was the style of bonding that I was going to talk about between
yeah.
Atreus and Angrboda. Because, like, the millennial tier bonding is just horrible. Like, I thought of the simplest and easiest way they could have had a bonding moment that would have been legitimate. Where, like, Angrboda is a fucking painter, Atreus is a sketchbook, like, artist. And, like, they should have just shown each other, like, Atreus should have brought out his, like, little notebook, diary thing, and just shown her, like, some of his artwork and been like, oh, so that's how you, like, this is how I draw hands. Like,
Yeah, have some like genuine bonding rather than like the like superficial bonding.
relatable
Of, like,
isn't always the best for writing, but in this case, it's the only thing I could think of. Like,
yeah, like I don't know what skipping stones is going to have to do with their relationship. I didn't learn
she
anything
was
about
better
the
at
way they
skipping
interact.
stones. Girl boss.
She was better at
okay.
literally everything.
Yeah, she beat
Kratos even pointed that out. Like, he points out, my son, he draws. Because they were all like fucking three-way people slurping her knob and cradling her balls about her drawings. Oh my god, your use of color, your use of 3 colors. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
by
it
the
makes
way-
me
by the
fucking
way,
come in my own mouth. Ugh.
as like, I'm not an artist, but like, as a person
Neither
who
am
has
I.
commissioned a lot of art, like,
What kind of art, Drew?
you know, I won't. I'm not gonna say that for now.
Listen, a gentleman doesn't expose his secret.
But like, okay, so as a person who's commissioned a lot of art, I can say her use of colors. Like what? What are they talking about? Like
It's
very
all, like-
basic. It's just like splattered on the fucking.
Yeah,
It was very nice use of color, Drew.
she
Oh,
literally
wow,
just
she
like
drew
uses
super
the
well.
same art style as her mom, but she just spatters the paint rather than like it's no different aside from spattered paint. It's not good.
Speaking as someone who does draw, I prefer Atreus' drawings. They just look more stylized and cooler.
Yeah, they look
Yeah.
Nordic.
Yes,
Yeah.
he adds like Nordic flair to them. Of course, sometimes he doesn't do that. Sometimes he just draws like a bitch-ass draugr normally. And it's like, I don't think the concept artist got the memo on this one that he was supposed to add like random swirls to it.
I almost feel
Yeah.
like some of the art stuff isn't within era. Now that I think about it too, because like
They clearly reused a bunch of drawings from the first game, and then like a bunch of the second drawings in this game, they just forgot to like keep the style consistent in that one.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you're an actual artist. Like you actually draw.
Let's slow down a bit now.
well now can't have them known too much.
You're giving me
We'll
a big head.
We'll flash a picture of what he's drawing on screen.
No.
We'll also
For like half a second.
Yeah,
That's all they're
literally,
getting. Like
no,
a
like
millisecond.
a frame.
I'm totally doing that now.
We'll also edit in his social security number.
Yes, and my dick pic. That'll also be in for a frame.
I was gonna say
Pay
like
attention.
the fucking hentai you've drawn.
No.
Obviously.
That was just for fun for
right.
me.
For
All right.
Oh, okay. yeah.
Is
All
there
right, we're
anything
going
else?
off on a bit of a tangent.
No,
Is there
but,
anything
like-
else that like?
No,
would
I-
change?
I pretty much listed everything. Plus, this is going on for 6 hours.
Yeah.
I think we should just list our final thoughts
I don't
before the
think there's
audience
anything
member
else,
drops
so-
dead.
Yeah, I think we've ground this one into
honestly,
the dirt.
I've
Right,
been.
we'll list our final thoughts here. Just say what we liked and didn't like about the game. We've already said what we don't like. Let's list something positive now.
We've listed positive
Yeah, we've
things all
listed
throughout
some-
this.
Throughout,
positive,
yeah,
like,
but like
writing-wise.
just general
I
positives.
thought the variety of combat, like a variety of enemies and weapons, and like the opportunities for like the use of some weapons was great. Although I wish there was more. Like I don't get the point of the aerial attacks, like the slam attacks, when there's
Yeah.
not as much of that in the game.
If you
as
could
they-
jump, that would make some sense.
Also,
even if you got like
it's
a weakened
completely-
version of that attack.
It's completely useless in boss fights because there's no boss fights with any like upper areas that you jump down from. So
Yeah,
that's
aside
completely
from-
useless.
All of
Well,
them
the
are
gorilla
slams
fight-
as well.
Fuck the gorilla fight.
It's gorilla.
Yeah, wait, that was the only fucking fight that utilized like elevation.
And it's
Yes.
on a character you can't use it on.
Yes, isn't that handy?
Fucking god, that's so stupid.
Guys, we're supposed to be listing stuff we like right now.
All right.
No, look, that's another problem.
I think we are. Actually, we didn't go over that.
Generally, I liked the way this game worked. I liked the skill tree. The way it worked here was way more interesting to me because using the skills to then upgrade them was interesting. It was cool.
I thought the UI in this game was also way better than the first game. Like when you
better.
open up the menu, because man, the first menu in that the game. Wow,
Wretches.
I'm stroking out.
I know, right?
Wretches.
brain burn
Fucking
from
Dom
going
from
this
Gears of
long.
War.
The fucking first game's menu is actual turbo cancer. It is wretched to look at and navigate.
It's really boring too. Like
Yes.
it's so modern. Like I'm tired of modern
Menus
UI.
within menus within menus. It's so
Well,
fucking compact.
We made it like thin lines and squares were so cool. Like, just give me something stylized. Give me like Resident Evil 4 or like old God of War.
Yeah.
Old God of War had like a cool style to it.
Yeah, the little things on the chain.
Yeah, like
The things I'd say like my favorite parts of the game were like just chunks of the game. Like it was weirdly chopped up. There'd be like god awful parts of the game and then just really good parts of the game. Like the whole starting section was really good up until I don't even remember when it starts tapering off, but it just suddenly drops off. I think it might be the Jotunheim section where it just starts like sharding itself.
I think it started.
And then
yeah,
the-
yeah. I think
the
The
Jotunheim-
crater, the crater was so like weirdly good. The crater, I loved the crater. It was
cool.
so fun because there's so much stuff packed in so tightly. It was like every step felt like it was full of something to explore. And it's literally just like hours of gameplay because of how much stuff is packed into there.
I for one thought the best part to this game was Hildsvini.
Shut up. And then also
Yeah,
Kratos
aside from all those slurs and frothing you did whenever he appeared.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then Kratos is like bonding with Freya, like them coming to like get to know each other,
Terms?
was really, really good.
Yes, I actually wanted to comment on that, but I appreciate this game actually for all the writing's flaws that we pointed
For
out.
some of the
I feel
bad writing, there was a lot of adult writing. Like
yes, I
very
feel like the
good
writing was very mature. It's like it points out that there are times in life where you're gonna have to do bad shit, or maybe you'll do bad shit, but like
You shouldn't be
focusing
condemned for it.
or
forever.
like you shouldn't focus on it to the point where it's all you think about and you punish yourself for it to the end of time, because that's
Yeah.
what Thor and Kratos' story was about.
Yeah.
And Atreus's, I thought that Atreus and Kratos's parts together were the best parts of the game as well.
Like
His
obviously-
little fucking talk with Atreus after they defeated Garm, I believe it was, or was that before they defeated
That was
Garm?
after they defeated
After,
Kong.
yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't feel the need to walk in front of a fucking football stadium and discuss their hemorrhoid cream prescription in front of a bunch of people who have no business hearing it.
I for one, I know I'm like
but
a
yeah,
lot.
their writing was the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Kratos and Atreus together were the best parts of this game to me.
I wish the game had been more about that and them trying to, like, stop Ragnarok or fucking...
Yeah, I wish it was about Kratos. but
This game
instead
should have
it-
been focused better.
Yeah. It does have a bit of... for being, like, uncut as it's supposed to be, like, it's all supposed to be one continuous shot, it is
That
annoyingly...
just cuts between characters.
Yeah, it is surprisingly unfocused for being so intent on being focused.
Yeah, I know I'm way more critical of like how the story went and stuff, but like I will say the game makes up a lot for it with at least the gameplay for me, because like the gameplay for me is fucking fantastic. Like
Yeah, that's what I wanted to compliment the game on,
except
was
for
its
that,
gameplay.
except for Gana, fuck Gana.
That's not
horrible
gameplay.
design.
I think Kratos...
That is gameplay.
Kratos controls way better in this game, and even though I was bitching about the traversal, it's still better than it was in the first game.
Yeah.
So is sex trafficking.
What?
Sex trafficking is also better than the traversal in the first game.
Oh, okay.
I'd prefer to be sex trafficked than to climb a wall in that game ever again.
Okay, Andrew Tate.
Hey, that's for next week.
That's not for next week. Don't
Foreshadowing. No,
Whoa.
we'd be way too late on the draw, dude.
We'll mention it.
fuck. Yeah, like the gameplay options were a lot better. The bosses, there were way more bosses. It was way cooler.
The
Like
Dropner Spear's absolute tits.
I felt like stuff was way chunkier and meatier like feeling. Like everything felt better because
More
the
brutal,
previous
too.
game felt a little light at times. Like even when you were like smacking people with the axe, it felt a little light.
Especially since you're just fighting fucking Draugr trolls and fucking ogres occasionally.
Fuck
Yeah.
whoever came up with the wretches though. Like fuck you, wretches.
The wretches do suck.
Wretches!
They
Alright,
are-
Dom.
They're wretched.
Shut up.
Laugh.
This game introduced me to like one of the coolest bosses I've ever fought, which was Ormstunga.
Shut up. I thought you were gonna actually compliment something there.
No, like there were plenty of really good boss fights in the game, though. I will say.
Yes, they didn't have the excuse of,
I just think
we were kind of rushed in our development and we didn't have a lot of money.
Unlike a lot of people, like I think number scores are legit. So like if I were to give it a number score, I think the music and the story kind of bring it down the most for me. So it just becomes literally like a 7.5 to me. Like, out of 10.
I liked the game enough that I don't regret playing it, but it is easily the worst of the God of War games to me, and that's still like an 8
That's fucking
to me.
crazy to me, though.
Yeah.
I can't rate. I don't think it's fair to rate certain sections of this game based on other sections because I feel like there was a lot of conflict going on behind the scenes on this game.
Maybe there
because
was.
that's what it feels like when I'm playing it. So there are certain sections of the game, like the crater and like the first section of the game where like it's the first stretch of the game, where I would say it's a 10. It's an absolutely immaculate game. And then there are other sections of the game that are fucking cheeks,
sure,
dude.
but
It's
I
like
think-
a 2.
Sure, I would say I would agree, but
Yes,
I
the
think-
game has
I
its
think-
highs and lows.
But I think any low point brings down high points in some automatic way. Like, I felt exhausted after the Jotunheim section, and from then on, the rest of the game, I was like, what other bad writing is there going to be? Like, what else could be bad? And that brought it down for me. Like,
Definitely.
For me, the highs and lows still average out to like an 8. Like, it's not a bad experience, especially from gameplay. And apparently a lot of people like the story, because I think we're the most critical people I've seen discuss this, and I'm still giving it an 8.
I do not,
You're welcome.
I don't get it, but, like... Yeah, millennials are fucking weird. I'm a millennial, but... I mean, I clearly have better taste than some.
Sure thing, man.
We're all agreeing that the story was...
I'm not agreeing that you're a millennial.
I
a
would
millennial.
give
You're in your 30s, man.
I'm not in my...
I would give it
I lie a lot, audience.
I would give it a 6 out of 10 because the parts that were good were really good, and then the parts that weren't good were unfortunately
Unbearable?
Well, the parts that weren't good are unfortunately common. Like the level of poor quality is something that's
Here.
become very standard.
I'll say this. Before Jotunheim, like 9 or 10 out of 10 for me.
It's really good.
fucking good.
It's really
Yes.
good.
After, from Jotunheim onwards, it's like... Jotunheim itself is like a fucking 2 out of 10 for me. And then
0 out of 10 for me.
the
Jotunheim
rest...
sucks.
I don't hate
rest-
Jotunheim that much.
I do, it's so
still
bad.
like a 5 out of 10 to me.
No.
No, not even
You're
close.
fucking stupid.
You're-
I don't hate it that much.
The rest of the game after Jotunheim is like a 6 out of 10, like Levi said.
it's yeah.
I think that just brings the game down too much for me.
For me, the worst part is Ragnarok.
It's still good.
I said 6 out of 10 for the whole thing. The whole thing I would say is a 6 out of 10. There are a lot of sections of this game
How the
that
fuck do you have the lowest score and you've played it twice?
because I've played all the God of War games and I know what they're supposed to be like. The quality of this one is
I almost miss
not
when God of
good,
War
dude.
was way cheesier in like its message, like, oh, Kratos
Ooh,
giving...
we can't put a sex mini game in it, but I miss
No.
when it was cheesier.
What? No, that's not even remotely similar.
Yes, it is.
No, but like, I miss when it was a bit cheesier in the sense that like it used to just have like a certain message sort of to it. Like God of War 3 ends with like Kratos giving hope to humanity so they can live on without the gods and everything, and it's just like nothing. What happened here? Like, he leads people now, but like he didn't command anybody in Ragnarok or anything.
Well, I mean, he didn't lead anyone there either.
He would have if
Yeah, but
they
that
listened
fucking-
to us.
That Jotnar
We would have set
shrine-
them straight.
The Jotnar shrine shows people like
Literally,
literally respecting and like loving
sucking fucking dirt off his feet.
him. You know, like, but whatever. Like,
All
Well,
right.
yeah, I'd say. So what were the totals?
7, 6, 8.
8. I'd say
Oh,
like
fucking nerd.
what? I like the game.
I think you guys are being too
I just
generous.
hate some parts of it.
I think you guys are being too generous. I think
I thought I was gonna be the harshest one.
Yes,
I-
so did I.
I guess we talked about that before you played the game a second time, but I remember you said it was like the 8 before.
Well, it's a 10 in the parts where it's good, and it's a 2 in the parts where it's not. I'm gonna rate all the games that have these shitty tropes the same. They all fucking suck, and I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not just because there's a trillion of them. I'm not gonna pretend that they're good all of a sudden. It just bothers me how much these like done to death tropes just bog down this otherwise great story. Like I know we already did our like some of our fixes, but like I feel like there was more I wanted to talk about, you know?
There was a few more I wanted to get into as well.
Yeah, quite a few more actually.
Yes,
Like,
that was a very good, clear, concise thought that was definitely done in a single take, Levi.
Thank you.
We all appreciate
Yes.
it, man.
It's not 2 weeks later.
it wasn't. There's no cut.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, no
you
cut,
won't
no
find
cut.
it. So, one fix that I wanted to... We kind of repeated ourselves in the last hour as well, but we were fucking exhausted
Yeah, it was
by
like-
then.
It was so late.
This is...
It was
this-
like 5 in the morning, wasn't it?
It was like 4.
Wasn't it?
Wasn't too bad for me. I
Anyways.
guess I'm just built different.
Yeah,
what?
you fucking work the graveyard shift.
What
That has
fix
nothing
did
to
you want
do-
to bring up
okay.
first?
I'll bring that up in a sec.
Did we already talk about like the armor problems and stuff?
Not yet. That is
okay.
that is the one I wanted to bring up. That the Atreus sections. I will just like to apologize real quick though that we did repeat ourselves a lot in the last hour there.
Okay.
You guys deserve better than
Everything
that.
here is pre-planned,
do
except
whatever
it's not.
I'll do whatever I damn well please.
We were exhausted. Whatever. Get over it. And all our points are perfect. They deserve to be heard more than once. Yes. That is my actual opinion on it.
disagreement.
I think. What?
I wanted to bring up, I kind of complained about it a little, I believe, was like that I think the upgrade system in this game is not as good as it was in the last game. Specifically, I think that the like handles and pommels and rons, whatever the fuck other shit you get in this game is, I fucking, shut up. I fucking hate how they shafted the Guardian Shield in this game. Like, if anything, just have them reforge the Guardian Shield into those other shapes if you want them.
I don't really
But,
know.
like...
Like, the Guardian Shield, them reforging it was a neat idea, but it should have been the one that was, like, the all-rounder stat-wise that was, like, just good if you want all your stats boosted.
Yeah,
like-
but you can select the other shields if you want to, like, move
Specific
faster.
stats or something like that.
Or, like, you want to do, like, a shockwave into the ground, even though the Guardian Shield could do all those things before.
I mean, like,
But...
having the Guardian Shield break is a good way to have to introduce like
Showcase-
customizable shields and stuff.
Plus,
but,
it
like,
showcases how strong Thor is.
yeah, but also like, what the fuck is the point of giving the shield back if it sucks when you get it back?
It is worse than, like, any of the other shields you have access to.
Well,
yeah.
It seems like they didn't want you using it anymore for whatever reason.
its stats were not as good either. As, like, if you were trying to go with a certain build, like, that shield's just not going to help you with, like, almost any of those builds.
Why was that shield able to do, like, everything that all the other shields were able to do simultaneously? But in this game, it's just fucking poopy.
Fimbulwinter.
Oh, Fimbulwinter. Fimbulwinter.
Fimbulwinter.
Like, fucking made it all rusty and sad.
But made everything else stronger, especially the Grims, which are everywhere for some reason.
No, I think we brought that up last time, too, though.
Yeah, I think we brought that up in the previous recording.
But like, how did they get to Asgard?
Svartalfheim.
They're just everywhere, man. Who cares?
Fuckufheim.
I care. It's weird that they're everywhere.
Like, I honestly think it was just because they
They were in Were they in Niflheim too, or were those
Niflheim?
like zombie people?
I think the developers just wanted to make it easier on themselves.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
there weren't any in Niflheim.
Which is fine
okay,
to a
yeah.
degree, but like, goddamn, why are they everywhere?
it's weird that
Even
they're
in environments
everywhere.
that it doesn't make sense. Like, they're in snowy environments.
Yeah, it's weird, especially because in the previous game they were nowhere, and you could say like the gases being released in Svartalfheim allowed their population to boom, which makes sense for them being like really abundant in Svartalfheim, but that doesn't explain why they'd be in Midgard and
think-
Alfheim and Asgard.
I think the previous game had a bit more of like a mystical feeling to discovering new enemies, because like when you went to a new realm, you almost exclusively fought enemies from that realm.
Yeah.
And here it's like everything is like homogenized and like put together, so it's like you don't feel like a lot of areas are super unique per se, besides visually, obviously.
This was another nitpick that I wanted to elaborate on, but I forgot about it straight up during the last recording session, was that, like, why are, like, the realm-specific, like, traversal stuff, like, there you can utilize a lot of them in combat, but then you never see it again, like those, crystals that you can bounce the axe off of in Alfheim.
Yeah.
Those are just not available in any combat section anywhere else in the game.
Yeah.
And you don't refight enemies in the games, in the areas that have those. So it's like a one and done kind of thing. There was another environmental thing. I think it was in Vanaheim, was it? There was something else that...
the sun and moon, like Skull and Hati.
I think we mentioned
they
that.
only work in that realm.
Yeah,
It's
stupid.
Why can't you use them in, like, a combat sort of way?
they
Like,
had me
enemies,
thinking-
like, turn to stone at night or something.
I figured they would be at least in some way useful, and there's Freyr's boat.
Yeah,
you get Freyr's boat,
they-
and it's
I'm pretty
only
sure we
used
complained
once.
about this.
They only... those wolves were only useful in Vanaheim.
Yeah,
They
but-
made me think from the trailers that they were the key to a lot of things in this game.
They're
No, it's
supposed
just because
to
it
be,
looked
story.
cool.
They're supposed
That's why
to
they
be
were in the
like
trailers.
they're
Yeah,
supposed
it
to be
looks
like the
cool.
heralds of
wanted to see the
Ragnarok, and
wolves
they're
again.
not.
I mean, it looks cool the first couple of times you do it, but then it just becomes like, we're changing from night to day to night.
This
Like,
game also fucks up this God of War trilogy's own lore, because I was going through like the books, and Skull, Hati, and Fenrir were the ones who saved Kratos when he was floating around in the ocean and brought him to, and they're the ones who brought him to like the Viking area of the world, specifically because they knew he was going to be instrumental in Ragnarok.
sick, dude.
How does that interfere with the lore?
Skull and Hati are being kept prisoner by Odin now in Vanaheim.
Well, how
So-
long has that been going on, though?
Who knows? But Fenrir also didn't exist yet in... Like,
Well-
Fenrir is birthed in this game.
Fenrir, as a regular
Unless-
wolf, could have helped for one. And,
Unless
and-
he, like, opened a realm tear or something.
Well, no, because Fenrir, as a wolf, was like he was around. He just wasn't like the legendary Fenrir.
Yeah, it was the
Fenrir.
legendary Fenrir that saved him.
That implies time travel, which has been implied multiple times throughout the
And then
games
not
and
followed
hasn't
up.
been used.
It wasn't followed through
Oh,
properly
man,
at
I
all.
fucking booped...
I was gonna say, I don't...
I fucking booped the snake's snoot hard enough that he went back in time. We just know that that's what happened for some reason.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say-
but not how.
that it's kind of weird, and I don't know if we mentioned it, but like the time manipulation stuff in the last game seemed extremely important, and then here it's just like kind of offhandedly mentioned, like, oh, he sent
There was a couple-
Yeah.
Jormungandr back in time.
There was a
Yeah.
couple straight up plot holes from the last game that they showed Kratos dying in the last game, like on those on what are they called, the Jotunheim glyphs. Kratos was straight up dead in there, and they clearly didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, and they didn't pay off on it. Like,
Also, who blew the horn in the first game? That's also never answered.
yeah,
I
like
thought it was like implied in the first game that it was Thor.
when I think
Why
it's-
would Thor call fucking
Because
Jormungandr
there was
over?
a storm right before that, and That's what people.
But why
say
did?
But it's
online.
never addressed. And if
A lot of
Thor-
people think it might have been Angerboda who summoned it, but why would she do that?
Yeah, that it's.
Well,
They
regardless-
confirmed that Jormungandr was summoned by like they hear the horn and then later they see that the
It's like when
tide
Atreus
changed.
is sick.
Yeah, they go down there when they're in Freya's like house underneath.
Okay, so-
they when they're leaving, they notice that the tide changed and they have to like pick up the boat. And it's like confirmed that Jormungandr was summoned, but it's never addressed. It's not Thor because they would have fought and you would have seen it, or seen the leftovers because that would have been
Well,
a hell of a
no,
fight.
Now, of course, I don't trust people on Reddit, right? But like,
Why not, man?
that's like the most logical conclusion you can make is that it is Thor because
only-
like there's a storm right before that with a lot of lightning and thunder. Then the horn gets blown. Atreus is sick. Thor can't find you guys, so he can't deal with you guys. But you've already killed his sons too, so he's looking for the people that killed his sons.
That would no. He only killed Modi. Magni
yeah,
was
that's
still
right.
alive, so he
But
probably
it-
got done beating
Just
Magni's
because-
ass.
Just because the horn is blown doesn't automatically mean those two would fight either. Like they could actually like.
I think
No.
Jormungandr fucking despises Thor to the point that because even when he woke up
he
in this,
despises Thor, but he doesn't despise him enough to wake the fuck up when they're fighting.
he doesn't despise him enough to take part in Ragnarok, which he knows is going to happen.
Because he
That's-
was
yeah.
there. He was there.
Why weren't there just two Jormungandrs?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. They could have done.
It'd be
They
kinda
could have
funny
played
if
with
they
that
both
so
got
fucking
sent
well.
back in time. But then that wouldn't even make sense. That wouldn't
No,
work.
no, it wouldn't. It doesn't really make sense that this one got sent back in time either, to be honest.
So what I thought they were gonna do with Jormungandr and like the prophecy is they were gonna play off of Loki being the trickster god and have him be like tricky and follow the prophecy but change it. Because that's what it felt like that's what they were hinting at.
Logan.
But what I thought they were going to do is, in the prophecy, it shows Atreus like holding Kratos while he's dead, and out of Atreus's mouth, Jormungandr's like.
Kratos' mouth.
Was it?
You said Atreus' mouth.
Yeah, it was out of Kratos' mouth that thing was coming out of.
Are you sure? I don't think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or wait, no. I think Atreus was like saying some kind of chant, and Kratos' soul was like leaving his body.
No, I think that was
So-
the implication. The implication was that he was using Kratos' soul, and
I thought it was gonna-
Jormungandr was coming out.
I thought it was gonna be a twist that like he transferred Kratos' soul into
I don't know.
Jormungandr.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
gonna be honest. It's a fucking painting, so it's really hard to interpret exactly what's going on.
Well, yeah,
Not
but
when
the
Angerboda
problem-
does them.
The problem.
Look at how
is-
she uses colors.
fuck up. The problem is, it's not that it's hard to interpret in that case. They just didn't fucking do it. Kratos didn't die at any point, and he wasn't there when Loki created
How come
Jormungandr.
Atreus only talks to himself and lets the audience know what he's thinking when you actually don't want it to happen, and when you actually need it to happen, he's just like, "No, that can't happen."
Yeah,
What does that mean?
yeah.
It's like-
He's kind of. It's kind of cringy listening to him.
he sounds like a schizophrenic half the time.
Yeah, but anyways, the point I was getting to is what I thought they were going to do is Kratos would like die or something, or they'd have to do something where they transfer his soul into Jormungandr's body, or a snake's body, and then it would transform into Jormungandr, fight during Ragnarok, and then get sent back in time, go through all that stuff, and then the original Jormungandr that we see in the previous game they'd bring Kratos' body to him, or he would show up during Ragnarok and they'd transfer Kratos' soul from the old Jormungandr back into new Kratos, and it'd give him some kind of new understanding or something.
Oh, but
like
it would
that.
kill off this Jormungandr.
Yeah,
That would
The original.
that
Yeah.
would make this Kratos like thousands of years old then.
yeah.
I mean,
he, like,
he's,
kept
he's
all his-
already thousands of years old.
He's
No,
not
he's like-
thousands, he's like hundreds of years old.
Yeah, he's like a couple hundred years old.
Because he's been in the
Oh.
he's been in the Norse area of the world for like 150 years canonically.
Yeah.
That was and How old was he
I
in the
always
Greek
imagine-
one? Like 50?
I don't know why.
By the time he left?
I always imagine
No.
the passage of time being way greater for some reason. Like,
It's not that much
that's
in
just
these games.
my weird thing. Like, I don't know why.
No, I agree with you. It feels like it's been longer.
Well, between the first and the second game, it feels like centuries. Because, like, the first game ends with him being like, I am the new god of war. I shall watch over humanity for all of time.
Yeah, it
and then the
shows the
next
fucking
game, it's just
slideshow
like,
of
yep,
all
now
the
that's
people.
over. Yeah,
Well,
it shows all of human war from then on.
Even the
including
people with the
in, like,
M16s and shit.
well,
Yeah.
they clearly didn't know that they were going to continue the story from
Yeah,
there.
that's-
I'm willing to
a
just
good way
ignore
to-
that.
That's a good way to cap it off, just in case you don't continue. Because Zeus wasn't even like truly a super villain at that point.
He wasn't a villain at all in the first game. In the first game, he was just like, here, have some lightning bolts.
Same with
Oh,
Poseidon.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ares was the only god that was bad.
Yeah, in the first one. And it was mostly just like,
Fucking
fuck you, Dad.
spider leg wing man.
that was cool, though.
Yeah.
I just realized that was badass. Don't know what that has to do with war.
That was definitely the best final boss in any of the games.
I disagree. Zeus in God of War 3 is way better.
Nope.
Dude, I love Zeus in God of War 3.
Wrong.
Zeus's fucking... Actually, Ares' combat section lasts probably like 3 phases, including the one where you're fighting off clones of yourself from killing your family.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
3
that was
phases.
way cooler for one, and for two, the final boss with
That's not
Ares.
cooler.
It is cooler. The actual part just before you kill Ares, you have to deal damage to him, and as you deal damage to him, you gain health, and vice versa. So it's basically you're fighting over the health bar.
It's cool.
It's a far more interesting fight. I'm not gonna say it's harder because I always cheat. But
God damn it. I'll say it's harder in like a janky sense because like it's fairly smooth, but there's some old school mechanics where it's just like, that's just fucked up. Like,
Guys, we're getting a bit lost in the weeds here. The
Fair
other fucking... I didn't
so
even mention my complaint about like the items in the game. Was
Oh,
that
right.
what items like
you wanted to bring up the Odin fight?
Yeah,
and
like-
how you thought its
so
setting was
this
disappointing.
This is something coming from like just an RPG person.
Wait,
like,
let me get my item thing
we're
out
already
because
on the topic of
I've tried bringing it up like twice now, and I keep getting sidetracked.
no, but we didn't bring up his fight specifically. But anyways, go on with the items, you fucking narc.
Okay,
yeah, whatever that means.
that was a lot of build up for that insult,
I
man.
know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But no, I wanted to bitch a lot about the fucking items in this game, in that most of them are completely fucking useless. Like, compared to the first game, it felt like every item you picked up was like a huge boon for you. Every item had like a status effect of some, like the later game items did.
Did we mention that the amount of hack silver you get in this game is fucking absurd? It's
No,
like
I
they
don't
wanted to
think we
make
did.
up for the last game. So instead of giving you a certain amount and you having to make choices on what you spend it on, they just give you a fuckload and they're like, yeah, buy everything.
Yeah,
They give you a fuck ton of hack silver, but then everything else you get is impossible to find. Like
Until the end of the game.
This
yeah.
needs fucking 1 billion hack silver and pixie farts. And 3 pixie farts. And it's like, well, I have 6 billion hack silver, but only 2 pixie farts. Where the fuck am I gonna get the other one?
it's also what?
Give it a second.
Oh, okay. The reason why they give you that much hack silver is because everything in the game is worthless. It's like this chess piece makes it so that when Kratos does a somersault and farts, it does 2% more damage with the fart.
Dude.
You have to time the fart properly.
I don't know if I even said this last time. I can't remember what I fucking said. But, like, Mimir's head, that ability, the Mimir's head ability, fucking useless.
It's a
Yeah.
cool ability when you use it right, but the fact that you can't angle it whatsoever...
How do you use it right?
Yeah.
You have to time
you
it
have to push
properly.
someone into a wall and then hope they stay there while you just beat
You
them.
pretty much have to hope you stun lock them.
Yeah, and it's
bad.
a pair of beams.
It's a bad final object.
Yeah,
Why
it's a
don't
pair
they
of
shoot it?
lasers that takes a while to use, but you can't use it at a distance. You have to use it while they're like right in front of you
But
because
it's funny.
Mimir
It
won't
should've-
look at them.
But it is funny.
It
Oh,
should
okay.
have been a straight beam or an AoE or something.
Or
like that.
being that they're his eyes, he could just look at them and it would be homing. That would be cool.
Imagine
Still
if,
unpleasant.
imagine if You know, it'd be kind of weird if he actually like split the beams, like he's going cross-eyed or something.
Or no,
That could
just
be a funny joke.
just have Kratos able to lift his head up.
Yeah.
It's not fucking hard to do.
I remember
aim him a little better.
using that ability and then like trying to move the camera up, and he just doesn't move up at all or down.
It is terrible.
It's just like it's fucking pitiful.
Wait, so
the Berserker relic was super powerful though.
that was actually
that
well
thing is
worth.
pretty
That's ridiculous.
pretty awesome.
You can just like melt. Although there's like no enemies left to fight once you get that
I
relic.
know, that's the worst part about it, and there's still no New Game Plus.
That still isn't. It's been like 2 months.
I know.
Took
they
like
announced
3 months.
that they're going to make it. And it's like, wow, you just announced that you were going to
I
put
love-
something in that should have been from the beginning.
I love modern gaming because they announce stuff that they're going to do now.
Yeah, it's... You shouldn't...
We're going
I'm
to
not
do this,
hyped
guys.
up about that. I'm pissed off that you didn't add it in the first place. Do your fucking job.
Wait.
Okay,
Again, back to the-
more items. Yeah.
Yes, you guys keep cutting me off. God
No,
damn it.
you said a good decent amount. Like,
Well, I wanted to say, like, yeah, the first game, every item you picked up actually was a big boon for Kratos. Whereas in this game, the items you pick up, the only things that matter are, like, full armor sets. There's no incentive to mix and match armor, which I guess there wasn't really in the first game. But you could kind of get away with doing that in the
I
first
just
game.
think
But
that-
without your armor bonuses or full set bonuses, you're not going to get diddly shit
I
for
think
your armors.
maybe
in
what
this.
they should have
Yeah.
done with the armors instead was make it so specific stats activate the armor bonuses, so you don't have to equip 2 pieces of the same armor to get the set bonus to begin
that'd be
with.
interesting.
So, like the relic system, but you take it further with the armor, so then armor could be used in different ways while wearing different armors and mixing and matching and stuff like that.
This game is entirely too reliant on the amulet of Yggdrasil for its upgrades. Because Kratos is a fucking weakling until he gets that thing, dude.
Yeah.
And even then, it is a pain in the ass to, like, unlock everything and then get the proper amulets for it.
Actually,
It just sucks. I wish the game had stuck by Kratos upgrading through his armor and his weapons, which, by the way, are also completely shafted
I'm actually
in this
going to
game.
disagree a little bit there, because I actually really like the amulet and the way it works.
I think-
I think the game's too reliant on it.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's what I was
yeah.
going
I
to say.
really like the way the set bonuses work with it specifically.
I don't
the-
mind the amulet. The problem is that it's like you can't get stats from anything else. You have to build, like, if you're setting up a build, you need to, like, you can't customize the amulet basically at all. Everything you have has to be dedicated towards building your stats.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they can't just have the enchantment slots on your armor. You could have, like, ability enchantments on your armor and then stat enchantments
It is
on
kinda
your
weird
Yggdrasil.
That's how
amulet.
it was. That's how it worked in the previous game. You had
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
I
don't know
didn't
why
even
they
realize
just
that.
can't keep
in the
doing
previous
that.
game.
Yeah, I don't know
Why
why
did-
they can't keep doing that. Fimbulwinter, except for the fact that it's like a rock you tape to the armor. What does tape not work now that it's extra snowy?
The weapon
Dude,
upgrades...
are too strong, dude.
No.
It's too stacked.
There is not... I don't think there's a single, like, actually good weapon part in this game.
No, definitely
There's, like, one... There's, like, 1 or 2 for each weapon, but specifically, I think the Blades of Chaos handles are completely
They're all
worthless.
bad.
not. Yeah,
They are
absolutely garbage.
Every one of them are bad. I think we mentioned... I'll bring that up in a
Did
little
the
bit,
spear
actually.
have any good ones? I don't.
I,
know.
there's
none of them
none.
did.
There's none that are memorable.
But-
I the only one I literally put this on the axe, the one where like the finisher causes like a wave to come out. I put that on the axe very early on in the game, like 6 hours in. Never took it off because
none of the other ones are good.
all the other ones had bad stats, or they would just be like pointless effects that I don't give a shit about. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
they suck.
use this bad move, which is super slow and possibly get hit. When I'm on a high difficulty where 2 or 3 hits fucking kills me, it's like...
Yeah, and
even-
it'll do 1% more damage.
Even
Yeah.
upgrading the weapons, it's like, oh, it does fucking like 10 or 20 points more damage.
Why?
It's like,
By the way,
what?
did we definitely didn't mention this. Kratos should hold his fucking weapons up so we can see the change happen.
Oh my god, that's
That
so
was
annoying.
actually really
and that
annoying.
menu blocks Kratos like half of his fucking body.
Yeah,
when you upgrade your items, you cannot see what it's changing because he won't show you the item.
Or
he'll hold the Leviathan axe, or even more annoying, he'll hold them, but they're like off screen, so you can't see what's happening to them.
My favorite thing that kept happening was when he was holding both Blades of Chaos as the Leviathan axe.
Yeah, that game is way too buggy to be released. They really need to fix some of those.
Most of those bugs were not game breaking.
They weren't game breaking, but they were stupid.
Well, okay,
took me right out of it.
The sound issues felt game breaking.
Those were game breaking.
That was just straight up immersion busting. Like,
yeah, and then having, you know what? It was just goofy, and I didn't like it. But before we move past the topic of the armor being garbage, the followers' armor does nothing. It's literally not. It has no stats whatsoever.
Yeah,
Atreus' armor, Freya's armor, nothing.
Atreus' armor in the last game actually incurred. Why is upgrading Atreus so worthless in this fucking game?
Because they set up like a multiple character thing. Like you can like sub out your follower or sub out who you're playing with. Except you can't.
I was gonna say you can't. You don't get a choice in who follows you ever. So what's the point in being able to like customize their appearance at all?
You know,
and once you get post game, you're just stuck with Freya. So there's literally no point in upgrading Atreus because he's only there for like 3 sections.
I don't really mind the armor being only cosmetic, but they didn't really give us enough options anyway.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna make something cosmetic, give us more options for that.
Yeah.
There's 6 for Atreus?
Yeah.
And 3 for Freya?
3 of the ones
Or
for
4.
Atreus are just palette swaps, though.
Also,
Yeah, which is fucking lazy as shit.
Oh, you didn't think I'd notice that you just made fucking Brock and Sindri's armor gold now?
And green. Golden green.
Ooh.
Yeah, wow. Also, it kind of bothers me that you can just show up in completely new armor as Atreus, and Kratos will be like, "Where have you been?" And he'll be like, "I was peeing." It's like, you're wearing new gear. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this game has very high attention to detail, except for when it completely fucking forgets, like, very basic shit like that.
That's got to be, like, suspension of disbelief at that point. Like,
yeah.
At a certain point.
Nah, they're way
because
too focused.
Otherwise,
they're way too focused on being realistic for me to be able to, like, tolerate giving them that excuse, you know?
Well, if people didn't hail this game for having such crazy attention to detail, I would be perfectly fine with that sort of thing.
Yeah, but they do hail it for having such a crazy attention to detail.
Oh man, we put the troll's head on the ground, even though we forgot to put his body in.
Yeah, but when you blow off Thor's tooth, and then when you blow off Heimdall's arm, it's not there anymore.
We already brought this up. Shut up.
It annoys me though. It still bothers me.
What was
you wanted to talk about the boss fight?
I did. Actually, we could use that because we brought up Atreus' armor just not doing anything for him. We could also bring up the fact that why do you upgrade Atreus if you can't play as him post game?
I already said that.
Yeah, we did bring that up before, but we had a few
further depth because, like, what we were saying was that Atreus should get his own like sections of these realms that only he can go to,
post game sections.
Yeah.
And then there'd be more point to actually upgrading Atreus and like having that stuff.
Yeah,
Because once you get to the end of the game, you don't play as Atreus ever again, so all your shit's gone. You can never play his playstyle again.
Yeah, all that gear you spent all that time working on is now just gone.
I thought Freya was going to be playable at some point.
No.
She'd be neat. I want to play a character with a fucking sword again. I don't know why.
Yeah, same. Well, you want to play a character as a fucking sword again because it's fucking irritating at this point just playing with fucking bows and arrows.
Yeah, they're not fun.
Bows and arrows. I like axes, but the thing about the old God of War games, the original trilogy that I like so much, is if you were bored of the Blades of Chaos, you eventually got other weapons.
Yeah,
and
you got lots of other weapons.
In God of War 2, you got weapons that didn't even behave the same. You got a big ass hammer. You get the spear nobody cares about.
Yeah, no one gives a shit about the Spear of Destiny.
Spear
of Destiny.
I'll play with the spear next time I play that game.
And then you get the Blade of Olympus. I always played on New Game Plus, Infinity, so I'd have, permanent Spartan Rage, as well as, one-handing a fully upgraded Blade of Olympus, and I just like roam around the world, just like butchering low-level enemies.
Damn, that sounds like fun, man.
It was.
I don't believe you.
Quit talking crap.
Anyways,
You wanted
but yeah,
so some Atreus fixes. I think Kratos should like while he's doing his thing, he should like run into Atreus doing his own mission, and they just like fight together real quick for
Also-
like a combat section,
also,
Yeah, that'd be
and
cool.
have like a really quick moment, and then Atreus goes off again.
if
Yeah.
Atreus is going to be very important in the next game, why not send the game off with more Atreus segments? Like,
Yeah, or
you
being
know,
able to alternate.
like, I don't really understand. And on top of that, why don't they make him playable so you can run into Angerboda more often? And, like,
Yeah.
talk with her, get to know her more, instead of the fucking kill the flower thing, which sours my taste.
You're still on that, man.
It was a
It was
horrible
dumb.
line.
It was dumb.
It was cringe as shit.
I think that Atreus should just have like a bunch of missions that he can do at the end of the
you know what
game
would be
that can
fun?
upgrade him even further, because his upgrades are a clear afterthought. The fact that you get like that little fucking nib of rage after upgrading him, it's like they didn't fucking plan for this at all, did they?
Speaking of rage, Bjorn, that's all.
Yeah, just give Atreus the ability to turn into Bjorn.
That would have been awesome. What I was just thinking all of a sudden is like they could have had Atreus parts where when you're playing on your own, you could fight like bosses that Kratos would usually take on his own, like fight a troll or something as Atreus only. That'd be kind of neat in some way.
Can you
It could be
imagine
like
a-
an insurmountable challenge for Atreus, even though we already know how to beat him?
Yeah.
Imagine Atreus fucking smashing a troll's head with its own rock.
No,
But
there's
Kratos
no
does.
way.
But that would take actual programming.
Yes,
Or wait, he
that's
could like
hard.
turn into Bjorn to like execute those giant enemies. Like imagine he just
That
like
would be
rips
badass.
a troll's head off as Bjorn. That would be awesome.
Actually, no, that would be cool because imagine they get into like almost like a
shoving
one of
match?
those bear wrestling
That-
moments.
That would
like
be sick.
like I always think of Kratos versus Zeus with the blade of chaos when they're inside of Gaia.
Oh, yeah,
and
you have to, like,
Kratos'
push
back
against it.
muscles look insane as they're like pushing on each other. Imagine Bjorn and a fucking rock troll doing
Like,
that.
yeah.
And Bjorn like pushes the fucking rock over.
That'd be so sick.
Another thing
That is awesome.
we realized
I'm like sad that we did get input on this game. Honestly,
I kinda-
we would have fixed it.
I surmised why they didn't make Atreus playable at the end.
Gosh.
It's okay, man. He's a dog.
I want to go in there and just like physically abuse him sometimes. You know, I don't hit my dog. That's mean.
Disclosure.
Yeah.
Full disclosure: I don't actually hit my
So
dog. I'm very sorry.
I surmised the reason they didn't make Atreus playable in the end was because they probably didn't want to program like him using the sled or the boat or something. Like that takes more work. It takes more animation time. They'd have to program it specifically, make sure there's no bugs. But like that's just lazy. Like
Yeah,
come
they
on.
can. They can just do it. I don't care.
Another thing
They-
I just
They have
realized.
Or
tons
what-
of money.
You came
They
up
have
with
Sony
an
money.
You came up with an idea where even if they didn't want to do that, they could just have fucking Fenrir open like a realm tear and have Atreus step into it, and then you can like pick where you want to go on the map or something.
And I just
Yeah.
realized that like they built other maps. Like there's other parts of the maps that only Atreus can access
Yeah,
in
with-
various
with
realms.
Thor and everything.
And they could have just made those areas bigger and then had those have post-game content and had Atreus go back there
That
and
would've-
unlock the
Nuh-uh.
Jotnar shrines before going and finding like more stuff to do.
That would have actually made the mask. Oh wait, he loses the mask, so
Oh,
never
yeah.
mind. It's not useful.
Yeah,
but
what
that
was
would
the
have
point
made
of
the
the
mask useful. That's what the point of the mask. That would have actually made the mask useful in those sections because it's feasible you can get lost instead of being on a straight line and being like, where do I need to
get what
go?
you're saying now.
Yeah.
God.
You could also have the mask do something
Oh.
other than just homing in on stuff. You could have it actually have a purpose, which would have been cool.
Additionally, so with the combat, the fact that you have allies and stuff like that, one of the things I was thinking of was like, okay, since you have like Fenrir, for instance, why not have it so you can summon Fenrir for the fight, even just temporary, like Bayonetta style, where like his arm comes through and like crushes a couple enemies, or he bites a bunch of enemies.
Oh, that
and
would be
put it on a
badass.
cooldown or
Like in place of the like in place of having
Ingrid?
the Ingrid, I
Yeah.
forgot the name of the sword. In place of Ingrid, you could just have Fenrir jump through a portal real quick and maul somebody.
Yeah. Like,
Would have been cool.
Imagine an optional mission for Atreus is that you just go back to, like, or you go to, like, a remnant of Asgard as him, and he finds Ingrid there.
That would
And-
be so cool.
But he has to, like, get her reforged by,
imagine if
by
you found,
fucking, what's the name of the short stack with the missing eye?
It's not missing, it's just blind.
the character I didn't care for as well, Lunda.
Listen, you need a way to have someone forge your weapons post-game.
There's Sindri.
Sindri's not gonna do anything for a while, man.
Yeah, I know, but like in the context of like who we have, there's still Sindri.
I don't know. I feel like Lunda was necessary. I just wish. I wish that.
Her personality was more interesting.
Yeah, like
She's just Southern Belle, and that's it.
I like
Yeah.
Southern Bells, though. Don't know why they're in the Viking
I
world.
don't like Southern
yeah,
Bells. I find them boring.
her lines kind of felt weird to
'Cause,
me with having.
They're
like, a
not
Southern
written by a
belle.
person who understands how Southern
Well,
Bells
okay,
talk.
actually,
Yeah.
my thing is that it's not that I dislike them. It's not the majority of the time they're written, they're not that interesting. It's just like, oh, it's quirky because they talk differently. It's like, no, you have to give them an actual fucking character.
Yeah,
like-
I wish you. I don't know.
This is going on longer than I planned.
The other
Let's,
thing, the final thing I wanted to mention is it's weird that the game ends, doesn't allow you to play as Atreus, and doesn't give
well,
you
you wanted to
sections-
bring up Odin as well.
Well, it doesn't give you sections where Atreus and Angrboda work together to do anything. Like, it should have just had... You should have had sections where you work with her or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Even if I found her annoying, maybe if I played with her a bit, I'd find her a little bit
Even
more
if she's
endearing.
still using her
Yeah.
gay little paint
Yeah, I
bombs.
hate
You
that
could
paint.
remove the whole like 90% of the Jotnar section or the
Jotunheim.
Jotunheim section, and just have it be like in-game dialogue that happens between her and Atreus, while they're walking around post-game or like during the sections where you play as Atreus, rather than having it be on rails and not being able to make any like basically the Atreus sections never amounted to anything. They never went anywhere. You could have them actually do something, have him make legitimate choices, and have him actually bond with characters, and have it be way more organic than what they had.
I thought you were going to come up with like some really random word like organic. Like,
Okay, I think those were the last of the nitpicks, though, that I think we missed during our initial
I have
recording,
a
though.
personal nitpick on the Odin fight, but that was like...
No, go ahead and name it real quick,
It comes from a place of the fact that I play so many RPGs and stuff, and final bosses are usually like a big event. Like they're supposed to be very grand. Like and the Odin fight is cool. It's actually interesting.
Fighting him is interesting. The setting isn't.
But yeah, the setting is the biggest part. Like
What if you fought him in front of Abe Lincoln's log cabin, and then inside of a cave?
It breaks into a cave, and the cave is boring. It's just a cave.
It's a cave full of books.
My idea was that if you're gonna end this like realm-spanning adventure, end it with like him being taken through multiple portals by Fenrir and Kratos and the gang or whatever, and
Yeah.
you fight in different realms. That
Imagine Fenrir is like trying to take part in the fight, but Odin is like so powerful that he's still just like fending all of them off.
I mean,
And then he's like
that
cutting.
way.
He's cutting tears,
You
realm
fought-
tears open that take you to other realms, like you
You
said.
fought him
Also-
with Kratos.
Kratos. Kratos.
I can't say their names right, man. Kratos, Atreus, and Freya at the same time, and he was still winning for the most part.
They're
Also-
just jumping this old man, dude.
Also, it would have been cool if the mask played into his like level of power, like the reason why he was like dwarfing everyone in
The
power.
point of the mask?
Is if the mask
That's what the
actually
point of
gave
the mask
power.
is. Dream
Shut
was right.
If the mask actually gave him power, you could have like a reason for like why the phases change. You could have him you could have Atreus break the mask or whatever, and then have have Odin have to rely on tricky fighting like he does in the last part of his fight.
I can't believe.
I would pretty much rewrite that, like, the last bit. Like, you can have it start as a fight in front of the longhouse, but then, like, maybe, like, you somehow get to another realm, like I'm saying, with, like, a cool background, like Muspelheim or something.
Yeah.
And then, but he gets the mask at that point, and then he becomes ridiculously powerful, and then you have to break the mask, and that would be the final phases after the mask is broken or something. And he'd be back in Asgard.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I cannot believe that mask accomplishes literally nothing for the story.
No. It
does nothing.
It's basically
it's just a contrived MacGuffin.
Yeah, it's the MacGuffin.
It's a contrived reason for fucking Atreus and Odin to work together and does nothing else for the story.
Yeah, it's literally worthless. It doesn't do a single thing aside from drag Atreus through all these realms where you're on rails whole time.
I wonder where I go in this singular hallway level. This is so well designed.
Let me
check the mask.
Also, you have to get right up to the wall where
if you pull the mask out when you're already up against the wall, it doesn't activate, so you have to walk backwards, then pull out the mask, and slowly walk forward to activate it.
You're looking for a fucking Charizard in Pokemon Go.
I think maybe they got worse at programming games over time.
Yeah.
With better technology.
What makes you think that?
Weird. It's so much harder with all this better technology to program games.
Yeah, like, why?
All right. I think that about wraps up, like, every nitpick we've had.
I'm pretty sure
that's pretty much all my criticisms.
We're coming back to this in 2 weeks again anyway.
Yes, I agree.
I'm like 99% sure I'll think of something later, but that's just going to be like from now until the day I die, I'll be like, "Oh wait, that's so dumb." And then I'll that'll keep me up at night. But for now,
I will say one thing. I thought we were going to fight Thor more than 2 times in the game.
Yes,
I thought he was going to be a recurring villain where you fought him multiple times. Like
at
Baldur
least
was.
one extra time.
Baldur, you fought 3 times. Thor, you fight 2 times.
Yeah.
And the second time is kind of like obvious. The first time was like, oh shit, we're fighting Thor already? And then I thought he was going to show up at another pivotal moment of the game.
Thor was so cool.
Like, how about right after he gets like the Dropner spear?
That would have been sick.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you have a third weapon? Let's celebrate with Thor fight.
Yeah. Thor was the best part of that game by far. Thor was so cool.
But yeah, that's all I can really think of, honestly.
Yeah, so cool. I think that's a good place to finally end this. Better than the last ending. That was stinky.
Are we gonna we were gonna talk about like what we want to do with this podcast and everything though?
Yeah, I was gonna say if you've made it this far into the podcast, just a quick thank you from us. Don't know. You're kind of a fucking loser for listening to us for almost 7 hours. Let's be real.
That's way longer than like one of those Mahler videos or whatever the fuck.
Yes, and it was better too when you really think about it.
I mean, it's probably more critical thought there.
But no, thank you for listening. We have a lot of plans for this podcast. We all hate working. And we would like to be paid for just, like, sitting around talking.
Yeah, much like a lot of the people you probably watch already.
Yes. Everyone you probably listen to does that already. We're just being more candid with you. We don't have the audacity to upload this one episode and then be like, give us money on our Patreon. Give us money. We will, though.
I do.
Hey,
I mean, it'd be helpful.
If you could find a way to give us money, I ain't going to turn it down. But I ain't starting a Patreon just yet. But yeah, once this podcast gets its feet off the ground, I do kind of want to get into like a Patreon with this whole thing and some plans and like our plans for that and yeah, just plans for the future going forward. But for now, it's just going to be this one episode, and we're planning on kind of making this like a current events type of podcast. Like, we get on here and talk about how we agree with Kanye on everything. Andrew Tate's fucking God among men who we love, and I'd suck his feet if he told me to.
I will say, if anyone liked this podcast, they should send it to Anthony Birch on Twitter so you can listen to it.
Yes, do that.
So
Also,
we can at least tell him how much of a
How big of fans we are of his
we're
work.
fans of his work. We're better writers, obviously.
We would be better programmers if we knew how to do that. We would design better games in general. That's all objective fact, by the
our
way. I'm not even
peepees-
going to argue this.
I mean,
our
dude,
peepees are longer.
Yes, my wife doesn't fuck other men behind my back and take my fucking Nintendo Switch. Fucking bitch.
I thought we weren't going to bring this up. This
my
is
God.
low blows.
Yes, it is.
No.
We're.
All right. So we're
I had to edit out a bunch of racism from this podcast. All right.
Liar.
That's not true.
Liar.
That is not true.
all the racism
You
is
didn't.
still there.
I will not be accused of being a racist unless I do it myself.
Unless I can point to exactly what I said and laugh about it.
We're probably going to become more consistent in the future, but for now,
We're just doing this whenever we feel
Honestly,
like. So
it'd be
we're not
super-
charging you for it, so don't complain about
It'd
it.
be really consistent if we could actually make this a job,
Yeah, we're still like
but we can't.
we're still
Not right now.
we have regular jobs, so like
And none of our schedules align at all.
yeah, so we're just gonna like pop one of these out whenever we can. But the more the more support we get, the more we're gonna be able to provide this content.
So, you know, share this around with your friends, fucking encode it in a viral, into a virus that you can send to a bunch of other people.
inject it right into your veins.
Get it to everyone. Make sure it steals their bank account information and sends that right to us. That'll be an even bigger incentive, honestly.
Yeah, do crime.
Be gay, do crime. That is the goal. I hope that's the final message you get from this
Yeah,
podcast.
moral
if
of the
anything.
story.
You guys have any final words you want to say?
I love you, Anthony Birch. Thanks for writing such good stuff in this game. I don't know how much of his writing actually made it in, but
Love
still.
and kisses.
Yes,
was
love
a
and
good guy.
kisses. All right. Thank you, and you're still a loser for listening this far in.
Get out of
Goodbye.
my house.
Long time.